Continuation of the audiobook, Survivalists. Hunting. Enjoy listening. Chapter 13. He had never run a marathon like this before. Carrying a person on your shoulders is no easy task, and if you have to run at the same time. Syoma didn't know that this was the second time in the last few days that Liana had been traveling through the forest unconscious on someone else's shoulders, and even if he had known, it wouldn't have consoled him in any way. He was very afraid that he wouldn't be able to cope. He really wanted to save her. Although, the further he went, the more he doubted that he could. He didn't have a watch. How long he had been running was unclear, but it seemed like a lot. Time began to stretch, and the mountain wasn't getting any closer. Or it was getting closer, but very slowly, almost imperceptibly. His breathing began to get out of control, and in order not to lose it completely, he began to count. Inhale, and then exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale again. 1, 2, 3, 4. And so on over and over. At first it seemed to be helping, but then this feeling disappeared. His legs gradually began to feel weak. It seemed to Semyon that they would soon simply give way. He forbade himself to think and concentrated on counting. Inhale in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. The liana stubbornly tried to slide off his shoulder. It was becoming increasingly difficult to hold her. The main thing was not to stop. If he stopped, it would be even more difficult to get up. Time would be lost. He had to cope. The mountain appeared in the gap between the trees once again. This time it became noticeably closer. This gave Semyon strength. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. There was a feeling that he was already running on half-bent legs. Probably, he would soon simply fall. But she was unconscious. She could not help herself. She trusted him, and he should not let her down. Perhaps this is the most important moment in his life, to which he has been moving all this time. Will he be able to find enough willpower in himself not to give up, not to stop, not to give up? He will try. Is there a limit to human capabilities? Of course there is, but it is much further than many people think. An eternity ago it seemed to him that his strength had already run out, that he could no longer run, that literally a few more meters and he would fall. But he ran and ran, although it could be called running with a big stretch. It was even unclear whether Liana was alive or not, because he did not feel the time. Maybe he was running in vain. He drove these thoughts away from himself, decided to run at all costs, and then, come what may. Syoma realized that the forest had almost ended, and he was walking along the place that Liana called a hollow. There were more and more stones under his feet. The ground began to go noticeably upward. It became more difficult to walk, but the change in the landscape again gave him strength and opened up, not even a second wind, but a 20th, 30th, 100th. He had to look carefully under his feet so as not to trip. He couldn't give up now that he had already covered most of the way. I wonder how much more was left. He looked mainly under his feet so as not to fall. Only occasionally he raised his head so as not to lose his way, but then sweat immediately began to flow into his eyes. When he raised his eyes again, it seemed to him that he saw something resembling an arch. He held his gaze, did not notice another stone, caught his foot on it, and fell. Already falling. He tried to turn so that Liana would not hit her head. He succeeded, but the fall onto the scattering of boulders was very strong. He stood up, moved his limbs. Everything seemed to be intact. He looked at Liana. She was lying on a pile of stones in an unnatural position, but her chest was slowly rising. She was breathing. Alive, thank God, Semyon said in a hoarse, alien voice. He grabbed her by the waist, and with a strained cry that tore through his ligaments, he threw her over his shoulder. The fall and the realization that she was alive seemed to have restarted the hidden mechanisms in his body, and he quickly trotted down the slope with redoubled strength. Exactly, it was the arch. He was not mistaken. It was not that close, but the distance was gradually decreasing. Semyon, to distract himself, began to count the steps to it, but somewhere after 150 he lost track. He started again, but did not reach 30. He started again, and realized that he could not count. He returned to counting to 4. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was easier this way. And here is an arch, twice the height of a man, a trick of nature. Syoma walked through it and began to go to the right. After some time, he understood what stone she was talking about. It really was black and different from the others. There were no others like it here. There were about 100 meters left, and this obvious proximity of the goal suddenly deprived him of the rest of his strength. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. He stood there breathing heavily, thinking that it was impossible that he had enough strength only to get to this place. What if he had been halfway there? If the goal had not been so close? Would he have been able to go further, or would he have given up? Liana was hanging over his shoulder. Her head was behind his back. He grabbed her legs tighter, patted her bottom with one hand. Be patient, dear, just a little bit more. He gritted his teeth and jerked first one foot onto the foot, jerked upward, and put the other one. It turned out that he was standing half-bent and could not straighten them. On the contrary, his legs began to buckle again. To prevent this, groaning and wheezing through clenched teeth, he took the first step, then another, and another, gradually accelerating and almost ran. The finishing spurt, trying to lift his legs as high as possible so as not to fall again, because he would definitely not be able to get up again. He approached the stone step by step. 50 meters, 30, 10, 2. That's it. He approached the stone, fell to his knees, and carefully began to take Liana off his shoulder. He sat her down, leaning her back against the stone. With hands shaking from overexertion, he reached into his pocket for the syringe. The package wouldn't budge, his fingers wouldn't obey. Finally, he managed to get it, took out a small syringe, and with shaking hands, not giving himself time to think, did as she said, simply stuck the needle into her shoulder. Nothing happened. A second, 2, 3, 4, 5, a wave of despair began to wash over him. Suddenly, she took a deep breath and opened her eyes. Her gaze was cloudy and unconscious. Liana, I did it. I got there. Here's the stone. She glanced sideways at the stone block, and suddenly understanding flashed in her eyes. She remembered everything, and immediately, without saying a word, tried to get up. Semyon tried to help her, pushing her arm, but he himself couldn't get up right away. She staggered along the stone, holding on to it with her hands. Semyon was finally able to get up and followed her. She had already rounded the rock and, swaying from side to side, was walking towards the bushes growing near the rocky ledge. Syoma was dragging himself behind with exactly the same gait. They looked like two alcoholics who had had too much to drink and whose autopilot, despite everything, was trying to get them home. He was now walking lightly, and it seemed to him that his own body had also lost weight and that he should be floating, but his legs still wouldn't obey. He couldn't even catch up with her. Liana disappeared into the bushes. Syoma hurried after her. Behind the bushes there was a narrow crack in the rock. Having passed through it, he found himself in a cave, saw Liana's back when she turned into a side branch, and rushed on cotton legs to catch up. He didn't want to lose her. Who knows how many branches there are in these cave corridors. After a couple of turns they found themselves at a dead end. Liana walked up to a small ledge on the wall and moved the stone lying on it. Behind it was a completely ordinary combination lock. She pressed the right combination and put her finger on the sensor. However, Semyon did not see this behind her back. There was a hissing sound. Part of the rock moved out onto them and opened to the right, like an ordinary door. This was the door, thick, iron, like in a bomb shelter. Behind it was a room in which the light began to automatically increase. Liana quickly entered, turned right, went up to the cabinet, and, opening the door, began to rummage around inside with one hand, holding onto the cabinet itself with the other so as not to fall. Bubbles fell onto the floor, which she touched while looking for what she needed. "Close it," she said to Semyon in a weak voice, nodding at the door. He turned around, went up to the door, and, grabbing the large ring with his hands, pulled it towards himself. The door gave way easily. The drives inside turned on. It fell into place. There was another hissing sound, and it, apparently, locked itself. Syoma turned to Liana. She had just found what she needed and, for the third time in a short period of time, stuck a syringe needle into her shoulder. She threw it on the floor and walked unsteadily to the device in the corner. Syoma couldn't believe his eyes. It was a regenerator. A device that not every hospital could afford. Well, now everything would definitely be fine. Liana, meanwhile, was pressing buttons on the panel and, falling over the edge, literally collapsed inside the capsule. The top cover slid closed with a slight hissing sound, and the device began to hum evenly. Syoma stopped resisting fatigue, sank to the floor where he had been, which turned out to be surprisingly warm, and managed to think I did it. After which the body disconnected the brain from control, and Semyon passed out. Falling into sweet oblivion, he managed to catch a glimpse of the room he found himself in and did not have time to look around. It was simply impossible here. Probably a hallucination, the brain decided, and the picture went out. Chapter 14. Consciousness returned slowly. He was a little boy, at home. His mother was frying eggs in the kitchen. The delicious smell and sizzling of oil in the frying pan reached him. He liked eggs for breakfast. Sleep was very sweet, but the smells awakened his appetite. He opened his eyes and instantly teleported to another place. Sleep flew away. Only the sizzling of oil and the smell of frying eggs remained. The picture that his brain recorded before he lost consciousness from exhaustion turned out to be true. As surreal as it was, he was in a library. The room was uneven, apparently in the shape of a cave, but otherwise it was absolutely like an apartment. He was in a large hall, from which doors led in different directions. All the walls from floor to ceiling were occupied by shelves with books, except for one corner near the entrance, where there was apparently a medical area. In the corridors going into the depths, endless bookshelves were also visible. He was lying in the same place where he had passed out, but under his head was a soft pillow, and he was covered with some kind of skin. The skin was soft, with shiny brown fur, and smelled nice. Probably Liana recovered first and tried to make him comfortable for sleep, but so as not to wake him. He tried to get up and groaned. His body ached from the stress he had endured. His back, legs, arms, everything refused to obey. Attracted by the noise, Liana looked out of the next room, which was apparently the kitchen. She looked completely at home. 2 ponytails stuck up on her head. She was wearing either pajamas or a burgundy tracksuit. A green apron with flowers was tied in front, and fur slippers were on her feet. In general, comfort and peace just blew from her. "Are you going to eat?" she asked. Syoma nodded and still managed to sit up, leaning against the wall. For a second, his consciousness seemed to float above his body. He mentally flew up and looked at everything that was happening from a bird's-eye view. Far below, he saw the foot of the mountain, a cave turned into a library, himself sitting on the floor, a beautiful girl cooking in the kitchen, with whom they took turns saving each other's lives. Killers running through the forest, his friends hiding from them. A stolen ship hidden in the mountains. All this was completely unreal. Consciousness jumped back into his body, and he groaned again. "Are you okay?" There was obvious concern in her voice. "No, it's okay, we'll fix you up now. Eat, and climb into the regenerator for an hour. Then you'll be as good as new. Maybe right there?" "No, trust my experience, it's better to have a snack, then the body's recovery will go better and faster." "Good." Leaning on the wall, he managed to get up and shuffled towards the kitchen. She was waiting for him at the entrance when he approached, suddenly moved towards him and unexpectedly hugged him, clasping his chest with her hands and pressing her cheek to it. He raised his hands up a little in surprise and looked at her in surprise. She raised her eyes to him, full of warmth and gratitude, and said tenderly, "Tell me honestly, have you dropped me?" Syoma didn't deny it and nodded. "How many times?" "Once. And you can't tell from the bruises, but..." She let him go, stepped back, looked at him cheerfully, smiled broadly, and slapped his shoulder with her palm, cheerfully continuing, "Thanks to the regenerator, there's almost no trace left of them. Let's eat." Syoma smiled too and wandered to the table. He was definitely liking her more and more. They ate in silence for a while. The food was simple but tasty. Scrambled eggs, coffee, a bun with butter. A classic breakfast. Syoma decided to break the silence. "And where do you go to the store for groceries?" "Unfortunately, it's very far. That's why I need a walker. I brought in some provisions once, and it'll last for a year. I have a freezer here. With an ultra-freeze function, I even store eggs. I save them, but today in honor of my birthday." "It's your birthday?" "It turns out that way. The 2nd. Honestly, I thought I wouldn't survive. But you did it. Thank you." It was scary to switch off, but it was the only chance to slow down the metabolism. "It's surprising that you had such a set of medications with you, but there was no antidote." "Nothing surprising. It's for work. Sometimes you have to knock out the most obstinate tourists. And then, accordingly, resuscitate. And as for the antidote, I've never used it and have never heard of anyone I know using it. This snake is very poisonous, but not at all aggressive. If you want, you can even pet it if you see it. No way. Plus it has a bright color, so it's hard not to notice. The only way to provoke her is to hurt her, which is what you did when you stepped on her tail. And she didn't bother to choose who to bite, and she got the one she found it easier to pounce on. Sorry. Nothing. Now nothing. You've been rehabilitated. I lost my temper myself, and the forest and our work do not forgive that. You always have to be on your guard, and I've been up and down for the last few days. I'm losing my grip. They've already dragged me through the forest unconscious. Only you wanted to save me, and they wanted to kill me. And what happened to them? Well, what do you think, if I'm sitting here? Although I'm the only one alive, sitting in a cage. Why? He has something to tell me. Let him sit. The longer he sits, the easier it will be to come to an agreement. Your life is in full swing here, as I see it. Yes, the events have become more concentrated, and the situation periodically starts to get out of control. When that happens, everything can end badly. It's best to leave the game for a while. But I remember what you said before I disconnected. Yes, I'm sorry. It was completely inappropriate. It came out as blackmail. I really regret blurting that out. I take my words back. You can take them back if you want, but I remember them. The situation is this. You were attacked last night. It happened because they got drunk out of their minds. It cost them the ship. If other groups of hunters haven't done the same, and I don't think they have, then they haven't attacked your friends yet. Usually they attack in a couple of days, not earlier, and then they try to scare you first and not arrange a massacre like these. They do it so that people run away, and only then they start hunting. So your friends still have time, although not much. Have you finally decided to help me? I don't know yet. I'm still thinking about it, but I'll definitely give you advice and instructions, even if I don't go myself. Keep in mind that everything is complicated by the fact that we stole the ship. This could change the entire algorithm of their actions. It's evening now. It will soon get dark. You need to lie down in the regenerator and get some sleep later. It's best to leave at dawn. Okay, I'll do as you say. Then get into this miracle machine. I'll program it, and I'll take care of the equipment. Sema, overcoming the pain in his whole body, trudged toward the miracle of medical technology. And where did he get here from? When you get out, I'll tell you, so be it. But promise me that you'll never tell anyone about this place. Not a single person knows about it. Actually, I should have killed you to keep the secret, but you saved my life, and that would be very ugly of me. She smiled broadly. I promise, because I don't want to anger you at all. I shouldn't have you among my enemies. Exactly, try not to forget about it. Rest assured, said Semyon and climbed inside the device. Immediately the lid slid down from above, and something hummed inside. He felt a slight prick in his arm. The manipulator gave him an injection, most likely a sleeping pill, because he immediately began to fall asleep. A thought flashed through his mind. Will I wake up? Or is this a delicate way to remove a witness? No, she's not like that. She really was not like that, Semyon realized when he began to come to his senses. He felt great. His head was completely clear, and he felt like he could move mountains. The lid slid off, and he began to climb out. Liana was nowhere to be seen. Having climbed out, he tried to move. His body responded with joy. There was a pleasant elasticity and springiness in his muscles. Footsteps were heard. Liana entered holding 2 small backpacks in her hands. So you decided to come with me after all? As you can see, I think I know why. Yes? And why is that? I'm probably on the same drugs as you now, and I'm ready for any adventure. Yeah, you mean? No, my decision was conscious. You just have a heightened reaction from being unaccustomed to it. I've been through this many times, and I can tell the difference between my thoughts and the drugs. So, are you sure you want to get involved in this? I'm not sure, but I'll get involved. Well, then I just don't know how to thank you. Ask for whatever you want, regardless of the outcome of our mission. There's nothing much to ask of you, but I'll think about it. And when the time comes, I hope you don't take back your words. It's getting scary. Don't be afraid. I won't ask you to commit suicide, and you'll survive the rest. That's funny. We need to get ready. In an hour, the drugs will stop working and you'll be really sleepy. Your body needs time to recover. So, in that hour, we need to plan everything. Okay, where do we start? Do you know the numbers of the ships your friends were supposed to land on? Yes, I had number 3. They had 5 and 6. Will this help determine the location? Of course, it's not a secret code, just numbering for convenience. They are also living people there. They need to somehow plan and organize everything. The easiest way is by numbers. I know where we should go. Who should we go and save first? Probably better those who were on the 6th ship. Why? Well, first of all, there are 2 of them. And secondly, these 2 are girls. As a man, I want to take care of them first. And therefore, as a man, you want to expose another girl to mortal risk. After what we went through, I think it wouldn't hurt to ensure my safety too. Sorry, but I don't always understand when you're joking and when you're serious. Consider it a joke. At your age, what kind of girl are you? I'm joking too. You're not offended, are you? Semyon immediately caught himself, deciding that he had blurted out too much. For what? For the fact that I've lived 5 times longer than you, and still look like a cherry? I'm proud of it. I still can't accept that a person can live that long. You don't show it at all. And I'm not talking about your appearance. There's nothing special about you. Old-fashioned? Well, I'd say, some kind of age-related wisdom. You just associate it with wrinkles. I know and can do a lot. Have you seen how many books are here? I've read almost all of them. I know your world better than you and many who fly here. Although I've never left the planet. I always wanted to ask, where did all this come from? My grandfather created this place, then my father improved it, and now I'm studying it. My grandfather, he was one of the first settlers. He was born on Earth. Really? It's not that common to meet someone from Earth these days. Yes, everything you were told during your briefings is complete nonsense, except for the dates. Remember when, according to them, all the colonists mysteriously disappeared? I think it was about 400 years ago. Right. That's when the war started. Why did they come up with this story about the mysterious disappearance of 100 million people? A murky story that raises many questions. Wouldn't it have been easier to come up with some kind of man-made disaster? I don't know. Probably a marketing ploy to add mystery and obfuscate. And what? Did 100 million really live here? About that. When the colonists refused to leave, and it became clear that they couldn't come to an agreement, they resorted to violence. Why was it necessary to liberate the planet? What? They wouldn't have had enough space. 100 million. That's a very low population density. Yes, but that devalues everything. Some workers shouldn't live forever next to the chosen ones. The right to live here could be sold for fabulous money, but here some cattle uses it absolutely free of charge. But they still need workers, service personnel. Personnel can be brought in sessionally, so that they don't really feel the increase in life expectancy. That's how everyone who lived here understood this situation, and they, in general, didn't really hide their thoughts. They didn't stand on ceremony at all, but they didn't expect that the colonists would refuse to obey. My grandfather, he was one of the leaders of the resistance, although it was not clearly organized. Everyone understood that they couldn't win an open war, so they decided to dissolve. Did it work? Of course, not everyone. Not everyone was ready for such a radical change in life. To suddenly find themselves outside the law. Some left, some stayed in the cities and decided to passively resist, just not leave. Did it work? No. Almost everyone in the cities was killed. Perhaps they were furious that most of the population hid, and they took it out on the remaining poor souls. My grandfather was a mining engineer. It turned out that a very useful profession in such a situation. He organized many shelters and settlements, because he knew suitable places. Therefore, most people survived on our continent. Even in places where he could not reach personally, he tried to help. He taught people to look for caves and suitable shelters. He is one of the elders. He was. What happened to him? Disappeared. Went on an expedition to another continent and never returned. Then my father went to look for him and also disappeared. Now I am going to look for my father. But this is a secret. Do not tell anyone. Did this happen recently? Grandfather disappeared about 50 years ago, father 20. Isn't it a bit late to look? So much time has passed? No, time moves differently here. Death isn't breathing down our necks. Biological, of course, from old age. That's how we all walk on the edge here. There's a good chance they simply can't come back. That's why I'm so obsessed with making money. That's why I need money to... Well, now we can fly there, right? No, flying is too risky. They can notice us from above, and we don't know what awaits us at the landing site. It's better to do it another way. How? On a ship? Almost. On a boat. On a submarine. Are they here? Yes, but like everything high-tech, there are few and expensive ones. So, I didn't tell you enough. Grandfather helped everyone, but he didn't forget about himself and set up shelters for his family in different places. This is the most secret and the most packed. In the cities, we had to abandon a lot. But when the first exacerbation subsided, Grandfather began to take out the equipment he needed little by little. For himself and to new settlements. That's where the regenerator and other technological wonders come from. Even a portable nuclear reactor has been installed here. Its resource has been used up by 2%. You and I will no longer be here. Perhaps everything will go to dust, but in this place it will be light, warm, and dry. Is all this equipment hundreds of years old? Yes, like me, she smiled broadly. There was nothing useful left in the cities. Everything was taken away under cover of night. And didn't they guard them? Why? There was no one there, and what we took away was valuable only to us. They didn't need all this. Of course, if they had known how far it would go, they would have simply bombed the cities to deprive us of access to resources. But then it was unclear how it would all end. None of them even thought that we could survive and build our own underground civilization. And how many of you are left? About half of them left, were killed, or did not survive the initial difficult times of formation. But these are very rough estimates. Of course, it is impossible to calculate exactly. Communication between the continents and islands was almost completely disrupted. Each region developed according to its own scenario. There is little information. What there is very fragmentary and inaccurate. Somewhere a dictatorship was formed over time, somewhere a society of social justice. Grandfather wanted to find out all this and establish connections. Father wanted to continue his work. I also want to work in this direction. For many years I collected funds and prepared. Perhaps now, if everything ends well with this mess, if I manage to sell the ship well, I will finally be able to get down to business. First, of course, I will try to find Grandfather and Father. And what is the ultimate goal? What do you want to achieve? Ideally, to blow this station in orbit to hell, go on the air, tell all of humanity what has really been happening here all these years, and declare independence. But this is practically unattainable. The forces are too unequal. But we must continue the fight, even if it is not visible at first glance. But they, as I understand it, are not really bothering you now. I already told you. This is something like a truce, a sluggish confrontation. If no one goes beyond the limits, then they turn a blind eye to everything. But we went beyond the limits, right? Actually, yes, but I think this will be a local escalation. Liana sat on a leather chair, her legs tucked up and wrapped in a light shawl. The light was dim, and their planning meeting gradually turned into a peaceful and cozy conversation. Syoma sat on the sofa and, while talking, quietly looked at the situation, or rather the books. Were the books also taken out of the cities? Partially, many years have passed since then, and if you look, there are some fairly recent additions here. I also have an electronic library. It is much larger than the paper one, but I inherited a love for real books from my father and grandfather. It is strange that they have not disappeared after so many years, and many people still like to turn the pages of paper. From time to time, you come across tourists who have brought a book with them. Considering the huge number of people passing through our planet, books quite often become loot. True, except for me. Almost no one needs them, so everyone who has come across them brings them to me. And familiar traders buy them in other zones and bring them here, knowing that I give a good price. So, the library is constantly growing. You see only a small part. There is a whole labyrinth filled with books here. Great. Could I have imagined a few days ago that I would be sitting like this, in such an unusual place, visiting a wonderful hostess? Compliment counted. If I were shown a picture of what is happening now, I simply would not believe it. Life, as a rule, is stranger than any fiction. We got carried away by conversations. You now know more about me than anyone else in the world. But this imposes certain obligations on you. No one should know about this place. If you blab, I will regard it as betrayal, and I do not stand on ceremony with traitors. I understand everything. This place is very important to you and I. Not so. She interrupted him. I call this refuge a secret one. I keep it and protect it. It is important not for me. I believe that my relatives are alive, and they must have a place to return to. Because if they succeed, they will come here. And here they must be completely safe. You would never have known about this place if my life did not depend on it. But since fate has decreed it this way, we will obey. But remember about betrayal, I do not forgive it. You do not have to intimidate me at all. I understand that you can take my life at any moment. I see and feel this strength in you. But I am not afraid of you. Because you are a good person. I see that too. And I will try not to let you down. Liana smiled tiredly. Let's go to bed. There is not much time for sleep. We wanted to make a plan of action. I already did. We take the batteries, go to the walker, ride it to where we need to go, and then we'll see what happens. You don't need to know the details. I hear and obey. Where will the mistress allow me to throw my bones? Lie down right here on the couch. I'm not ready to give you my father's or grandfather's bedroom. Any place will do for me. I'll bring a blanket and a pillow. With these words, she stood up and left, somewhere deep into the interweaving of galleries. Syoma walked around the room and went up to the bookcases. The titles of really not very old works looked at him from the spines. Some of the authors were still alive. True, he didn't know many of them at all. Walking a little further, he came across a shelf with technical literature. There were weapon reference books, operating instructions for various equipment, and so on. He concluded that this room, which was undoubtedly the main one, contained either new acquisitions or the books that were used most often. He saw a reference book on landing craft and took it from the shelf. The book was rather worn from frequent use, but it had been handled with care. Where necessary, it had been glued, stitched, and ironed. On the flyleaf was a stamp, for official use only, secret. Footsteps were heard, and Liana entered, carrying a pillow, a blanket, and some other things in her arms. Did you learn to fly from this book? He showed her what he was holding in his hands. Of course not. The book is useful, but you won't learn to fly from it. I only have piloting instructions in electronic form, plus there is a virtual simulator. That's the only way. I never cease to be amazed. And you won't stop. Here's your bed, and here's some clothes. She threw the whole bunch on the sofa and pointed to the things lying on top. They were a canvas shirt and pants. These are for pajamas. And give me your clothes. I'll throw them in the laundry. When we get up, they'll be clean and dry. True, they're wrinkled, but we're not going to a parade. This is service. Syoma began to pull off his clothes, but hesitated and looked at Liana. She looked at him skeptically. I beg you, cover yourself with your hands. Syoma shrugged and began to undress, trying not to emphasize the awkwardness of the situation, as if this was a normal thing for him. Liana looked at him with a slight ironic smile. He took off everything, down to the last thing, gathered everything into a ball, trying to have the cleanest things on top, and shoved the underwear inside and handed it all to Liana. Well done, she said, took the things, looked him over from head to toe, turned and left the room. What was that? Thought Semyon, then realized that he was standing completely naked in the middle of the room and rushed to get dressed. Liana threw her things into wash, went to her bedroom, pulled apart the partition separating the sleeping area from the adjacent room, stuffed with equipment. She sat down in a chair and looked at one of the large monitors. It was broadcasting images from cameras installed inside this shelter. Lots of little squares. She looked at the one that showed the large central room. There Semyon was fluffing up his pillow and getting ready to go to bed. A thought suddenly and completely unexpectedly popped into her head. What's going on? Chapter 15. Get up. Semyon heard through his sleep. He didn't want to get up at all. He was sleeping very comfortably and cozily. He had some very positive dreams, although he immediately forgot what they were. Only a touch of romantic nostalgia remained, the kind that happens when you dream about childhood. Having barely gotten out of the cotton wool of sleep, Semyon was faced with reality, and it did not disappoint him. He instantly remembered where he was and what he was going to do. This quickly filled him with energy, and he sat down on the couch. The upcoming noble mission, the amazing place he was in, the new reliable partner. For some reason he had no doubt that she was reliable. All this excited him and gave him strength. Liana shouted from somewhere far away, but now she appeared in the room carrying a neatly folded stack of his things. Here, get dressed. Now we'll have breakfast quickly and leave. Yes, Commander. Okay, remember this phrase and use it more often. She smiled. Yes, sir. You catch on quickly, but not too much either, otherwise it will look like mockery. I'm waiting for you in the kitchen. She turned and walked briskly, slightly swaying her hips, which, in general, was not typical for her, Semyon noted to himself, down the corridor. What a nice morning, he thought. I haven't had one like this for a long time. I wish the day would go like this. He quickly changed his clothes. The clothes were indeed dry and clean, and, as Liana had promised, mint, but they smelled very nice. He hurried to the kitchen. Liana had already started to put porridge on plates. Fresh, aromatic, just-baked bread and large mugs of coffee stood on the table. Are you afraid of injections? She asked cheerfully, moving a plate towards him. Well, it's not that I'm afraid. More like I don't like it. Semyon thought for a second. The worst thing was giving you injections. It's probably easier for myself. We'll give injections. Why? I've picked up some good stimulants here. Considering that the tasks ahead of us are not simple, there may not be time to rest. We'll invigorate ourselves with the help of chemistry. The first injection will need to be given in about 12 hours, then continue at the same pace, every half day. The more precise, the better. The maximum you can hold out on this is 3 days. Then the brain will rebel, hallucinations will begin. You can either go crazy, or die out of stupidity, or kill your own out of fright. So, we need to do everything in 3 days. Better sooner. But if we don't make it, by the end of the 3rd day we will need to find a safe place and hibernate for a day or a day and a half. We will sleep soundly. If something happens, we won't be able to do anything. Therefore, the place must be really safe. I like the idea. Do you think we will need 3 days? I have no idea how it will go. It is not yet clear what we can do at all. I took the maximum possible time. So, we will hurry. If we make it sooner, good. If we don't make it in 3 days, there is nothing we can do about it. Then it is beyond our power. Here, this is yours. She handed him a small pistol. Do you know what this is? No, but I can guess. This is an injector. I loaded 5 doses into each. 1 for you, 1 for me. It is administered intramuscularly, anywhere, preferably in the shoulder. Our doctors usually inject in the butt. Wherever you want. If you want to take off your pants once again, and I will inject in the shoulder. No, I will inject in the shoulder too. I am just saying this for information. Thank you, now I am informed. She smiled. Syoma thought that she smiled quite often when she was not killing anyone. It is a sign of a good character. The main thing is not to anger her. Although, when she is angry with enemies, this is a very useful quality. Are you asleep? Her voice brought him out of his reverie. No, I was just thinking. About what, if it is not a secret? No, it is not a secret about you. Yes? I thought you often joked and smiled, despite everything that was happening around you. I thought that meant you were a good person. See, I am being completely honest with you. Well, let's go show the guys who came to kill us how good we are. She smiled again, widely and disarmingly. Syoma did not even doubt that everything would go well. It was just getting light outside. They were moving back along the route along which he had carried Liana. Those meters that had been overcome with such difficulty were now imperceptibly disappearing underfoot. Blackstone Arch. This is where I dropped you. He pointed to the collapse of the stones. How many times? The first and last time. I told you so. I told you. She stretched, as if overcoming the pain, although Syoma doubted that anything remained from the bruises. The regenerator worked great. He could feel it, but I doubt it. Okay, it's up to you. You may not believe it, but I know that I treated you very carefully. It's the truth and your doubts won't change it. Liana suddenly stopped and looked at him very seriously. Thank you. I've been in very difficult situations more than once, so I can really imagine how hard it was for you, and what efforts you had to make to get to the end. Not many could do it. I owe you my life. She suddenly smiled mischievously again, and, once again, swinging her arm wide, slapped him on the shoulder. But let's not forget who exactly screwed up and almost killed me. She winked cheerfully at him, and, regaining her seriousness, added, I decided to help you because you earned my respect, and now I am speaking seriously, more than ever. So, go ahead, partner. She finished again cheerfully, and walked forward briskly. Syoma hesitated a little, being in mixed feelings, but came to his senses and rushed to catch up with her. She walked quickly. He could barely keep up. He involuntarily admired her grace. She moved easily, springily, confidently, and very elegantly at the same time. In general, she walked beautifully. She also dressed in a new way. In leather, tight-fitting pants of a greenish-brown color, high boots with laces, a tight-fitting jacket, now unbuttoned in the front, and a tight-fitting sleeveless t-shirt underneath. There was also something under the t-shirt, something that pulled in her chest. Syoma noticed this earlier. Now it was of course not visible. In general, it is logical, he thought. Pull in the chest so that it does not interfere when running. Tight leather clothes so as not to cling to the branches. Hair pulled back into a ponytail and a bandana on her head, the same swamp color. She suddenly stopped abruptly and turned around. You know what? You better go ahead, otherwise I can physically feel your gaze on my buttocks. You're putting me in an awkward position. If I admit that I was admiring you, then this can be regarded as tactlessness. If I deny it, then this can be regarded as an insult, like there's nothing to look at. Well done, you don't mince words. But anyway, go ahead. Semyon obeyed and walked around her in a large circle just in case. Look, he was admiring, she added condescendingly. Apparently she still enjoyed it. The path that had seemed so endless before, they covered in about 40 minutes, if not less. They got the bags with weapons from the bushes and quickly moved towards the walker. It was not far away either. They pulled it out of the bushes. Liana got one of the spare batteries, unscrewed the cap, where this non-existent animal's reproductive organs should have been, and replaced the battery. She handed the dead battery to Semyon and began to screw the cap back on. The battery was the size of a liter bottle and quite heavy, and Liana had 3 of them with her. She didn't try to throw them on him, didn't even hint, and he, the fool, didn't think to take them and carry them. It didn't even occur to him. Semyon felt a little hurt, as if she still doubted his strength. But then he reassured himself that perhaps she was just used to doing everything herself and didn't even think about it. Then they drove for a very long time. Syoma sat on his ass for a long time. Probably at least 5 hours passed. The sun was already high in the sky. It was the middle of the day. The drive was boring, and all the initial enthusiasm and cheerfulness gradually faded away. They drove mostly in silence, because Liana blocked all attempts to start a conversation, citing the fact that they were already quite close to the hunters, and it was better not to make sounds, but, on the contrary, to listen attentively. The walker was rhythmically mincing its legs. They swayed slightly while sitting on it, but it still overcame even difficult sections quite smoothly. Liana was driving, sitting in front, and his gaze periodically returned to her slender back, but he tried to immediately transfer it to something else, fearing that she would again say that he was staring at her. Finally, she stopped the walker and raised her right hand up, calling for silence. Although Semyon was already silent, he, just in case, froze and tried not to move. They sat motionless for about a minute. Finally, she nodded to herself, threw her leg over, deftly jumped to the ground, and turned to Semyon. We've arrived, from now on foot, she said, not in a whisper, but rather quietly, and it was this tone of hers that suddenly caused Semyon to shudder slightly. He realized that the enemy was close, and what they wanted to do was no longer a distant prospect, but would happen very soon. Perhaps all warriors experienced this feeling before a battle, and there was no doubt that there would be a battle. If he were alone, he would have the opportunity to chicken out and abandon his plans. But he had attracted a powerful ally to his side, who, having taken up the matter, would see it through to the end. And now he needed to not lose face and not dump all the work on her, but to be as useful as possible. For some reason, saliva began to accumulate in his mouth. He swallowed it, but it immediately filled up again. Liana, who at that time began to rummage through the bags with weapons, noticed his swallowing and looked at him carefully. Are you worried? Actually, to be honest, yes, Semyon reluctantly admitted. That's good. If you weren't worried, it means you're a fool and don't understand what we're up to. But this way, it means you're assessing the situation realistically, which is already a lot. It would be good if that were the case. Syoma swallowed again. She looked at him again. Yes, that would be good. Don't worry, you have a secret weapon. What is it, I'd like to know? Me? She smiled disarmingly. Look, she took out 2 pistols with holsters. This is a weapon with an auto-aim. You point them at a person, shoot, and even if the shot is not very accurate, the bullet will adjust the trajectory and hit the target. There is a scatter circle within which a hit is possible, but you have to be very careful with this weapon. If an ally is nearby, the bullet may choose a target other than the one you want. I'll take this one for myself, because I have experience shooting with such bullets. Then why are you telling me this? You should know, in case you have to use my weapon. And what will you give me? Take the stun gun. It's a good thing, effective, but you won't kill anyone with it. So you think I shouldn't be trusted with a real weapon? You'll get a real one. Although people without combat experience can behave unpredictably in an extreme situation. But you don't have a choice. She took out a small gun with a but that looked like an inflated balloon. Here's a laser rifle with an optical sight. It shoots laser beams, pinpoint damage. There's a 3-second pause between shots until the charge accumulates. It's better to work from a distance, since the accuracy is good and the rate of fire is low. If there are several opponents, you'll be shot on the spot. Now, that's a different matter. Don't be too happy if you have to shoot someone in the head. I hope morality and humanity won't stop you from pulling the trigger, because this is not a game. Other people's lives may depend on you. You must be ready to kill. Maybe it's just me, but I think I'm ready. The main thing to remember is that they are not people. They are rabid animals that look like people. Don't let them fool you. Take this too. She handed him a belt with a 30-centimeter cleaver hanging from it. You definitely need to have a cold weapon. You armed me so that the ammo will never run out. There simply aren't any, Semyon grinned. But the batteries can run out, which is basically the same thing. Both the stun gun and the laser have a screen that shows the remaining charge in percent. Semyon found both there and there, both showed 100%. How long do they last? Laser, about 300 shots, stun gun, a lot. But I don't know exactly, you have to watch. An expert like you doesn't know? Of course. I don't know everything. Besides, a lot of this is very rare here. Liana hung 2 holsters on her belt, a knife, a little smaller than Syoma's, threw on her quiver and bow. So this isn't just a show element? Syoma asked, watching her equip herself. Of course you saw it. The main advantage is its silence. In skilled hands, it's a terrible weapon. And mine are skilled. I have no doubt about that. She handed Semyon her small backpack. You'll carry this. There's a small supply of food and water for the first time. I'd be glad to. You could have given it to me right away, because you carried much more than I did. Don't worry, you'll get used to it later. Well, it seems we're ready. All this time they continued to talk in low tones. Let's do it the old way. They took the walker and dragged it into the dense thicket. Try to remember the place. Our spare arsenal and supplies are here. And transport. Semyon looked around and realized that he couldn't find any landmarks in the forest. As soon as they went a decent distance, he wouldn't find his way back. There was nothing noticeable in this place. Liana understood his thoughts. Try, just in case. But if it doesn't work out, no problem. Maybe we won't have to come back here anytime soon. Forward. And she walked quickly in the same direction. Syoma felt her increased tension and composure, and thought that he, too, needed to be on guard. He picked up the laser gun and hurried after Liana. They moved with extreme caution, but nothing happened. There were no traces of someone else's presence, no sounds or smells that were foreign to the forest. But his companion continued to walk very confidently. Apparently, she knew exactly where she was going. Syoma followed her without asking any unnecessary questions. About 40 minutes later, she suddenly stopped. Syoma also froze as usual and began to listen and sniff, but he didn't feel anything. She beckoned him with her hand, without turning around, so that he would follow her, and went on, changing direction slightly. So, stealthily, they walked another 100 meters and stopped near a large, spreading tree. Liana showed that they needed to climb up and was the first to grab a branch. Syoma followed her. The tree was large, very spreading, with a lot of branches. Having climbed somewhere to the middle, Liana grabbed a thick branch for stability, took a small cylinder out of her jacket, and, holding it in her fist, began to peer through it into the distance. Syoma, having come close, settled down next to her and began to peer there with his naked eyes. Without looking away, she put her finger to her lips, just in case, so that he would be silent. A minute later, she beckoned him with her finger. He moved as close as he could. She put her lips to his ear and whispered very quietly. Keep quiet and most importantly don't say anything. There are very sensitive audio sensors there. They react especially well to human speech. Warm lips near his ear, breath in the auricle, a close whisper. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Semyon felt goosebumps all over his body and his heart began to beat faster, his breath caught. He managed to think that this was completely inappropriate, but he couldn't help himself. Tearing herself away from his ear, she glanced at him with interest, and it seemed to him that she understood what he felt. But everything happened so quickly that perhaps he imagined it. She handed him a small monocular. He clenched it in his fist and put it to his eye. Looking where Liana was looking, he saw exactly the same ship, which he couldn't see without optics. But the situation around the ship was completely different. There was a net stretched around the perimeter, the entrance was closed, and 2 combat security robots were standing near it. They were models based on a walker, like theirs, but on 4 spider legs, with a ball on top. The ball served to communicate with the outside world. Like a human head, it contained sensors and an intercom. Now several antennas and plates were extended from the ball, which slowly turned, each at its own pace, and probed the surrounding space. The body looked like an asymmetrical barrel. This barrel was stuffed with weapons. Now a short-barreled machine gun was pointing out of it in each direction. Considering that there were 2 robots, the combined firepower was decent. Add to this the accuracy of fire, which is much higher for machines than for people, and it became clear that it was almost impossible to approach the ship. Syoma glanced at Liana. She pursed her lips and slightly shrugged, as if to say, "That's how it is." And then she began to climb down from the tree. He followed her. On the ground, she nodded to him and ran. He tried to keep up. They circled the hunter's camp in a very large circle, and when he was left behind, Liana suddenly stopped and squatted down. Syoma came up and squatted down next to her. "Look," she said quietly, "do you see?" Syoma looked, but saw nothing and honestly admitted it. "Tracks quite fresh. They passed here just a few hours ago. They will walk slowly, with a load of weapons, so we will easily overtake them. We won't attack. It's dangerous. And then we are unlikely to get to your girlfriends. We may have to run away ourselves, because we will not be able to kill them. Let's act consistently." "Okay, then let's hurry. About 2.5 days have passed since the landing. The tourists have already managed to go a decent distance. It will take the hunters a day and a half to catch up with them. It would be good for us to do this by morning. So a marathon is ahead." I didn't count on an easy walk. Without wasting time on conversation, they ran again. The walk was really not easy. Semyon didn't understand where they were going, and how much was left. He even gave up trying to get his bearings. He just followed Liana. Towards evening, they made a long rest stop. After they had a snack, his companion reached into her backpack and took out her injector, after which she motioned with her eyebrows for Semyon to do the same. "It's time for a shot. Maybe it's too early? I'm not completely exhausted yet." "It doesn't matter. You need to get into a rhythm every 12 hours to maintain a constant concentration of the substance in the body. It would be easier to inject each other, but the first time, everyone will inject themselves. We need to practice, otherwise what if we split up and you have to inject yourself? If that happens, be sure not to skip injections, otherwise you can suddenly deflate like a balloon at the most inopportune moment." "Okay, but I hope we don't have to split up. You need to be prepared for anything." Liana took off her jacket. There was a sleeveless t-shirt. She put the injection gun to her shoulder and pulled the trigger. There was a slight hiss. She removed the gun, leaving a barely noticeable red dot on her body. Syoma also bared his shoulder, put the injector on, and pulled the trigger. A sharp and intense pain pierced his shoulder. He clenched his teeth and groaned. And she didn't even wince, as if she had stroked herself with a feather. He looked at Liana. She looked at him with a very cheerful look, as if after a successful joke. "Are we really injecting the same thing?" asked Semyon. "Yes, I just knew what was coming and held back to play a prank on you. I promise to groan next time too. It's a drug. It's very painful. I can't say the joke was a failure. Of course, it wasn't very funny to me, but I appreciated it. You won't feel any sudden effect, but it will help us stay awake for a long time and be in working condition. So, we won't sit around, but we'll run on. Ready?" "Of course." Semyon really didn't feel any unexpected surge of strength. His condition didn't seem to have changed, but there was no fatigue or drowsiness either. It was unclear whether this was due to the drug. Perhaps it hadn't had time to take effect yet. And they ran again. They ran not very fast, saving their strength. They ran all night, then all morning. Syoma entered a kind of monotonous rhythm and simply moved his legs, trying not to trip. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the drugs were doing their job, because in his normal state, he would have fallen long ago choking and gasping for air. But here he ran and ran, without much strength, gradually getting tired, but not out of breath, as if they had been running for only an hour and not more than a day. When they ran up another hill, Liana stopped. Let's take a rest here. Well, how about it? Do you feel the magical power of the chemical industry? Probably yes. Otherwise, I would not have run here. That's it. It's time to take the next dose. And it wouldn't hurt to have a snack. The body needs fuel anyway. They settled down on a log, had a quick snack, although they were not particularly hungry, and took out their injectors. Syoma hesitated and watched Liana surreptitiously. She gave herself an injection. This time her face twitched and tensed. She glanced at him. Are you happy? See, it hurts me too. If you think that your pain gives me pleasure, you are very much mistaken. I am not a sadist. I just wanted to make sure that you are also a living person. What? Did you doubt it before? Not really, but sometimes it seems that you exceed human capabilities. Right, because I am not an ordinary person. Yes? What kind of person? Have you forgotten? I am 150 years old. Almost. You can learn a lot in that time, especially if you do not age and age-related pathologies do not arise. Yes, I keep forgetting that you are not a girl anymore, although you look like one. In this case, I would prefer you to judge me by my appearance. Agreed. Can you enlighten me where we are and what's going on? According to my calculations, we should already be close to the survivalist group. It is not known whether they have split up, and if so, how much. We have overtaken the hunters, but they are already close, so we need to hurry. They quickly gathered their things and ran again. Syoma thought that he was running as if he had just started and not run all night. As Liana said, the magic power of the chemical industry. About an hour later, they began to slow down and look and listen more carefully. Finally, they stopped, and Liana pointed to two figures in a gap between the trees, confidently walking in a parallel direction. Judging by their clothes, they were survivalists. I'll go talk. Syoma moved towards them. Liana grabbed his shoulder. Are you sure? Of course. They're unlikely to start shooting at me out of the blue. Okay, go, I'll cover you. She stepped to the side and immediately disappeared into the bushes, so quickly that Semyon even flinched in surprise. He turned and went to the survivalists, who turned out to be two guys. Semyon didn't know them, but their faces seemed familiar. They must have seen each other at the base. 10 meters away, he decided to call out to them, so as not to appear too unexpectedly. Hey guys. They turned around abruptly, raising their weapons, but lowered them when they saw Semyon. They didn't expect to meet enemies in the form of people here. They perceived people as allies. Well, they'll have to reconsider their views soon. You're not from our group, said the taller one. Yeah, I'm looking for friends. We agreed to meet if possible. I see you've split up. Yeah, it's hard to come to an agreement with strangers. Who do you need? The girls, Chris and Susie. The guys nodded, smiled, but immediately became sad. Yeah, we know. The taller one continued to speak. When you find them, tell them our apologies. We tried to hit on them, not very delicately. Did they hit you hard? Semyon smiled. The guys were a little embarrassed. Not really, but instructive. It's our own fault. Although we're actually normal. It's just that the unusual situation brought something on us. You, since you're a friend, don't be mad at us either. We're sorry. Yeah, girls these days have become independent. Semyon looked back at the thicket where Liana should have been. Don't put your finger in her mouth. So, do you know where they are? Definitely not. But they should be a little ahead and possibly on the right, because we were going left to avoid a collision. And how did you find us? We don't even understand who's where. They helped me. Okay. Thanks. I'll run and catch up. And Semyon took a step to go further. What? You won't even warn them. Liana appeared as unexpectedly as she disappeared. The guys stared at her with their mouths open. She really did look very impressive. Semyon had already gotten used to it, but now he seemed to look at her through their eyes, and even slightly opened his mouth. Then he came to his senses and suddenly shook inside, as happens when you forget about something important, and then suddenly remember it sharply, so that even your heart stops for a minute, and sweat appears on your forehead. Yes, that's right. Guys, the situation is very serious. I'll tell you briefly. Whether to believe it or not is up to you. But everything is not as it seems. We were thrown here as game. There are other people who are hunters, and they are hunting us. Oh, come on. Our group was killed, if not completely, then most of it. You can throw away the emergency beacons. They don't plan on taking us. We are expendable material. Brother, of course you can talk, but know your limits. Don't interrupt. I saw everything with my own eyes. She saved me. She is a local, by the way. Local? I repeat, everything is not as we were told. I understand. It is hard to believe. I myself doubted for a long time. But we will not convince or prove anything to you. We have warned you. It is up to you to decide what to do. So what to do? Try to survive. Liana intervened. Accept the fact that you will never be able to leave the planet. The sooner you accept this, the better your chances. Hunters have red headbands. That's how they tell each other apart. Take the man with the headband away, shoot him, or run. There will be no negotiations. Your game. Can we come with you? No. Liana cut it off. We're not a rescue mission. We have our own business. Run and hide. That's the best choice for you. And when this is all over, you'll find people here and settle in. So the planet is inhabited after all. Of course, Semyon said and looked at Liana. Are we moving? She nodded silently, and without saying anything else, turned and ran. Semyon shrugged and ran after her. Having caught up with her and settled down next to her, he asked, do you think they can follow us? Of course, they already have. So what should we do? No problem. It's good for us. If there are hunters nearby, they'll most likely notice them first. The guys aren't very quiet. And if something happens, we'll hear it. Cruel. They're like bait? More like an alarm, but that's their choice. They needed to be warned, but let them decide what to do next. We're just using the advantages of this situation, because not using them is stupid. They're between us and the hunters now. It's hard to accept. You can't babysit everyone. You need to be able to set priorities. Let's try to save those who are important to you. Your arguments are absolutely correct. I have nothing to say against them, but everything inside is turning upside down. This is war, my friend, and war is about making difficult decisions. It's like this. It's either you or them. Sometimes interests can coincide, like ours. You need to be loyal, not betray. That's all right. But you can't try to save everyone. You need to let people act on their own. Survive on their own. In the end, that's why you come here. You remind me of this very often, so that you realize how stupid it was. Or maybe not. Maybe I've only just now felt a taste for life. Well, now, God willing, that it doesn't end suddenly, from a bullet to the head. They continued to run quickly and quietly through the forest. Syoma was slowly adopting Liana's manner of moving silently and quickly. From behind, he could periodically hear the crunch of breaking branches, as if a large animal was forcing its way through the thicket. The boys were trying to keep up. He thought that if she had wanted to, she would have broken away from them long ago. But she was giving them the opportunity to pursue them. It seems to me that they are drawing attention to us on the contrary. Not to us, but to themselves. And besides, they are moving away from the hunters anyway. So, they believe them after all. Or they decided to play it safe. Well, that means they have a chance. Realistically assessing the situation is already half the battle. Fear is the key to survival. Well, I wouldn't say that you are driven by fear. Do you think I'm brave? But courage without fear does not exist. Courage is overcoming fear. Courage without fear is stupidity. Not realizing the real danger is fatal. When you know that you are facing death, you can't help but be afraid. You just have to be ready to meet the danger and have the ability to overcome it. If you don't have such an opportunity, run and hide. The old principle that works in the entire animal world: fight or run. And people are no exception. You're a certified master of psychology. I don't have a single diploma. They don't give them out in the forest, but I really know a lot. She smiled as she ran. What am I telling you? You've seen my library. That's true. She suddenly changed direction and ran further, bending over. Semyon did the same. Then they stopped and hid in the bushes. He wanted to ask what was going on, but she, guessing his intentions, put her finger to her lips. He stopped short and said nothing, but began to listen attentively to the sounds of the forest. In addition to them, the clatter of feet was clearly audible. Their pursuers were approaching. They fell behind a bit and lost sight of them, and now they were just trying to keep the direction. Finally, they ran out into a small open space. They didn't look very good. They were already out of breath. Their coordination was slightly impaired, and they were swaying. Their faces were red and sweaty. Having run out to the edge of the forest, they stopped, apparently not knowing where to run next, and they had no strength. Syoma thought that he probably should have looked the same, but they even chatted about philosophical topics while running. Yeah, it was not for nothing that Liana came up with these injections. Suddenly, on the opposite side of the clearing, an animal jumped out of the thicket. They had been shown such things at the lecture. It was a big cat, like a tiger or a lion, but covered in scales. He remembered that this animal was very dangerous, and it was difficult to kill it right away with a regular firearm. The scales were strong and could ricochet bullets, and sometimes they just got stuck in them. Syoma couldn't remember the name of this beast. Razor. Yes, Razor, with the stress on the I. Then another one of the same kind suddenly jumped out onto the clearing. They stood next to each other, waving their rat-like tails, and, slightly crouching and baring their jaws, began to slowly approach the boys. They, who had been in a daze for some time, came to their senses a little and began to raise their weapons. "You take the one closest, I'll take the one farthest," he heard Liana's voice, and saw that she was already aiming her bow. He also raised his laser gun and prepared to shoot. The beasts froze, preparing to jump. Then they jumped. At that moment Syoma saw out of the corner of his eye that Liana had released the bowstring, and he also fired. Nothing happened. There was no shot. The long-range razor got an arrow in the eye at the very beginning of the jump and fell dead on the grass, and the second one jumped. Safety. A thought flashed in his brain, but it was too late. 2 gunshots rang out. The guys were trying to shoot the beast, but either they missed or the bullets ricocheted off the scales, and its jump reached its target. The mouth opened wide and slammed shut, biting off the entire head. The body stood decapitated for a split second, then collapsed, and blood began to spurt from the neck. Just like in the video they were shown, only the beast was different. Syoma finally moved the safety catch and fired. Since he was almost not aiming, the laser beam flew somewhere in the area of the predator's back. It jerked, but it did not cause any noticeable harm. But he turned to Syoma and Liana, realizing where the threat was coming from, and immediately received an arrow in the eye, just like the first one. His mouth opened in silent amazement. His head fell out and rolled on the grass. Syoma threw up. While he was vomiting in the bushes, Liana got up and first approached one of the predators holding her pistol at the ready, kicked the carcass, and after making sure that it was dead, pulled out the arrow, tore off a bunch of grass, wiped it from the blood, and put it back in the quiver. Then she went to the second beast, stepping over the guy's bitten-off head on the way, and did the same. The one who survived sat on the grass, staring stupidly at the corpses and muttering something. It seemed to Semyon that he was repeating the same phrase. "This can't be." Liana came up to him, took the gun and threw it away just in case, then took the pistol out of his holster and did the same. The guy didn't even try to stop her. He probably didn't even understand what she did. Liana came up to Semyon, who was just getting out of the bushes, and said, "But this is all within the program. But soon the extracurricular performances will begin." And as if in response to her words, 2 shots rang out in the distance, a man's scream and another shot. "It started," she summed up. "They probably took the shots as a signal to start the hunt. I forgot to take the safety off." Semyon still couldn't come to his senses. "I forgot." It's not surprising, lack of experience. But there's no time to reflect. The hunt has begun. I could have saved him, and he could have saved himself, or his friend. We might not have been around at all, and we would both have died. Although this one looks like he's not a long-timer if he doesn't come to his senses. But he died because of me. Not because of you, but because of himself, because he flew here, because he was unprepared, because he was confused. Of all yours, only the lucky ones survive. It's a lottery, and you think that something depends on you. In short, either pull yourself together or our mission is canceled. Keep in mind, you're losing points in my eyes, and I'm starting to doubt whether it's worth continuing what you started. And you're losing them not because of the fuse, but because of your whining. Pull yourself together. And what's wrong with him? Yes, what's wrong with me? The guy who showed no signs of rationality suddenly seemed to wake up and crawl towards them on all fours. What's wrong with me? It looks like he's moved. Liana turned and walked away. Don't go. I'll just bury my comrade and that's it. I'll be quick. And he started pulling out the grass with his hands and scraping the earth, breaking his nails. Syoma looked at him with regret and rushed to catch up with Liana. He walked after her, trying not to fall behind. Words of justification and self-abasement were on the tip of his tongue. He really wanted to confess, to worry, but he literally bit his tongue to keep quiet. Liana stopped abruptly and turned to him. Stop it immediately. What? I was silent. I can literally hear your thoughts. How sorry you are that you screwed up. My advice to you, take this as a lesson. A very expensive lesson, paid for with blood. But try to remember it. And next time, God forbid, when my life depends on you, pull the trigger in time. We came here to save someone, right? If you don't learn to step over corpses, then you won't help them or yourself. Keep in mind, I will step over you. I won't betray you, but I will regard cowardice as betrayal and disappear. So, wipe your snot. Is everything clear? Yes. I'm sorry. I can handle it. That's it. Let's act. Syoma started pumping himself up artificially and felt the inner spring tightening more and more. That's better, but don't get carried away yet. Our style is stealth and invisibility. Okay, I got it. I'm ready. You're talking like a robot? Okay, let's go. And they didn't go, but ran again. About half an hour later, Liana figured out a relatively large group and they approached it. After watching, they counted 7 people in it. When they got closer, Syoma with great relief saw girls in it. He happily turned to Liana. We found them. Found them. Oh, how much joy. Watch out you don't jump out of your pants. Let's go faster. Wait, there's no need to rush. They heard shots and understand that something is happening. See how tense and collected they all are? First blood always mobilizes. Even if they didn't see it, they smelled it. Semyon looked at her skeptically. Well, hypothetically, of course, at the level of sensations. And what to do? Let's go, but carefully, slowly. Okay, but let's hurry up. You're really hitting the ground. They, remaining unnoticed, circled around the group, which by this time had stopped for a rest, and the people in it continued to animatedly discuss something. They approached from the side where his girls were, who, having left their things, had moved a little away from the parking lot and were animatedly talking about something. Snippets of conversation reached Syoma. I'm telling you, Susie, it's time to leave. Together we're more mobile, and this way there are more of us. More eyes, more guns, more hands in the end. I think someone died. We don't know for sure. Maybe he fought them off, or they fought them off. Liana pushed Syoma from behind, and he fell out of the bushes. The girls looked at him in shock. We really need to leave, and it's better with me. The situation is critical, he began immediately. Damn it, where did you come from? Chris was clearly in shock. That's not the point now. We need to leave immediately. How did you find us? Chris didn't let up. I'll tell you everything later, but now we need to hurry. No, first information, then action. They're hunting us. Semyon blurted out. Other people, they have a tour like this, more expensive than ours. We're game. Is that okay? How do you know? Just trust him. Liana appeared as unexpectedly as always. The girls turned to her at once and stared at her silently for a few seconds. Girls, this is Liana. Liana, these are the girls. This is Susie. He pointed with his hand. And this is Chris. Are you a local? Susie asked. It was Semyon's turn to be surprised. How do you know about the locals? Liana nodded. The girls turned their gaze to Semyon and only now noticed his weapon. Then, in unison, with familiar movements, they took out their pistols and checked the clips, then the magazines and the guns. How many of them? Chris asked casually and businesslike. There must be about 10, those who are following your group. We didn't count them exactly. They didn't even come close. Where did you get the trophies from then? Were they given out here? Susie nodded at Semyon's laser rifle. Liana answered. They were from those who attacked his group. How many died? Susie asked. We don't know, Semyon said. We barely escaped. 10. Chris, do you think we'll be able to kill them? Liana raised her eyebrows and looked from one to the other in surprise. Chris answered. The 2 of us, I doubt it. What are you doing? Do you want to fight them? Syoma had completely stopped understanding what was going on. Good for you for deciding to go to them. Liana patted him on the shoulder. The 3 of us. And Syoma will back you up from a distance, she told the girls. Are you sure of yourself? Chris looked at Liana with distrust. She's a monster. Syoma decided to add points to her in the eyes of her old acquaintances. Syom, I would prefer you to use other epithets about me, for example. She shoots well. She's a good fighter. I am a girl after all. Yes, Syom, what's wrong with you? Susie supported her. Oh, you guys got along so well. Syoma was sincerely outraged by the women's solidarity. Plus, he felt that they weren't really taking him into account as a fighting unit. This really hurt his pride. Your girlfriends aren't quite who they say they are, Liana said. Maybe we're very lucky that they're here. And who are they then? Hey, we're actually here. Chris was slightly indignant. You can ask us too. And will you answer? I guess you can now. We're from the General Security Service. Does it really exist? I thought it was a myth. Secret agents, above the law and all that. We're not above the law, we're servants of the law. Sometimes we act harshly and unconventionally, but our goal is to protect society. In short, I ended up in a brigade of women's special forces. A bit rude, but generally true. Susie smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, everyone has their own job. You were just discussing how to survive in the wild, with or without a group, and now you've suddenly turned into professional fighters? The rules of the game have changed. It's time to go. We need to warn our guys to hide. With these words, Susie went to the camp. Can you share a normal weapon? Chris asked. Unfortunately, no. The equipment was left quite far away. We won't have time. This is what we'll have to do, Liana answered. Lively voices and raised voices began to be heard from the camp. I'll go and help Susie convince the townsfolk that the danger is real. It seems they don't believe her, and she headed after her friend. They're doing the wrong thing. Liana kicked a rotten tree stump in frustration, which almost completely crumbled from the blow. Every minute counts. They're very close. She suddenly listened and put her finger to her lips, then waved to Semyon to follow her and stealthily went deeper into the thicket. He turned in the direction the girls had gone, but still followed Liana, deciding that it would be more useful if the danger was already nearby. 100 meters away, Liana stopped and pointed somewhere through the foliage. Semyon looked closely and saw some movement. Then it seemed to him that something red flashed. Liana showed him 3 middle fingers, bending only the little finger and thumb, which probably meant that there were 3 pursuers. It was obvious that they were tracking the group that included the girls. It seemed that they had been following the trail for quite a while, and now they decided to reduce the distance and attack. Semyon removed the safety catch. Liana, seeing this, smiled approvingly, and, having shown with a sign that he should stay here and watch the hunters, she herself quietly moved around. The voices from the camp were getting louder and louder, although it was impossible to make out the words. They were arguing animatedly about something. Syoma was a little to the side of the line between the pursuers and the prey. For some reason, they also hesitated and did not move yet, although he did not really see them, but rather guessed silhouettes in the foliage behind the trees. Syoma tried to make them out through the optical sight of the laser rifle, but without skill it was not easy to do. Any leaf that got into the sight immediately knocked him off balance, and for a long time he could not find the right place, examining the bark on the trees. Finally, having spat on this matter, he began to look with the naked eye, deciding that it would be more reliable. The pause dragged on. Finally, the hunters decided to start. They slowly moved forward and came out of their hiding place. Liana was not mistaken. There really were 3 of them. They moved carefully in a single file. Now they were clearly visible. He thought that if they noticed him, his chances would not be great. Goosebumps ran down his back. His palms began to sweat, and Semyon clutched his gun even tighter. He looked at the safety catch again. It was in the working position. His heart began to pound in his temples, drowning out all other sounds. It seemed to him that the bushes he was hiding behind were completely transparent and did not disguise him, that they only needed to turn their heads in his direction to notice him. One of them turned. Semyon froze, but they did not notice him. They continued walking. A step, 2, 3. Suddenly, one of them, who was walking last, jerked and stopped. Semyon saw that an arrow had pierced him through, entering from behind and coming out from the front. He lowered his head and looked at the arrowhead sticking out of his chest, stood for a couple of seconds, and then collapsed as if he had been mown down. Semyon didn't see the arrow fly. He saw it when it had already taken its place in the hunter's body and realized it was time. He looked through the scope, and since they were now in a fairly open space, he easily found one of the remaining ones in it, held his breath and fired. It happened quickly. The body of the first one hadn't even hit the ground yet when Semyon put the second one down. He didn't have time to aim somewhere specifically. He shot at the silhouette, at the upper part, and hoped to hit. He hit. He didn't understand where, but he hit it right, because the man started to fall. By this time, the third remaining one realized what was happening, realized where the shot came from, and began to turn to Semyon, raising his weapon. But at that moment, something flashed in a ray of sunlight breaking through the foliage, and a knife entered the hunter's temple right up to the hilt. It was all over. Quickly, silently, and unmistakably, Liana appeared from behind the trees, walking calmly, approached the corpses, and, looking at them, showed Semyon her thumb. Like, well done. Semyon stood up and walked towards her on wobbly, shaking legs. He was starting to feel sick. He hadn't yet realized that he had killed a man, but the large amount of hormones that had gotten into his blood made him feel sick. The first thing Liana did was pull out her knife, pluck a bunch of grass, wipe it clean, and put it in the sheath. Then, regretfully, she looked at the arrow sticking out of the body, plucked a large leaf, took the arrow near the tip, wrapped it in this leaf so as not to get dirty in the blood, and broke it off. Then she pulled the other half out of the body. Stepping aside, she lifted a piece of moss, hid the fragments under it, and sprinkled some more leaves on top. Semyon stood and watched silently, then couldn't take it anymore. What are you doing? Liana looked at him. It became clear that she was not going to explain, but seeing his condition, she still told. If they find a corpse with an arrow, and then we meet them in person, and they see my bow, it will immediately become clear who killed him. Why should I expose myself like that? Do you think we will talk to them? Liana sighed, but patiently continued. We don't know what will happen. Maybe they won't even find the corpses. It's just a precaution. How are you? She looked at him intently. Are you okay? Not quite, but I think I'm coming to my senses. You did a good job. You see, that failure was good for you. You would have managed without me, right? You didn't expect me to shoot? Honestly, yes. I hoped that you would do something, but I was ready to figure it out myself. We were lucky, we caught them by surprise. And for you, it was a good opportunity to practice. You were able to prove yourself in a more or less calm environment, with insurance. You were able to kill a man. Not a man, but an enemy. Yes, you were able to. And well done for being able to. You're gradually getting the hang of it. She went up to the one Semyon had shot. She leaned over and looked. There was a small, neat hole in the hunter's neck. You burned his spine. She looked at Semyon. Was it an accident? Syoma nodded. Yes, I was just shooting at him. I just wanted to hit him. It'll do for the first time, but it's better to shoot consciously. Know where you want to hit and hit. She stood up. Collect their weapons and belts. Syoma obeyed. They all had firearms, but really good ones. Cartridge belts, crosses on the chest, and thick belts with pockets. Liana had almost the same. Knives on the belts. They gathered everything in a heap. Liana looked at the trophies skeptically. Not enough. They probably have a temporary camp somewhere nearby. You could get better there. Take them and let's go. And with these words, she was the first to shoulder all 3 trophy rifles and walk towards the group of tourists, where loud voices still did not cease. Semyon got the belts with cartridge belts. Why do we need this? You make do with a knife and a bow. This is for now. Later, I told you, trophies are worth money. They can be sold. But in this case, I would rather arm your girlfriends properly. They turned out to be very useful. Better to say, they can be. I think they've already arrived. They're not here by accident. They're well informed and not at all surprised by what's happening. I think they're on a mission, and their mission is precisely related to what's happening. And that means that the chaos that's happening on the planet is not fully and not approved by everyone in power. And that can't help but make us happy. And you understood all this from a short conversation in which we barely touched on these topics? Of course, it's all clear. You need to be able to analyze and draw conclusions. Offer another explanation if you want, but I doubt it will be as convincing. Well, it's all logical. Ask them. I think they won't hide it anymore. Our interests completely coincide. We'll have to work together. They approached a small clearing where the group stopped for a rest. Susie sat thoughtfully on a log and drew on the ground with a twig, and Chris stood opposite a tall and strong man, and, it was obvious, was barely holding back. And he literally screamed at her, spraying saliva. This simply can't be. You two crazy idiots. Why are you stirring up trouble? What are you trying to achieve? Only Chris and Susie noticed Semyon and Liana entering the clearing, and their gaze was immediately drawn to the weapons they were carrying. Despite the fact that the girls were staring intently behind them, no one even turned around at their gaze. Everyone was very excited. Their consciousness narrowed, and they stopped noticing details. -3, Liana said loudly, and only then did everyone turn around abruptly. And she carefully lowered her shoulder, letting the rifle slide off, and carefully placed them on the ground. Semyon handled his burden less delicately and simply threw it away. Consider that you are all already dead. With this approach, you won't even make it to the evening. And now turning to the girls, why are you stuck here? Convincing them that the danger is real won't help them. Let's go and eliminate this danger. Who the hell are you? Get out of here. We'll figure it out without you. Syoma's fists involuntarily began to clench from such unmotivated aggression, but Liana reacted instantly. She ran at him, jumped up, pushed off the tree with her right foot, and kicked him in the chest with her left. The blow sent him flying back a few meters, somersaulted over his head, and sat up, blinking frequently and trying to breathe. He didn't manage to do it right away. This is my forest, and you are guests here, so behave politely. The bruised man was finally able to breathe, grabbed his bracelet, and, removing the lock cover, began to frantically press the evacuation call button. Liana looked at him with disdain. Like this? That's it. Are you done surviving? What should we do when they arrive? Chris asked. The others stood there in a kind of stupor from what was happening and tried not to attract attention to themselves. Nobody's coming. You're suicide bombers, and suicide bombers aren't taken home. So what should we do? One of the women asked timidly. If you survive, you'll live here. Something like that. I'm tired of telling you this, Semyon. Next time you take it upon yourself. Semyon nodded. For those who doubt the seriousness of what's happening, I suggest you take a walk. It's not far from here. There are 3 corpses of those who were going to kill you. Of course, it's not written on them, and they won't be able to tell you. But he can. She nodded at Semyon. He saw his group die. So run, but very quietly and carefully. Otherwise, no one has canceled the dangers that you were shown in the advertisements. Yes, one of yours died from an animal attack. Both, Liana interrupted. Both died. The second one is not a survivor either. Both? Susie asked again. Yes, those are the ones who were hitting on you, Semyon explained. Chris and Susie exchanged glances. Apparently, they immediately understood who they were talking about. The girls silently stood up and, going up to the captured weapons, picked them up and began to examine them. Then, apparently considering them better than their own, began to attach belts and cartridge belts to themselves. They did not quite fit, and they had to drill additional holes with a knife. So, I take it you are acting as our commander? Chris asked Liana. No, I just understand the situation better now. So listen to what I say. If you have any thoughts and plans of your own, tell me. She paused for a bit and added. You didn't know that there would be no evacuation? Of course not. We are scouts, if you like, collecting information. But this information must somehow be delivered to the authorities. Let's solve problems sequentially. Maybe I can help you. How? Do you have a ship? Syoma jerked and looked at Liana. She remained unperturbed. Or an interplanetary transmitter? I'm telling you. Let's see what can be done. Don't get ahead of yourself. What you are doing is in the interests of the inhabitants of the planet, so I will help you. But not everything at once. First, the hunters. The girls finally got their new gear. Do you think they have a connection with each other? Chris asked. Liana shrugged. There should be, but I don't know what kind. These ones didn't seem to have anything with them. Maybe they have some kind of transmitters sewn in, or they hid the communication system somewhere. Chris began to open all the pockets on her belt one by one. What they were interested in was not there. The aggressive man who had called for evacuation continued to sit on the ground where he had fallen. He had stopped pressing the button and was now waiting for transport, although his call was unlikely to have been accepted. The green light on the bracelet should have blinked, but it did not. But he apparently still believed that they would take him away. The remaining 4 people were quietly whispering among themselves, deciding what to do. Finally, one middle-aged man, who had been elected as a parliamentarian, separated from them. He approached Liana, deciding that she was in charge here after all, and said, We want to go with you. We have a better chance this way. You're wrong. Less. Both for you and for us. We'll have to think about your safety all the time. You need to run away from the hunters, and we'll go looking for them. We can help. It's like you can't hear me. It'll be more difficult with you. And if anyone tries to follow us stealthily, I'll shoot them myself. This is not a figure of speech. I'll do my best. Follow the route and watch out for wild animals. In about 100 kilometers, you'll be safe. They don't go there anymore. And we'll take care of the hunters. She patted him on the shoulder. Come on. Good luck. Lead the people. You're kind of their boss. It turns out that now you are. He looked at the one waiting for evacuation. He continued to sit and looked at Liana with an angry look. She clapped her hands and said, That's it, it's time, let's go. The 4 survivalists picked up their things, put them on, and followed their new leader. Chris, Susie, Semyon, and Liana also gathered together. We need to go back to the place where you fought and check everything again. I'm worried about their communication system. Let's figure it out. Make our lives easier, Chris said. Liana thought for a second and replied, Okay, it's okay. Especially since it's right here. And they walked through the forest. Only the one waiting for evacuation remained in the clearing. After sitting for a few minutes, he couldn't stand the loneliness. Deciding that if they came for him, they would find him by his bracelet, he put on his backpack, took his weapon, and hurriedly walked in the direction where his group had gone. But at the very edge of the clearing, he suddenly stopped, his face twisted with anger. He turned around and resolutely walked in the direction where Semyon and the girls had gone. The investigation of the scene of the skirmish yielded nothing. They checked all the pockets on the hunters, but everything was empty. Slightly dispersed, they moved to comb the bushes, hoping that they had left their things there. Only Susie remained near the bodies, standing, thoughtfully looking at the dead men and nervously tugging at her chin. After walking about 100 meters, they decided to turn back. Liana followed the trail, Chris and Semyon on the sides, examining the bushes, but all to no avail. As soon as they turned around, they heard a muffled whistle. It's Susie, Chris said, and they ran back. When they ran up, a strange picture appeared before their eyes. One of the corpses was completely naked, the one in which Semyon had burned a hole, and it was not stained with blood. Susie stood above him, legs wide apart and hands on hips. She looked at them triumphantly. There, and she pointed her hand at the corpse. They came closer and saw everything. On the hunter's chest was a small steel-colored circle, about 5 centimeters in diameter. What is this? Asked Semyon. What we're looking for, Chris said, examining the device. I've never seen anything like this, but the principle is clear. The device is slightly integrated into the body, then removed in 5 minutes, and there won't even be a trace left. I had a similar one implanted on a mission, but much larger and more primitive. And this one is just like jewelry. Bad news. These things transmit data about the state of the body, so they know that their friends are dead. And that means that at any moment they can show up to find out what happened. We need to leave. Susie added, Is there any way we can use this? Liana squatted down and looked closely at the device. Unfortunately, no, Chris said. They feed on energy from the body and are tuned to their carrier. After death, only a beacon on a battery remains in them. A beacon? Liana raised her eyes to her. And you say we can't use it? An ambush? Chris perked up. Exactly. How could I not have thought of that? Cut off their clothes, Liana commanded, and was the first to start cutting the pants off one of the hunters with a knife. I've done my share of the work, Susie said, and pointed at the one she had already undressed. Chris sighed and began to undress the remaining one. Listen, Susie. She couldn't resist. I'm still embarrassed to ask, if the transmitter was on his chest, why did you take off his pants? I started from the bottom. I thought it was in the genital area. So, you examined his genitals first? What happened will remain only between him and me. And turned to Liana. Listen, Lee, why are we doing this? Lee? Liana raised her eyebrows in surprise. Did they lay me off too? She is a master of psychological pressure on opponents, Semyon answered for her, who had already begun to understand what was going on. Yes, I can put pressure on that, Liana said, finishing with the clothes. So can I call you Lee? Susie decided to clarify. I already did. Call me, why not? Liana shrugged. That's good, because Liana is too long. Susie was happy. Of course, 5 letters. Sioma butted in. What next? Liana took a rope out of her backpack and cut it into several pieces. Tie them to the trees. This turned out to be no easy task, and the 4 of them had to deal with each corpse in turn. Finally, all 3 hunters were tied naked and standing to nearby trees. They stepped aside a little and admired the fruits of their labor. Liana reached into her backpack and took out a lipstick. Chris, seeing this, opened her eyes wide. What is this? Lipstick? Yes, Liana answered. She approached the middle body and wrote in bright red on the chest. The hunt continues. Then she came back and added, last time we had to make a sign. It wasn't very convenient. Last time? Oh yes, said Syoma. There was a last time too. What next? Let's move away and hide. We don't know when they will come for the bodies, or if they will come at all. And most importantly, how many of them there will be if they do come, said Liana, and went deeper into the forest. Judging by everything, they hunt in small groups, 3 people, like these. That makes sense. Alone is dangerous, in a crowd is not interesting. Chris began to reason as she walked. The situation can change radically when they realize that they are facing a strong opponent. It's strange that they're still just hunting, as if nothing had happened, after we'd caused quite a bit of trouble in Semyon's group. What did you do there? I thought you said you barely escaped. Chris asked with interest. As you say, what happened between us and the hunters will remain between us and the hunters. Liana looked back at Chris and smiled. She looked questioningly at Semyon, but he simply spread his arms and smiled too. They walked a couple of kilometers and stopped. Aren't we too far gone? Susie looked around, trying to get her bearings. No, Liana answered. They should come from this side. But even if they go the other way, we'll notice them. There are a lot of ravines in that direction. She waved her hand, then pointed in the other direction. There are windfalls. Part of the forest fell a long time ago from an explosion. What explosion? We used to be bombed here. After what we are doing now, they might bomb us again. Fun. Yeah. They are unlikely to want to drag bodies on their backs, so they must have some kind of transport. So they won't be able to go everywhere. The waiting time depends on where this transport was. And can they fly in for them? They can, but then it would be better for us to be even further away. Although this is unlikely. They usually try to solve problems on the ground until the situation gets completely out of control. And it will. And Liana looked cheerfully at her companions. It's strange, at first you didn't want to get involved in this at all, and now you just can't be stopped, said Semyon. Yes, it happened. At first I wanted to help you out of gratitude, but then the circumstances changed. And how did you deserve gratitude? Asked Susie with interest. He saved my life. So don't underestimate him. Syoma is really great. Sem. Chris suddenly butted in. So what happens? You save a girl. She is grateful to you for it. And the only way you can think of to take advantage of the gratitude of a beautiful stranger is to hire her to rescue 2 other women? What a fool you are. They all laughed quietly. You shouldn't call me a fool if those women are you. That's for sure. Don't be offended. I was joking. I'm not offended. I've gotten used to your humor. Liana put her finger to her lips. Let's be quiet. We're not on a walk. I hope we'll have time to chat, but later. They fell silent and began to listen to the forest around them. And he lived his usual life. It was slowly getting on with the evening. The evening birds began to sing. The wind rustled the leaves, bringing a feeling of peace. Waiting was the hardest part. After an hour that seemed like an eternity to them, Liana suddenly jumped up and began to quickly climb the nearest tree. Everyone also stood up, tensely began to look around and listen. Liana flashed in the gaps between the leaves. It was clear that she was peering into the distance through her monocular. Finally, she quickly descended. Let's go? Why? Asked Chris. There are too many of them. Something has changed. About 15 people, approximately. These are only those I could see. They are walking very quickly and lightly. These guys are not coming for bodies, but for our souls. After all, they took us seriously. So what? We just run away like that, said Susie. We will not run away, but retreat. If we give battle, we will die. And I have other plans today. And what are they? Asked Syoma. Let's take a tongue. A prisoner? What? It's the easiest and most reliable way to get information. And we don't have enough of it. Having said this, she turned and ran through the forest, leaving it up to them to decide whether to follow her or not. As usual, though, of course, everyone followed. It wasn't supposed to be like this, oh no. Harry didn't want to go this time. You could say he was forced. The director of the club himself initiated this hunt, and it's better not to refuse him. He even paid for it himself, for everyone. And that's more than 100 people, everyone he could gather. There were rumors that among the game, as they called those they hunted, there were those who had personally annoyed him. And he decided to arrange their fate this way, so that they wouldn't just disappear somewhere, But like this, with bloodletting. Well, that's his business. Harry loved hunting in general. Since childhood, he had a penchant for violence. When he was 11, he even beat his dog to death with an umbrella when he lost his temper. Because he was holding an umbrella. His father, knowing this penchant, when he grew up, introduced him to this elite club. They were very rich, and his father considered himself, and taught Harry to think so, that they were people of a special race. Or rather, that they are people, and everything else is cattle, just cattle that should exist only to make their lives easier. And in fact, there is no difference between a cow and a worker at their family farm. Harry happily accepted this philosophy. He was delighted with the club his father brought him to. Being involved in all this really made him feel special. Above the law, above authority, above society. Everything was fine until the last time, when a bullet hit him in the shoulder. It turned out that game can shoot too. After that, he inquired, and it turned out that hunters sometimes die. Not often, but it happens. He was told that this is precisely the point. That risk gives you a fuller taste for life. But he did not like all this at all. As long as he was shooting survivalists under the cover of an experienced mentor who was supposed to teach him how to hunt, everything was fine. But after he caught a bullet, the value of his own life suddenly came to the fore. The realization of the reality of the threat came, and along with it, interest in this activity abruptly disappeared. No, he still wanted to let blood, but it was desirable to do it safely. He was just thinking about whether it was possible to buy a person somewhere, essentially a slave, and mock him to his heart's content. And in the end, kill him. This scenario seemed more and more attractive to him. But where to find such a channel through which this could be done? You can't go to Dad with such a question. That would be too much. And you can't put an ad. But he had no doubt that such a thing existed. After getting into the club, he realized that in this world any desire can be satisfied. The main thing is to know who to turn to. And then suddenly this hunt. Risk again. Harry decided that he would always stay on the sidelines. Not to get into trouble. And even if he doesn't shoot anyone, it doesn't matter. The main thing is to survive. But everything went wrong from the very beginning. This segment, these were, of course, not their real names. It was taboo in the club, and everyone was given a club name, although most of them knew who was who anyway. The people in the club were mostly famous and rich, but that was the tradition. Happy birthday. He brought a sea of alcohol, which was not approved by the rules of the club. It was not forbidden, but it was not accepted. But Sigmund said that they would have to fool around for a couple of days anyway, so they needed to celebrate. And with a hangover, they were drawn to adventure. They did not wait, did not give the game a head start, and rushed off to hunt. This was, of course, very stupid. Even if everything went well for them and they killed all the game, then the hunt would have ended there. There would be no one else to hunt. You can't go and take the prey from other hunters. But it all went badly. So badly that Harry doubted that such cases had ever happened before. While they were drunk and breaking through the forest, everything was fine. Courage and fun. They were even able to maintain silence when they surrounded the survivalist camp. But when they attacked, something went wrong. Many of them started missing because they were drunk. The game started to run away and even shoot back. There was a big politician from one of the colonies next to Harry, and something happened to him that Harry will remember for the rest of his life. He was literally a meter away. An arrow entered his temple and pierced his head through and through. When they were preparing to attack, he noticed a tiny girl among the game. He really wanted to take her alive. And there was such a chance, because when the shooting started, she ran straight at them. Then, realizing that she was wrong, she changed direction, but it was too late. The 5 of them rushed to catch up with her. Harry ran and shouted, "She's mine. Don't shoot. She's mine. Take her alive." It wasn't like he could command here, but the drunken excitement of the chase erased all boundaries and limitations. And then the arrow. It wasn't someone else's death or the sight of blood that scared Harry. It was just that at that moment he suddenly realized that they were now the game. It was like an epiphany that he couldn't shake off. An arrow. Where did the arrow come from? Survivalists don't have arrows. They knew the game's equipment inside out. Hunters do too. So it was some kind of third force. Harry felt like one of those they were hunting, and he didn't like it. Perhaps he was the first to realize that someone else had interfered with their game. It became obvious later. But the only thing he wanted now was to go home. Home, to bed and crawl under the covers, and lie there in silence and safety for a long, long time. But he didn't belong to himself. That was another discovery he made today. It turns out that he never belonged to himself. All his life he was led and decided for, despite the usual feeling of superiority over the rest of humanity. Then they started shooting at them. Aimed. They hit too, but Harry was lucky again. One was killed, the other was seriously wounded in the chest. He will die in the morning. Another one, with an arrow piercing his head from below, was found nearby. They rushed to catch up with the shooter, ran in a crowd through the forest until they were exhausted. When their strength ran out, they realized that they were running into nowhere. There was a dark forest all around. Where the shooter ran to is unknown, and they had been pursuing him blindly for a long time. They decided to go back and count the losses. They killed only 5, the rest fled. And they lost 3, and 1 was seriously wounded. It was decided to return to the ship. But there it turned out that the score was tied, 5-5, counting the one who would die in the morning. The birthday boy was hanging on a tree with a sign on his chest. It was hinted that they were no longer hunters, and they were now the game. Yes, and there was no ship at all. From such an unexpected development of the plot, everyone fell into a slight stupor, which ended with them falling asleep right on the ground in a heap. 12 of them flew in, 7 remained. They didn't even give help to the wounded man. No one cared. It's good that they didn't abandon him in the forest. And this man, probably an influential and rich man in ordinary life, ingloriously kicked the bucket by morning. And the morning turned out to be very depressing. Along with the headache came shame for yesterday. They would now become a laughing stock. They lost the ship because they didn't post guards, lost 5 people, scared off the game. Perhaps they would now be expelled from the club altogether. But waking up on the cold ground, Harry was not thinking about this. He was thinking about his own defenselessness. He felt completely naked on this alien planet, in this alien forest, next to these alien people. They had all completely lost the will to resist, and, waking up, wandered sullenly around the clearing, not knowing what to do. Of course, the coordinator was informed about what had happened, and they knew everything there anyway, but for some reason they were silent for a long time. Finally, a message came from the director personally. It was transmitted to everyone through the speakers implanted in the ear. The director forbade evacuation, called for fortitude, said that he envied them that they had met a real enemy, which does not happen so often on a hunt. In general, that they were lucky. But since they were left without equipment, they needed to go to the neighboring hunter's ship and make it their base. He said that they would share everything they needed with them. He forbade asking for help from above. He said that it was unsportsmanlike, that they should solve all the problems themselves. He also said that this hunt was going to be the most interesting in a long time. In general, it seemed that he was happy about the problems that had arisen. And in the end, he expressed condolences for the death of his comrades. But it sounded like a formality. In general, having gathered their strength, the remnants of their group, which turned out to be unusually weak and disorganized, wandered to the neighboring landing site. There they were met, it must be said, without much joy. Of course, who would want to share their goods? And they immediately made it clear that the new arrivals should not count on their game. If they wanted to continue hunting, let them go catch their scattered survivalists. But no one was burning with desire to hunt anymore. A little later, an order came from the director for them to disperse between several groups and hunt with them, and then they would all get the game on their site together. Harry was on the 3rd hunting line. Now they were on the 4th. 2 were supposed to stay here, 2 more were supposed to go to the 5th, and 3 to the 6th. Harry was unlucky. He had to go to the 6th, that is, the far one. That same day, they all dispersed to their new bases. Arriving at the 6th line, Harry hinted that he was not eager to hunt other people's game and create unnecessary competition, that they themselves were to blame for their mistakes, and was ready to wait at the base. But the senior there said that he had no right to make such decisions, that all the roles were distributed, and he would have to go. But he, of course, could not shoot. They had to agree to this. The next day they set out, but they were supposed to catch up with the game only tomorrow. Harry, without any enthusiasm, dragged himself at the tail of the procession. No one spoke to him, and he did not bother anyone either. 3 walkers were with them, loaded with equipment and food. Together with the new arrivals, there were now 14 of them. Quite a large crowd. There was little gain for such a large number of people. When they, by all indications, began to catch up with the survivalists. A temporary camp was set up, in which they left everything unnecessary and, having broken up into small groups, began to hunt. There were 4 people in Harry's group. There was another group of 4 and 2 of 3 people. They split up and followed the trail. The first skirmish did not occur in Harry's group, although they were already catching up with the game. There were 5 of them. When 2 rifle shots were heard in the distance, his companions decided that it was time to begin. They ran forward, attacked the survivalists, and shot them down in a matter of seconds. Harry pretended to run with everyone at first, but then he fell behind and waited in the bushes until it was all over. After the massacre, they dragged the corpses into one pile and began searching. It was a tradition to find something personal on the victim, not from the equipment. Almost always, something like that was found, either photographs or some kind of talismans and amulets. These were trophies that all hunters without exception collected. Harry collected them at first, too, but then he lost interest. And now he looked at the looting of corpses with dull indifference. An argument arose between 2 hunters about who shot one of the victims and who should take the trophies, but it was quickly settled, because there was nothing to take from this victim. Having spilled the first blood, the hunters got excited and wanted more, so without delay they rushed to look for new victims. No matter how boring and uninteresting all this was for Harry, no matter how much he wanted to hide somewhere in a corner, he had to follow them, since being alone in the forest was much scarier. After some time, they were informed that one of their groups was completely destroyed. And very quickly, everyone died almost at the same time. Since this was an obvious attack or ambush, an order was given to all those remaining from their direction to gather together and wait for reinforcements, which should arrive from a neighboring route. Only when they arrive, it will be possible to move to the place of death and see what happened. Harry did not like this at all, although he was a little calmed by the fact that they would now be going in a very large detachment. About an hour later, they finally managed to gather all together, all 11 remaining from this route. They began to wait for reinforcements, which arrived surprisingly quickly. 6 people arrived on 2 walkers, 3 on each. They walked along their route in a parallel course, and were quite close when the incident occurred. While they were waiting, Harry did some simple mental math and realized that 8 hunters had already died. All cases of death during hunting were usually isolated and accidental. But 8. This gave rise to very serious concerns. It seemed that they themselves were being hunted seriously. He also thought that since it was such a force majeure, it would be nice if they were evacuated, but the others seemed to be burning with a thirst for revenge, and no one was talking about getting out of here. He would have to go with everyone to the end, wherever it was. In a large crowd with 2 walkers, they moved to the place of death, the coordinates of which the operator gave them. What they found there did not inspire optimism. The paint with which the inscription on the body was made very much resembled lipstick, and Harry was ready to swear that the color was the same as on the plate. One of the hunters was killed with a laser weapon, and 2 with a bladed weapon, judging by the wounds. Such a difference in the choice of weapons indicated that those who hunt them have a large selection, and they use what they like more or are more interesting. That is, the goal is not just to kill, but to have fun. An order came to set up camp and wait for further instructions. Apparently, the seriousness of the situation finally reached the director, and he thought hard, because they waited for a long time. Harry was sitting alone on a log, and, at some point, decided to go take a leak. Lost in his thoughts, he went into the forest so that he would not be seen, but here, as luck would have it, everything was very clearly visible. There was no point in leaving at all. The others just went to the nearest tree and watered it without interrupting their conversations. But Harry, for some reason, did not want to be seen. It was not that he was embarrassed, or that his upbringing did not allow it. He just did not want to. Therefore, he went further and further. The voices from the camp were still quite loud, and here, at some distance, it became clear how noisy they were. Going behind the bushes, behind which he was probably not visible, Harry unzipped his fly and hit the tree trunk with a tight stream. He stood and swayed his hips from side to side so that the trunk was wet from one line down. "It's very neat," he suddenly heard a female voice behind him. Harry turned sharply, and if he had continued peeing, he would probably have splashed the speaker, but fortunately he had finished a second before that. Coming to his senses, he frantically began to tuck his friend into his pants. The girl was very pretty, and she had a red bandage on her head. The thought flashed through his mind that he had not seen women on this hunt, although they had been in their club. Then, for some reason, he remembered the lipstick, but the next second, out of the corner of his eye, he caught something approaching his head, and darkness fell. First he heard voices. "Why did you have to hit him so hard? Maybe he won't wake up at all now," a female voice said. "I hit him well, he'll wake up soon." Another female voice answered her. "If he doesn't wake up in 5 minutes, we need to finish him off and leave." This was already the third female voice. What kind of women's hunting club is this? Harry thought. Is this a competing organization? "Girls, go have a bite to eat. I've organized a light supper there." This was already a male voice. Wow, they have a guy running errands, feeding them. It looks like some kind of feminist gathering. Harry's head was simply splitting. His body also ached in different places. He thought that when they dragged him here, they didn't stand on ceremony. And he immediately understood that they moved him somewhere. It felt like it was not an open space. The smells were different. It smelled musty and damp. The distant splash of water was heard, and where he was stunned there was no water nearby. Despite the terrible headache, his brain immediately began to work intensively, trying to come up with a way out of the situation, but since he didn't see any way out, panic gradually began to roll in. "Now, we'll decide what to do with this useless piece of meat, and then we'll come," one of the female voices answered. Harry decided to open his eyes a little to assess the surroundings. He slightly parted his eyelids, trying to look through his eyelashes, and unexpectedly, close by, he saw 3 female faces right in front of him. They were looking at him intently and even a little cheerfully. "Well, finally stop pretending, sly one," said one of them, with blonde hair. "I wasn't pretending," Harry tried to say, but his voice wouldn't obey him, and some kind of wheezing came out of his throat. Despite this, they still understood him. "You shouldn't start with a lie," said another, with a dark short haircut. "Your position is very unenviable, so full cooperation is the best you can do in this situation." "I'm ready to cooperate," Harry said in a brittle voice, and tried to clear his throat. "And who are you? You're not the one asking the questions here." This was said by the third one, with dark blonde hair. "I understand. I was just wondering." Harry immediately went into reverse. "What do you need? First, tell me about yourself. Who are you? How did you get here? What do you do here?" The dark-haired one was obviously in charge here. Harry's survival instinct told him nothing better than to tell the whole truth and hope for a pardon. He felt that otherwise they would not stand on ceremony with him at all. There was a danger that after they found out everything they needed, he would no longer be needed, but of two evils, as they say. He told them everything he could, and would have told them more, but he did not know what else might interest them. "Who is the director?" asked the fair-haired one. "I don't know for sure. The club maintains incognito, but rumors are going around, and he seems to be some kind of high-ranking army official. He really has a solid weight. Even large businessmen and politicians walk on eggshells with him. He is related to the owners of the planet and the station." The fair-haired one pointed upward with her eyes. "I don't know. Honestly, I've never even talked to him personally. But he loves hunting, tries not to miss a single hunt. But usually the hunt is planned well in advance, and this time everything was spontaneous. And almost by order. I never wanted to hunt anymore. Never. That's honest. But you don't refuse such people. And also, this time he brought his son. For the first time. They say he hid him for a long time for some reason. Either the story of his birth is murky, or from his enemies, which he probably has. I don't know for sure, and I've never been interested." Harry scratched his chest, and then began to feel it in fear. "Lost something? Do you think we would have dragged you here with a beacon? I just didn't expect it. They think you're running around the forest dead. Poor pig. I hope they don't find him. Let's go back to the director. Which group did he land in?" "He's on the front line, of course." "The director? I see." Then a man whose voice he heard entered the grotto, crouched down. "How many did you kill in the first group that you attacked while drunk?" 5. That's for sure. At least, they didn't find any more corpses. Can you describe the dead?" "No, I didn't look into it. I didn't have time for that at all." "Were there women among them?" "Yes, I think there were 2, middle-aged. That's all. I can't go into more detail, even if I wanted to." There was a pause. Then everyone stood up and left the grotto, leaving him alone. It looked like they were going to decide his fate. Harry suddenly realized how scared he was. There was no lighthouse. They wouldn't find him even if they wanted to. He was alone, completely at the mercy of people who hated him, and for good reason. They climbed out of the grotto formed by a large tree that had fallen from the slope along with its roots, and the earth had collapsed on top of it. It turned out to be an earthen cave made of uprooted trees. On one side, there was a steep slope. On the other, there were impassable windfalls of trees that had also fallen during the collapse of the slope. The place was difficult to access. Liana, who knew the forest like the back of her hand, had brought everyone here. They had to decide the fate of the prisoner. The mistress of the forest was the first to speak. I often take prisoners from your brother, but I always let him go. This is a completely different story. You come in search of adventure and to test yourself, so there is no reason to kill you. And this is a hunter. It is unreasonable to leave him alive. But I can't bring myself to kill such a worthless thing, although I have done it many times. I don't hate this guy at all. No, we don't need to kill. We're not executioners, Susie agreed. But where's the guarantee that he won't start shooting at us if he has the chance? Chris said. He won't survive in the forest. And if he does survive, no point in making your life harder. He's an extra enemy, especially since he knows a thing or two about us now. He saw our faces, saw that there aren't many of us. He doesn't know what all this is, but he can guess. And if he tells his people, we'll lose our mystery and psychological advantage. Chris was very convincing. It was hard to beat him. Semyon expressed his opinion. That's right, but who's going to execute him? What if we decide to kill him? We need to start from the point of view of whether you can do it. I can't kill a man in cold blood, so I vote against. I'm against it too, Susie agreed. I think he should be disposed of, Chris said. I also think he shouldn't be left alive, Liana said. And it looks like I'll have to do the dirty work as always. She turned and walked toward the grotto, from which they had stepped aside so that the prisoner wouldn't hear their conversation. Hey, poor thing, come out. Squinting in the light, the prisoner appeared from under the rhizome. He was depressed. His lips were trembling. I know that you don't need to leave me alive. He began an obviously prepared speech, but I'm ready to do whatever you want. I can serve, obey, humiliate myself, do any work. The main thing is to live. The prisoner almost cried. The sight was very pitiful. Everyone lowered their eyes except Liana. Apparently, she really was becoming their leader because all the difficult decisions and dirty work fell to her. You don't have to press on pity. We've already decided everything. Let's go. I'll get you out of here. If you can survive in the forest, then you're lucky. Syoma realized that she was lying to him and wanted to avoid hysteria and tears, so that he would die unexpectedly for himself. Probably, it's more humane. Liana waved her hand, indicating the direction, and the prisoner hurried there before they changed their minds. But he turned around and said, At least give me a knife. Don't be impudent. Liana snapped and followed. Wait. Syoma stopped her. Everything inside him was rebelling. Not because of what she was going to do, but because she had to do it. And, without knowing why, without giving himself time to come to his senses, he suddenly said, I'll go. Liana looked at him for a second, then nodded and stepped aside, making way for him. Syoma touched the holster with the pistol on his belt and decided that he didn't need more. There was still a knife hanging on the other side, but he was going to do it with the pistol. He didn't take any other weapon with him. They walked along the path between the rubble. It was easier to leave than to enter, and Syoma wondered if he would be able to find his way back. But he decided that he would deal with it later. The main thing now was something else. He had to kill an unarmed man in cold blood. It is much easier to do this in a fight, in a state of effect, when you sense danger. It is much more difficult to execute a person, and Semyon was already beginning to doubt that he could. Walking and looking at his back, he was already seriously beginning to think about whether he should let the prisoner go, and what to tell the girls in that case. His thoughts were interrupted by the prisoner himself. He stumbled and fell, awkwardly, with his legs spread. But when he stood up and turned to Semyon, he was holding a huge tree branch in his hands, which was rapidly approaching Semyon's head. He reflexively raised his hand in defense, grabbed the holster with the other, and why didn't he walk with the pistol in his hand? But it was too late. The branch crashed into him near the armpit. The blow landed low. Apparently, when getting up, the hunter lost his balance a little and missed the blow. He would have hit him the way he wanted, but his hand would hardly have stopped the huge branch, and his head would have gotten it anyway. The flash of pain was so strong that stars swam before his eyes. Syoma couldn't resist the blow and flew into the bushes. The hunter tried to hit him again. With difficulty, raised his weapon above his head and wanted to hit him from above, but his stick crashed into the branch of a tree above him and flew out of his hands. Syoma was fiddling with his holster with his hand, but he couldn't pull out the pistol. His other hand seemed to have dried up from the blow and wouldn't obey. The hunter didn't waste time picking up the branch and jumped on him from above. The pistol was finally pulled out, but he intercepted his hand, and a struggle ensued over who to point the barrel at. The hunter pressed his right hand against his face and held the pistol with his left. His palm covered his nose and part of his mouth, and Syoma began to choke. The hunter was puffing heavily from above. "Do you think I'm stupid? You weren't going to let me go anyway. But I'm smart. I'll survive, and you'll die, whoever you are." At that moment, Syoma finally regained control of his left hand, managed to pull out the knife and stabbed the hunter in the side with all his might. He suddenly went limp and began to fall. His hand slid off Syoma's face, and he saw an arrow sticking out of the hunter's neck. Well, Liana's aim didn't fail him. He pushed the corpse aside and began to get up. The left side of his body hurt like hell. Liana appeared on the path. "Syoma, remind me, what's our score? How many times have we saved each other? One thing is certain, I'm in the lead. I didn't have to interfere. The situation was under control. I would have managed, so it doesn't count. But thanks for your concern anyway." "Yes, I saw how you managed. A few more seconds, and that would be it." Syoma approached the corpse and silently poked it with his foot in the place next to the protruding knife. Liana, seeing the knife, thought, well done. I didn't even notice. But, my friend, you still got into trouble. Maybe you would have won, but you shouldn't have let it get to this point. There shouldn't have been a fight at all. Maybe, but the fact that you were following me is somewhat humiliating. It means you still don't believe in me. And not without reason, as you can see. But you are still learning now, and it would be better if these lessons don't cost you your life. But, to console you, I will say that you are a good student. And the way you tried to save me from the role of executioner is generally very sweet. I was just worried about you, silly." With these words, she ruffled his hair, winked, and went to get the arrow. Syoma did not understand whether she was serious or joking. He took his knife out of the body. They took the corpse by the hands and dragged it away from the path, deciding not to bother with the funeral. Let the forest dwellers feast. Especially since there might be many more corpses, you can't bury them all. The girls were waiting for them impatiently in the camp. As soon as they appeared, they immediately jumped up from the log they were sitting on. "How did it go?" Chris asked. Liana nodded towards Semyon, giving him the opportunity to speak. Liana was, as always, right. It was impossible to let him go. At the first opportunity, he attacked me and tried to kill me. Well, as far as I understand, we weren't going to let him go. He just realized what was waiting for him and did what anyone would have done in his place," said Susie. "Maybe, but since he was trying to kill me, I don't feel any sympathy, compassion, or pity for him. He died, and thank God. When they try to kill you, it has a very bad effect on humanism." "Liana saved you?" asked Chris, although her question was more like a statement. "Partially, I managed on my own, but she backed me up. The poor guy died twice at once." "Got it. What do we do next? For example, Syoma and I give injections." What, is it time already?" asked Semyon. "Yeah, it's getting dark." "What kind of shots?" asked Susie. "We're on stimulants. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it anywhere." "Can we?" "We don't have any supplies for you. I suggest this plan. Semyon and I have a day and a half left, then we'll have to hibernate, or it will be bad. For you, that will be 2 days without sleep. That's too much. You won't be of any use. So, we'll act according to this plan. We're now making a dash to the route that the 5th group is taking. Your friend should be there. We'll try to find him in that area. Regardless of the result, by the middle of the night we'll set out for Semyon's group's route, where I'll assign you to spend the night, and we'll try to find another one of his girlfriends." "Semyon, what's going on?" Chris was indignant. "I was just getting used to Liana, and then some other girlfriend? You'll like her, you'll become friends." "Oh, a womanizer." Susie rolled her eyes to the sky. "In his defense, I want to say that he's trying to help everyone. And the girl is really good. She might be useful to us," Liana said. "In short, Syoma is putting together a female squad." Chris snapped. I'll continue. By midday, again, regardless of the result, we'll wake you up and head out on the first route. Still 4, 5, or 6 of us. It's a matter of luck. Catch the director? Chris was inspired. Exactly. We won't eradicate the hunt with this. It will exist as long as this exists. She raised her eyes to the sky, where the bulk of the orbital station was already clearly visible. But we can eliminate one of the hunting clubs. Chapter 17. Everyone agreed to the plan of action and, having fortified themselves with the sandwiches made by Semyon, and he and Liana, with injections, purposefully set off. They reached the hidden walker quite quickly, and having loaded all their things onto it, they set off further. They set out on Valerie's group's route when it was already getting dark. There wasn't much time left to search for it. Semyon asked Liana where they should start. Do you think your friend would go alone or join a small group? She asked. I don't think he would go alone. That requires a certain type of character. But that's not about him. Semyon answered. Good, that will make it easier to search. We don't even know if they've been attacked or not yet. There didn't seem to be any shots heard. But that doesn't prove anything. They need to look around. 15 minutes later, Liana led them to a large hill that ended in a rather steep cliff. Standing on the top, on the very edge, everyone began to peer into the panorama that stretched out before them. It was already almost dark, but the darkness was very clear and transparent, like a moonlit night on Semyon's planet. A valley with sparse trees stretched out before them. In the dense forest that they had already gotten used to, this place looked unusual. A dazzling orbital station hung in the sky like a lantern. Look for light, Liana said. Bonfires, lanterns, or anything that might indicate the presence of people. Everyone began to peer closely at the landscape, trying to make out at least something. But Liana was the first to see it, of course. Curious, she pointed her finger somewhere into the valley. More precisely, at a small group of isolated trees. Looking closely, everyone began to distinguish small gleams there, not visible at first glance. Liana took out her miniscope and looked at this place for a long time. These are hunters, she finally said, then chuckled and began to look at another place, a little further. Now that's really good. Wait for me here, she said and ran along the edge of the cliff, then suddenly jumped down from it. Syoma's heart stopped. He looked over the edge and saw that she landed on a ledge, jumped to another one, lower, then another, and finally disappeared into the forest shadows. Where is she going? Chris asked. I don't know, but she probably came up with something interesting and useful. I think we'll find out soon. Let's watch. And they began to peer into the valley. Syoma tried to find Liana in the thickets at the foot of the cliff, but it was impossible. He wouldn't have seen her there even in the daytime. A few minutes later, a very loud and rather strange scream came from the thickets that Syoma was examining. It sounded very much like the shrill cry of a wild animal, but he realized that it was Liana screaming. She was imitating someone. And then, from the far edge of the valley, a muffled, but still clearly distinguishable chorus of similar shrill screams was heard. Liana screamed again. The chorus answered her, and it seemed to Syoma that this time it was already a little closer. Liana screamed again. They answered her, and now there was no doubt that those who were screaming were approaching. Even standing here, at the top, in relative safety, he suddenly noticed that his heart began to beat faster, and his breathing began to freeze with each scream. Syoma didn't know who was shouting and whether he should be feared, but a chill stubbornly began to run down his spine, and he shivered. He also noticed that the voices of those approaching, the hunter's camp and Liana, were on the same line. They were running towards Liana because she was calling them, but there were hunters on the way. Their meeting was inevitable that in the small grove where their camp was located. It became noticeably lighter and the beams of the flashlights groped around, trying to highlight the sources of the sound. It was unclear whether they could see them or not, but Semyon had already made them out. A bunch of dark silhouettes were rapidly rushing across the open space. The speed was impressive, and Semyon had already begun to guess the outlines of these animals. They looked like those that were called ostriches on his planet, but these were much larger. Perhaps they had in common that they ran on 2 legs. It was not possible to see them in more detail. Finally, the hunters also made out the group running towards them, gave up trying to highlight Liana, and focused all the beams on them. Yes, they looked like large ostriches, but obviously they were not ostriches. The distance was decreasing. It was unknown whether they would have attacked the hunters themselves, but they did not wait to check, and when the animals were close enough, they opened fire. The dry clicks of the shots sounded slightly muffled by the distance, but still quite loud. Syoma thought that they were quite within reach of the bullets if someone decided to shoot at them, but he consoled himself with the fact that it was dark now, and the hunters had no time for that. And they were shooting in the other direction now. One birdie stumbled, struck by a bullet and fell, followed by another, then another. The rest let out an indignant and furious cry and ran even faster. There were too many of them, more than 10. The hunters did not have time to kill them, and they burst into their camp. Now people were screaming, dying. But this did not last long. A few seconds. Then everything went quiet. "Give me your rifle," Liana said almost in her ear, and Syoma's heart almost jumped out. He handed her his weapon. "When did you get back? I didn't hear you come up. It's good that I'm not your enemy, right? Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago, you realize? You are very careless. City dwellers, what can you expect?" The girls stood silently, ashamed. They were all so carried away by what was happening that they stood completely defenseless, in plain sight, and did not watch their surroundings. Liana aimed her laser rifle at the grove and fired. There was some movement there. She waited for the rifle to load and fired again. The disgruntled cries from the former hunters' camp grew louder. Liana continued to shoot every few seconds it took to reload. It seemed that each of her shots found its target. The animals understood that their relatives were dying, but they did not understand who the enemy was, where he was, and what to do. Finally, the remaining few individuals decided to flee from this dangerous place. Several silhouettes separated from the grove and ran in the same direction from which they had come. But after each silent shot from Liana, one figure stumbled and fell. Finally, she shot the last one and handed the rifle to Semyon. Dangerous creatures shouldn't have been left alive. Semyon took the rifle. It was hot from continuous shooting. "Wow, impressive. Showed class." Semyon did not hide his delight. Chris and Susie were still silent. He thought that they probably got used to considering themselves cool, and now, having encountered someone cooler, they began to feel inferior. Liana apparently felt this too and turned to them and said, "Years of training," and winked. "Cool device, take care of it." This was already referring to Semyon's rifle. "Well, shall we go loot the camp of these suckers? Before they come here for bodies too? But that is if you are not too afraid of blood. It's probably a nightmare there now. These creatures are absolutely rabid. So hunters take the same risks as survivalists when they encounter wild animals?" Chris asked. "Of course, it's a hunt, but these animals aren't wild. They're specially planted for the duration of the tour. Then they're taken away. It's strange that there were so many of them. When they encountered such a herd, few would have had a chance to survive. Except you, of course," Susie quipped slightly. "If I had met them face to face, my chances wouldn't have been great either. If I had started a violent confrontation." "What? Is there a trick?" Semyon asked. "Is there something in reserve? Is it related to the fact that you lured them with a scream?" "Maybe it is," Liana smiled slyly, and cutting off the conversation that she did not want to continue any longer, walked along the cliff, but did not jump, like last time, but began to descend the slope. Everyone followed her. The walker trotted after her. In fact, he followed Susie, because Liana gave her a beacon that was included in the kit, and now he was unfailingly trailing behind, at a distance of several meters. Something unimaginable was really happening in the camp. Not a single whole body was left. They were all simply torn to shreds and partially eaten. Pieces of them were lying around, and sometimes gnawed bones. Everything around was splattered with blood. If anything was clean, then they considered it unnecessary. It was not very clear how many people were in the camp. They agreed that 6, but they were not sure. Syoma also noticed that all the creatures were killed with a precise hit to the head. They all had meat holes burned into their skulls. They themselves really did look like ostriches, only with scales, with a mouth somewhat similar to a shark's. And they were the size of a cow standing on its hind legs. He remembered how quickly their herd moved, literally rushing headlong, and shuddered. Very large, fast and bloodthirsty creatures, hunting in a pack. It is really better not to meet them. Having checked everything that could be checked for usefulness, they left the camp and went on. Where they were going, only Liana knew. Do you think we can find him? Syoma asked, catching up with Liana and settling down next to her. I don't think so, but we'll try, since we're already here. And how are we going to look? Even earlier, before it got dark, I found traces of a fairly large group. They weren't hunters, most likely survivalists. Let's hope they haven't been killed yet. Those who were torn apart by the sadists were following their trail. Sadists? Yes, that's what we call these creatures. They have some scientific name, but I don't even remember it. Animal abusers, that suits them very well. I haven't seen any. They haven't shown them to us. Do they live here? No, they're not local. From another planet. They're brought here exclusively for you. But usually there aren't many of them, not like this time. And it's pretty hard for an inexperienced person to deal with one, and there's just no chance with a pack. Do you think I'll get my money back for the tour? You'll be lucky if they think you're dead. What money? Yes, I was joking. The joke wasn't funny, and they continued walking in silence. About an hour later, Liana stopped them and said, "We found them. Someone needs to stay with the things and just act as backup, and someone needs to go after your friend." "I don't see anything," Chris said. "I can't hear them. They're very close. They seem to be hiding. They must have heard the shooting and mobilized. They're sitting there and don't know what to do or what to be afraid of. After all, no one else was supposed to be shooting here. And why don't you tell me the secret of how you found them?" "At night, in the forest. We walked and came to the right place." "How do you do that?" "It's not a secret. I knew where the drop-off point was. I know all the drop-off points here. I knew where they would go. We were walking perpendicularly and crossed their path. I saw the tracks of a large group, and we followed them. I didn't see any tracks. Tracks aren't necessarily footprints. They're any violation of the integrity of the forest balance. There's nothing strange about what you don't notice. I grew up in the forest, and for me it's all an open book. Any broken branch is like a ticker with information for me. I don't even think about it. I just see and know. I knew that hunters were coming for them, and we were lucky that they were in front of us and not behind us. But I can't guarantee that your friend is there. The chances are high, but if not, we won't search and will continue to act according to the plan. If he is alone or in a small group, then it will be difficult to find him. It is possible, but it will take time, which we don't have." "Okay," Chris sighed. "Don't be offended. It's not from mistrust. It's just that we are used to taking the initiative ourselves, and here we hang around like useless appendages and watch with our mouths open as a professional works. Don't worry. You are just on my territory, and here I know better how to act. But unfortunately, soon you will also have the opportunity to prove yourself. And now you can take the initiative and go after your friend. And warn the people to be careful. And Semyon and I will wait for you here." "Okay." The girls perked up. "And where to go?" "Straight ahead." As we were walking, about 200 meters. The girls immediately moved briskly in the indicated direction, happy that they had something to do. The walker moved after her. "Susie." Liana extended her hand after her. She turned, saw the hand, smiled, took out the beacon and gave it to Liana. "You won't get shot from your friends." "We'll try." And they disappeared into the darkness. "And why did we stay?" asked Semyon. "I told you just in case. And we're not needed there. And I thought you wanted to be alone with me. Your company doesn't bother me, but this time, don't look for meaning where there is none. So next time we can look? Who knows?" Liana smiled slightly. "Tomorrow is a hard day. It's possible that not everyone will survive it. Do you know why I'm helping gather your friends? Do we need soldiers for our little army?" "Exactly. Then why not call up, for example, this group that we found? We don't need a crowd, but combat units. There must be at least some mutual understanding and trust. You have that. Plus, you're still pretty well prepared compared to the others. If you gather a crowd that's pretty hard to motivate and almost impossible to control, then that's bringing people to the slaughter. We'll act covertly. Guerrilla warfare. That's why independence is important. Do you value me so highly? It seems to me that I didn't show myself very well in the clashes. Of course, it could have been better, but look at the result. You're alive, and your opponents aren't. That means it wasn't hopeless. Besides, I see how you're learning. You have the desire, and you're making progress. You can survive. That doesn't apply to everyone. Your girls are great, too, but they just won't get the hang of it. But they have potential. I don't really know anything about the others yet, but I hope they'll be useful too. So we'll use them? Is that okay? Well, if it comes down to it, We're saving their lives and giving them the opportunity to fight for their future. Who else should do that? Me? I'm not a rescue squad. I've already explained that to you. I have my own interests, which just happen to coincide with yours right now. And then what? Let's not talk about then. We still have to live to see then. Once we win, we'll make plans. But now we need to focus on what's happening. Okay, let's focus. There was a pause, and they sat in silence for a while. Listen, Lee. Lee? Well, yeah, Liana doesn't pronounce well in colloquial speech. Listen, Liana. It's getting long. You know, I've been alive for a long time and no one has complained yet. Who is there to complain to? Do you think I never leave the forest? Do you think I'm a complete savage? No, no, no. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant at all. I just made a bad joke. On the contrary, I admire you. That's better. Go on and pour honey into my ears. I may be old, but I'm still a girl, Liana chuckled. Are you asking for a compliment? I'm not asking for one. I'm telling you straight. Admire out loud, since you've already started. To be completely honest, all of this is more than strange. What exactly? It doesn't look like a compliment yet. Everything that's happening. Well, you came here to get out of your comfort zone. Of course, you didn't expect this. But if everything matched your expectations, then leaving the zone would not have been complete. Yes, even now it seems to me from time to time that this is a script. That all of this is planned. That this is exactly what I bought. I just wasn't warned about everything, so that I would believe in what is happening. And you probably also think that all of this is a bit make-believe, since this is a game, and you can't die here. Exactly, like a computer simulation. I have to disappoint you. Everything that is happening is real. You shouldn't say otherwise. You are a character. I advise you not to get too carried away with this topic. It could end badly. If you think that all of this is a simulation, then you can relax. And not only you can die, we can also suffer because of you. So, my friend, I advise you to get rid of illusions. But all this again does not amount to a compliment. Patience, that's what I'm getting at. One of the reasons I find it hard to believe what's happening is you. Ooh, that's getting more interesting. You're just so perfect in everything that I just can't believe we could actually meet. The moment I first saw you, standing on a log with lightning flashing behind you, still stands before my eyes. You know everything. You can do everything. You just have no flaws. Seriously? No flaws. I'd think you were drunk if I didn't know for sure that you weren't. Although, maybe the drugs are affecting you like that. No, these aren't momentary thoughts. They've been brewing in me for a long time. And all this is spurred on by an extreme situation. Subconsciously, you want to live life to the fullest and have time to continue your family line. And here's the hormonal surge. So you think you couldn't captivate me? This already sounds like a complex. Well, why not? She could. You just shouldn't fall into illusions. The situation also plays a role here. Wait a minute. Did you just confess your love to me here? Stop, stop, stop. This is completely untimely. I don't know. I'm completely confused. And what would you like to think? Look at you, you sly one. How I wish I could. I wanted you to say something nice to me and not spill this revelation on me. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm not myself. Maybe it's really the drugs that are having this effect. I feel a little sleepy. This is bad, but let's hope it lets you go. Otherwise, I can't take you with me. Don't worry, I'm in shape. Physically, I feel fine, and I seem to be thinking clearly too. This emotional outburst suggests otherwise. And who pulled my tongue? Well, actually I did. But I was joking. Syoma sighed. They're taking a long time. Fine. We still need to get there, then back. And we need to have an explanatory talk there. They fell silent again, this time for a long time. Syoma sat down on a log and began to scrape off the bark from the trunk with a knife. Liana was simply silent and thought about something of her own. About half an hour passed like this. Now it's really long. Liana finally broke the silence. And what's really strange is that it's very quiet. She stood up abruptly. Something's wrong. Quietly, let's follow them. And with her fast cat-like gait, close to running, she rushed in the direction where the girls had gone, putting the beacon in one of the bags on the walker along the way. Syoma quickly ran after her. And although a second ago he was sitting quietly and picking at a log, now his heart began to pound wildly. Liana's anxiety was instantly transmitted to him. While they were running, he noticed that Liana, as was her habit, was making a circle to come from the side where she was definitely not expected. They covered the necessary distance in a few minutes and came out to the supposed camp from the side opposite to where they would have come from if they had gone straight. Having stopped in the dense thickets, they began to watch. As usual, Semyon did not immediately see what was happening. At first, he did not see anyone at all. Then, he began to distinguish silhouettes that were barely moving and were obviously waiting for something. It was an ambush, and they were waiting for them. There was no one else. Semyon counted 4 silhouettes, but something told him that this was far from all. Liana said that the group was quite large. In general, it was not very visible behind the trees, and the campsite itself was almost completely hidden by foliage. So, he could only guess what was happening. Liana apparently knew more, but he did not dare ask, so as not to violate the silence. Finally, the rustling of bushes was heard. Someone was pushing through the thickets from the side from which they were expected. "Stand down, there is no one there." Someone's voice was heard. "There is no one, or you did not find anyone. What difference does it make? Even if there are, they will not attack us. There are many of us. If, as they said, there are only 2, and one of them is a woman, then there is definitely nothing to fear. But another woman would not hurt us." A hoarse, middle-aged voice spoke. "Well, go run through the forest. Maybe you will find someone." "Okay, we'll make do with these. But it's better to leave a guard, you never know. So you stand there, if you're so smart." Judging by the voices, silhouettes, and movement, Semyon thought there were at least 10 people there, and most likely more. It was unclear what kind of people they were. Could they really be the same survivalists? But it turned out that the girls were their captives. Something wasn't working out. The movement in the camp was becoming more and more lively. The tension was apparently subsiding, and they were starting to behave more and more carelessly. Semyon looked at Liana and saw that she was peering very intently into the darkness. A predatory, one might even say gambling gleam had appeared in her eyes, and a slight smile was playing on her lips. He thought that he would least of all want to have such an enemy. She emanated strength and a sense of danger. Even being on the same side with her, Semyon suddenly began to be a little afraid of her. But he immediately tried to drive these thoughts away. In the meantime, some unknown people lit a fire, and it became a little easier to see what was happening. Someone started to move around in the bushes, and they started to pull girls out from there. They were tied up, and both had gags in their mouths. They were dragged out and thrown near the fire. Despite their helpless position, both had furious looks, and they glared angrily at their offenders. "What are we supposed to do with this?" One of them pulled Valera out into the clearing. He was also tied up, with a gag, but besides everything else, his head was covered in blood and his eyes were wandering. He must have been in a tough spot. "Just finish him off, that's all." "Just like that? But that's not interesting. Why did you drag him out? Let him lie there until he's needed. Maybe we'll want to throw knives at him, or let him go around the field tomorrow and shoot." The hoarse-voiced one spoke again. They were survivalists after all. Syoma recognized one of them, and Valera was with them. So, it was just a strange group that was no better than hunters. But they usually consist of strangers. How did it happen that scumbags gathered here? "We need to decide how we'll divide the spoils," one said and jerked Chris to her feet. She hissed at him through her gag. "What's there to decide? First we'll give it to the marshal, as the most respected, and then by lot, so that no one would be offended." No. No preferences. We're all equal." The hoarse-voiced one, who was apparently called Marshall, spoke up. "A lot, so a lot. It's a matter of luck." And he burst into donkey laughter. Syoma saw him then, because until then he had kept in the shadows. And now he went up to Chris, grabbed her by the hair, and looked into her eyes. "Oh, how wild. That's good. It will be more interesting to ride. Let's draw lots." There was a fuss. They were looking for something to use for the draw. In the end, they decided to get by with ordinary pieces of paper with numbers. The one that Chris picked up, for some reason, continued to stand and hold it. Apparently, he was showing off the goods to warm up the interest. At that moment, Syoma saw that Liana took 3 arrows out of her quiver. She took 2 in her teeth, put 1 in the bow. Syoma also took the gun at the ready and immediately removed the safety catch. This did not escape Liana, and she glanced at it and nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, everything was ready for the draw. One of the bandits came out with a hat to the middle and stood next to Chris. Marshall also came there. "My friends," he began to speak in his hoarse voice. "Could we have imagined, just recently, That this night would be so wonderful? That the heavens would send us such a gift in the form of two charming but obstinate young ladies. We have long been in an unnatural situation, deprived of feminine affection. But now everything will change. I have only one request for you. Treat them as carefully as possible, so that they can delight us for more than one evening. Restrain your bad impulses, if any of you have them. First, we will play the dark-haired one. And with your permission, I will start first. This does not give me any advantage. Does anyone object? No, we do not object. You draw first. A discordant chorus of voices was heard. The marshal stuck his hand in his hat, rustled there, and pulled out a piece of paper. Number 4. He raised his lot high above his head. Everyone hummed and clapped approvingly. Syoma heard a light, barely audible creak of the bow, and then the whistle of an arrow. It hit Marshall right in the forehead. The second one entered the eye of the one who was holding Chris. He let her go, and she couldn't stand on her legs, which were tied, and fell. The third arrow hit the chest of the one who was standing closest. It seemed to Semyon that Liana managed to release another arrow when the previous one had not yet reached the target. And only when the third arrow found its victim, he also fired. He had chosen his target in advance. It was a healthy man, who was standing a little to the side, but was clearly visible. Semyon was afraid of accidentally hitting one of his own, so he chose a target from the side. He hit, burned a hole in the middle of the body, in the chest. He decided not to show off and shoot for sure. In the broad chest. The man fell. Syoma began to aim at the next one. And at that moment Liana grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and literally threw him to the ground. The next second, shots thundered and began to knock down leaves and branches above their heads. Liana crawled along a small ravine away from the camp. This ravine gradually deepened, and soon it was possible to crawl on all fours and then run hunched over. Although they had moved a decent distance away, they continued to hold on to the fold of the terrain so as not to catch a stray bullet, because the hysterical shooting from the camp was still going on. Syoma thought that this ravine was there for a reason, and Liana had thought out an escape route in advance. They ran around the camp, apparently to attack from the other side. How many are there? Syoma asked as he ran. There were 13 or 14, something like that. We took out 4. About 10 more. Too many. We'll manage. The main thing is we took the leader. Maybe we won't have to kill everyone. Why are you shooting at the head? It's possible to miss. From such a distance, I am almost sure that I will hit. And if the arrow penetrated the skull, then it can be crossed off the list, and if it hits the body, there are options. The main thing is that they do not kill ours out of anger. I think they have no time for them now. Hysterical screams were heard from the camp, and it was obvious that the chase rushed into the forest, but quickly returned, afraid to split up. They did not know exactly how many enemies there were, and preferred to stick together. Although it is unlikely that they thought about strategy, most likely they just chickened out and did as their instinct for self-preservation dictated. Even in complete darkness, it was very clear where their camp was, by the noise coming from there. Suddenly the voices became louder, and then everything went quiet. Liana stopped, partly because of the unexpected silence, and partly because they almost ran where they needed to. Come out, whoever you are, or we'll kill those creatures. They found a new leader quickly. That's bad. The element of surprise is gone. What are we going to do? Give me your knife. You don't need it anyway. Syoma didn't agree, but he obeyed and handed over the knife. Liana took it, threw the bow over her shoulder, and walked towards the camp. Then she turned around and quietly said, "When the brawl starts, kill as many as you can, at least 3. That's your assignment," and walked on. Syoma had questions on his tongue, like how he would know that the brawl had started, what would happen if he couldn't shoot 3, and so on, but he realized that he would have to make the decisions himself. The first thing he needed to do was find a good shooting position, which he did. Liana, meanwhile, had already come quite close, but not so close that she wouldn't be able to hide in the bushes if anything happened. "Boys, just don't shoot, I want to talk," she began in a flirtatious voice. She was behind them, because they were standing and waiting for an answer from the other side, from where they were shot at. But after her words, everyone suddenly turned around and pointed their guns at her. "Quiet, quiet. Are you scared of a girl? Did you shoot?" "Of course I did. You behaved very badly, and you needed to be punished. It's not too late to start on the path of correction. Especially since you don't fully understand what's going on here. You mean that we are being hunted? We've heard that nonsense. It's not nonsense. But that's not what I'm talking about now. I killed those hunters who were following you, so you are safe for a while, until the others come. But it's not them you need to be afraid of. Who then? Said the big man who had assumed the role of leader, but his voice had a hysterical note, which betrayed his excitement. He held Chris, who was obviously unlucky today, in front of him and rested the barrel against her chin. Me, of course. This is my forest, and here I make the rules. If you don't take advantage of the chance, I will sentence you. If there is even a scratch on them, she pointed at their captives, I will kill you all. Without exception. You can't handle it. There are many of us. You are not a threat to me. You are too weak. And what's stopping us from killing you right now? And he removed the gun from Chris's chin and pointed it at Liana. She had been standing calmly the whole time, with her empty hands hanging down by her sides, or rather, it seemed that way to them. In fact, she had a knife in her right hand, which was hidden behind her wrist, and she held the handle with her thumb. So it seemed from the side that she had nothing. As soon as he redirected the gun to Liana, she looked at Chris and abruptly pointed her eyes at the ground. She understood everything at once and rushed down. The one holding her did not expect abrupt actions. She slipped out and fell to the ground. At the same time, Liana threw a knife from below and, having flown more than 10 meters, it pierced the speaker's throat. He wheezed, began to fall back. The hand with the gun shot up. His finger began to convulsively press the trigger, and the night was torn apart by shots again. He managed to shoot 3 times into the sky before he fell and died. The next second, many shots thundered, intended for Liana, but she was no longer there. She was already gone when the knife had just reached its target. From his position, Syoma saw that she simply stepped behind a tree. Behind a wide tree, behind which you can very reliably hide from bullets. And he knew that it was not by chance that she was near him. As soon as Liana threw the knife, he knew it was time. Pressed into the moss and hiding behind a root sticking out of the ground, he could see the camp quite well in the gap between the trees. While their short conversation continued, he marked out his targets, trying to choose those who were clearly visible and, in his opinion, posed the greatest threat. When the shooting began, he also opened fire. He shot the first one very accurately, right in the chest. The second one jerked, and Semyon hit him in the shoulder. Having received a wound and realizing that they were being shot at, he fell to the ground. Semyon did not try to finish him off and switch to the next one. It became more difficult to shoot because there was movement, running, and he only hit the third one in the thigh. The shooting gradually began to die down because it was pointless to shoot blindly. But Syoma was not going to stop and found another victim. The guy hid behind a bush, probably hoping that it would protect him. He hit him in the head, although by accident. He fell out of his bush with his arms outstretched. Someone shouted, "Don't shoot. Please, don't." "We agree." "To what?" Liana shouted. "Release the prisoners. Do it. Let them leave with all their things. And no nonsense. My promise is still valid. Of course, we didn't want this. Those who wanted it are already dead. It doesn't matter. You participated, and that's enough. But I will spare your lives." "What guarantees?" "None. It's just that if you don't do this, you'll only have a few minutes left to live." Syoma stopped shooting, but just in case, he kept his gun on those who rushed to untie the girls. The survivors had completely lost their fighting spirit and were apparently going to let the prisoners go. And if the girls, having freed themselves from the ropes, immediately demanded that their weapons be returned, which was done, then Valera was in a really bad way. Susie took his backpack, and the two of them, throwing his arms over their necks, practically dragged him away from the camp. He could barely move his legs. "If anyone decides to follow us, they better change their minds right away." "No one will. We would like to consider the incident closed. I hope everyone shares your opinion." No one said anything in response. When the girls with Valera passed by Liana and saw her, she waved her hand at them to go on, as if there was no one there. Then she looked in the direction where Semyon should have been and pointed at him, then pointed at the girls, and then in the direction from which they came and where they dropped their things. Semyon understood this to mean that they needed to go, and she wanted to stay. He looked through the scope at the camp for some time, but everything was quiet there. Some were helping the wounded, some were dragging the corpses aside. After waiting for Valera and the girls to go deeper into the forest, He finally left his position and followed them. Yeah, great, right? Yeah, and they won't find us here? I hope not, but we won't check. We're getting out of here very quickly. So you're not sure? Of course not. They could have stuffed something here that I don't know about. I doubt it, but they could have. So, it will stay here, in the sump. For a long time, maybe even a year. When it becomes clear that they did not find it, and there is no ambush, we can study it in more detail. But overall, I did well for the first time, right? What first time? What? Is this your first time piloting? Of course. There are no ships on our planet. Well, almost none. My grandfather dreamed and planned to steal a ship, my father, but they did not succeed. But I did an impromptu. In the morning, I did not even suspect that everything would turn out like this. Now we will run away as far as possible and lie low. We just need to send an alarm signal to our people so that no one comes here. Otherwise, the disappearance of the ship will not go unnoticed. They will turn everything upside down here. I have friends there. I want to help them. Is this girl quick? Not only that, there are 3 more on other ships. I am very sorry. Either they are already dead or will be soon. A ship of hunters flew to each of your ships. Although, they usually do not attack on the first day. It seems that you simply drank too much and did not want to postpone. But those who take hunting more seriously will not rush. So, your friends have a couple of days. But we will not help them. We simply will not be able to find them. So what is going on? Some people bought a more expensive tour than you, which gives them the opportunity to hunt people. You are just game. You have been written off. There is simply no return for you. This is some kind of nonsense. This simply cannot be. In the modern world, such a thing is impossible. Analyze what happened after the landing and think about whether to believe me or not. But rest assured that if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have survived. I don't wish you any harm, but I don't need you anymore. What we might have had to carry, we transported in one flight, and collecting junk in the forest after the hijacking would be too dangerous. Greed has ruined many miners. So don't argue with me and listen to me. Then I will help you get out of here, and, perhaps, you will be able to settle in our society. I don't know, what you say may be true, but I can neither comprehend it nor believe it yet. This. I don't know. I'm not ready for this. It seems to me that all of this is some kind of game, a script for my tour. That all of this is planned. The sooner you understand that this is reality, the more chances you will have to save your life. And who are you? I'll tell you the rest later, as I promised. I decided to enlighten you a little, so that your mind wouldn't go crazy. There's no time for the rest right now. She went into the cargo hold and approached a 3-meter box. She patted it, and here's our transport. The box turned out to be a cargo walker. 6 legs, similar to a spider's, an elongated body on which you can load cargo, or you can ride it. Cool thing, I've been dreaming of one for a long time. One condition, you'll have to be blindfolded. Why? It's not that I don't trust you, but imagine that you get caught. They use inhumane interrogation methods on you, and you give away the place where the ship is hidden. How can I give it away if I don't even know where we are? You can notice something along the way, some landmark, and that will be enough for them to find the area, and they will learn from you that they need to look for a large cave. And then it's a matter of technique. Don't worry, this thing has a soft ride. You won't fall. I'm not worried about that. I just don't want to give up my senses. Well, I'm not going to blind you. Well, there's no point in arguing with you. I already understood that. But there's no need to be afraid of me. I'm not a bad person. I'm just merciless to my enemies. If I were different, I would have died already. Okay, give orders. If I trusted you until now, why stop? But I'll try to find friends. You lead me closer to them, and then I'll manage somehow. Do you think you can handle it? Your zeal is commendable, but suicidal. However, it's up to you. Let's go. She blindfolded him with a black cloth that she tore off some packaging, helped him sit down on the walker, hung bags on the sides, in which she collected some of the weapons and equipment from the cargo compartment, and they drove off. The device really turned out to be not bad. It moved its legs quickly, but almost silently, placed them very carefully, so that despite the fact that they were not moving along the road, in the saddle there was a feeling that there was a smooth highway under them. After a few minutes of movement, Semyon felt a breath of fresh air on his face and realized that they had left the cave. And you didn't think that I could remember the place during the flight? I didn't think. Now I'll have to kill you. I hope you're joking. I'm joking, of course. I really didn't think about it. I had no time. But I still won't untie your eyes. The less you know, the better. She was sitting in front and controlling the walker. It was more than 1.5 meters behind, after a pair of middle legs. While we're driving, maybe you can tell me what you promised. I've conveyed the main idea to you. Ask me what you don't understand. I'll tell you. We weren't told that people live on the planet. It must be uninhabited. And you, as I understand it, are not the only person here? Yes, not the only one. We are from the first settlers. They all died. A tale? In general, forget what they told you there. This is an amazing planet. Like a park of wonders. There are simply unimaginable things here. When this began to be revealed, some rich people wanted to take it over and remove all the settlers from here so that they could live here themselves. A kind of paradise for the rich. But the settlers were not satisfied with this prospect. The war for independence began. We were driven underground. We learned to hide and didn't let them colonize the planet the way they wanted. Then it turned out that it's not that easy to live here. There are some difficulties. In general, they started studying it and simultaneously doing business here, the scale of which is enormous. You can't even imagine how many people fly here. Well, why not? I was at the training camp. I saw it. Now imagine that there are hundreds of such camps. Hundreds? Yes, hundreds. Have you seen the station in the sky? Can you imagine its size? A business on a planetary scale. What is so valuable here that they needed to start a war? People don't age here. Well, almost. Oh, come on. I'm not kidding. How old do you think I am? Well, I don't know. It's a delicate question. Speak boldly. There's no answer that would offend me. Probably 27, 28 years old, Semyon said cautiously. Almost 150. Oh no, that can't be. Well, you're right. The devices show me my biological age as you said, but I'm 149 years old. Local years, but they almost perfectly match the standard earthly ones, which are accepted everywhere as a conventional unit. Of course, you're sorry, but I don't believe it. How is this even possible? Nobody knows. It hasn't been possible to find out. They're still fighting, as far as I understand, to no avail. If it were true, they would have found a way to live here and exterminate you. They would have found one, if the planet hadn't resisted. What? Well, that's already mystical. But the fact remains that when they started settling here, as you assumed, under guard, the mortality rate among them began to exceed all conceivable and inconceivable norms. Diseases, accidents, and our partisans got us some of them. In different ways, but in the end, they fled with their tails between their legs. Clearing an entire planet of us is also an expensive matter, and they will suffer great losses, believe me. So, over time, some parity was established. They do business and science here, trying to hold back our technological development if possible. We rob those who fly in. This is one of the few ways to get weapons and some technical equipment. And in general, to get something interesting, because they identify and destroy any more or less large-scale production. They are driving us into the Stone Age. So, you are highwaymen? Yes, but we have our own code. We do not kill tourists without special need. Did you see what costume I was wearing? Amazon. You could say so. Do you know who she is? I am familiar with earthly mythology, don't worry. It's strange, for a girl living in the forest. In general, this is practically a whole performance. Many are happy to give everything. Meeting a mysterious stranger in the forest who robbed them. Yes, these are the best memories in their lives. They will remember the beautiful, as you said, Amazon for a long time. You don't suffer from modesty. It's reality, my friend. He could tell from her voice that she was smiling. Well, what other wonders can you find here? Ever heard of dragons? Well, I almost believed your fairy tales. Oh, come on. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. And the island with dragons does exist. A large island or a small continent. They call it by different names. But they only live there. I have never seen them myself. Here, each continent or island has its own peculiarities. It's like you're in another world. It's just hard to move around. They track watercraft too. I don't know. I think you're making it up, to put it mildly. The reality is that whether you like it or not, if you survive the next few days, you'll live with us. And you'll get the opportunity to live a long, but not very technological life. It happens. Tourists who, for various reasons, don't fly away, are forced to stay here and look for a place for themselves in the sun. And you've never left the planet? Nope. Yeah, right. I haven't been to many places on my own planet. But perhaps everything is still ahead. I'm still young, she giggled. I feel like you don't really believe me, but that's your business. They rode in silence for a while. A weak light began to penetrate through the blindfold, and Semyon realized that it was slowly getting light. Do we have a long way to go? I think about 3 hours. But we're moving pretty briskly. Maybe it will be faster. After we send the warning, we'll need to find a place and sleep. Lack of sleep can backfire badly if difficulties begin. As you say, Semyon said, and caught himself on the fact that he had been fighting sleep for quite some time. The light rhythmic rocking and the quick, quiet movement of the walker's spider legs had a hypnotic effect. Considering that he couldn't look at the world around him because of the blindfold, resisting sleep became an impossible task. As he was falling, Syoma only had time to think about the main thing, not to fall off the seat, and he grabbed the handle tighter. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he woke up from the fact that he almost fell when the walker stopped. Even with his eyes blindfolded, it was clear that it was already quite light. A confident and careful hand pulled the blindfold off him. Squinting from the bright light, he saw Liana's smiling face. Well, did you get enough sleep? Do you know that you snore? I must say that it's very revealing, she chuckled. Okay, get off, here we go. Probably just an uncomfortable position. And anyway, why should I believe you? No one ever told me that I snore. All snorers say that, she said, and went to the nearest bushes. She parted the branches and a pile of deadwood opened up to her eyes. In the very middle, there was a place among the dry branches through which a person could crawl. She got down on all fours and prepared to climb, but then turned to Semyon. Are you coming? Can I? Yes, here. In a couple of hours, this place will most likely cease to exist. And even if it doesn't, then it's still not worth coming back here. Okay, let's go have a look. He swung his leg over to get off the walker and only then realized how numb his whole body was. A groan escaped from his throat. Is it hard for you? Yeah, I'm completely numb. My back, my neck, I can't bend at all. Well, look, if you can, crawl after me. No, wait here, she said, standing on all fours, and crawled into the gap between the branches. Syoma, groaning, dropped to his knees and crawled after him. Curiosity got the better of him. After about 3 meters, the space widened, and in the cocoon of tangled branches, a hatch was discovered. It was already open. Liana was below. The light was already on. Having descended, he found himself in a cramped dugout. It was completely empty. There was only a large stump as a table, and a smaller one as a stool. On the table stood some kind of homemade device, which Liana was fiddling with. When she connected everything, she leaned over it and said, 14, red. After which she began pressing some buttons again. What are you doing? I recorded a phrase that will be broadcast on a loop, on our emergency frequency, continuously. And what does that mean? 14, region, red, danger level. Simple. Yes, it's not hard to understand. When they intercept the transmission, they'll understand what we're talking about. Of course, they're not idiots either. But they won't get any extra information about us. And then what? Next, I'll set a timer so that the message starts broadcasting in a couple of hours. And during that time, we'll try to get as far away as possible. Because there's a high probability that this place will be covered. Bomb it. Maybe they'll bomb it. Or maybe they'll send a group to check what's going on here. In any case, we'd better be far away by then. And if they don't fly in and bomb it, in a couple of days, the battery will die and the broadcast will stop. But even if they don't do anything, they'll still take control of the place. And yours, will they get the message and be careful? I hope they'll just keep quiet and not show themselves in any way. Stealing a ship has never happened before, as far as I know. It's every miner's dream. It's like a fairy tale that never came true. We were very lucky. They just got completely drunk. That's why they attacked you ahead of time, didn't set up a security system, and generally ignored all security measures. In a normal situation, if protocol had been followed, we wouldn't have been able to get anywhere near the ship. So we were just lucky? Partly. Remember how I pierced one hunter with an arrow? You can't forget that. I was very close to him and smelled the strong fumes. Plus, the untimely attack. The thought had already crept in then. I needed to check it out. I was right. Many people spend their whole lives chasing a ship, setting traps, but to no avail. And look how we distinguished ourselves. You said that life would be enough for me, didn't you? Don't count on an equal share. but I'll throw you some startup capital to get settled in for the first time, out of joy. Although, it's too early to divide the spoils. But if there is a ship, then it means that we can fly away from here? No. Firstly, they will notice the launch and intercept. Secondly, there is nowhere to fly. This planet is owned by very influential people, and in the modern world they will get and find anyone. It will not be possible to hide. Of course, you can hang out in outer space for some time, but what kind of joy is that? The only place where you can live freely and at ease is here. You said that you are under surveillance? Yes, the sluggish confrontation continues, and they greatly limit us, but here we are still free. Much freer than anywhere else in the explored space. Despite all the apparent freedom, you are under total control. How do you know so much about life beyond this planet? The tourist told me. She looked at him and smiled, apparently deciding to joke. But does that mean the ship is useless then? Well, I wouldn't say so. Firstly, the lack of an opportunity to fly away doesn't mean that no one wants to try. Secondly, these are technologies and the development of science. We are also trying to keep up here as best we can, although it is difficult. Thirdly, we also have our own rich people who would like to have something that no one else has. Or maybe tomorrow there will be some kind of accident at their station, and it will blow up to hell. Then those who have a ship will have freedom of action. Maybe we will even form our own small planetary military fleet. But this is a fantasy, of course. In short, there is demand. There are problems with supply. And what? Your people don't have a single ship. I didn't say that. Actually, there are. And where from? If they haven't captured anything yet. They were left over from the time of colonization. We managed to hide some things. There were rumors about captures, too, but they were unverified. But hunters, and with a full hold of equipment, I haven't even heard of such a legend. Is it more difficult with hunters? Of course. They are better prepared than tourists, and it is not known where and when they will appear. But tourists are also on the lookout. They drop off the group and fly away, so as not to expose themselves. The easiest way is probably to capture a zoo, but it has its own complications. What zoo? A ship that brings animals to make your life difficult. And I thought they lived here. All these are elements of your tour, except for the hunters. And in this case, we ourselves, as you said, are game. Right, move to the exit. They got out of the dugout, again saddled the walker. Where to now? There is a place nearby. We will lie on the bottom. At this speed, it will take 2.5 hours. To be honest, I have long wanted to stop and take a breath. Or rather, to hide somewhere in a corner, put my thumb in my mouth and sit like that until it's all over. But you understand that it won't end? I understand, but I don't really want to believe it. You'll have to. They rode in silence for a while. Finally, Liana decided to break the silence. Yes, it was strange. What exactly? Yes, everything. It's strange with you. I've never been involved in rescuing tourists. I saved you. I wanted to use you for business, but it wasn't necessary. But despite this, I still drag you around with me instead of abandoning you. Is this where I should say thank you? As you wish. I've probably started getting used to you. You seem normal. I always tried to work alone, to be responsible only for myself, and then a partner showed up. She turned to him. Temporarily, don't flatter yourself. A sudden stroke of luck with the capture of the ship. My usual algorithms are also getting confused by all this. I need to digest it a bit. I was almost killed before your arrival. I got into a serious mess. All this came together. Conclusion, I need a good rest. What happened? Yeah, it doesn't matter. I was stupid myself. I got myself into trouble. Don't be surprised. Life is in full swing here even without the guests from above. Are you trying to tell me that you've been walking on the edge for 150 years? I feel like you don't believe my age. Don't be offended, but no. Why be offended? I don't care. But, answering your question, no, of course not. Usually everything goes much more calmly. Of course, you need to show certain abilities in order to get the loot and to preserve your life, and, preferably, not to stain your conscience. It's probably especially difficult during robberies. I think I explained everything to you. Although, to be fair, I should say that there are some scumbags among us too. It was exactly those who almost killed me. Funny. You'll die laughing. They rode in silence for a while again. Suddenly the walker made a sound inside itself, like a rocket leaving the ground, spread all 6 legs wide with its last step and froze. Damn it. Liana cursed. I was hoping we'd make it. Are the batteries dead? Yes. Okay, help me. She threw the bags hanging on the sides onto the ground and grabbed the walker from the front. Semyon grabbed it from behind. They lifted it up and carried it to the nearest thicket, about 20 meters away. The vehicle turned out to be very heavy. They managed to cover this distance only in 3 attempts. Having pushed it into the bushes, they covered it with branches so that it wouldn't be noticeable. "So you're going to come back for it?" Semyon asked. "Of course, it's a very valuable thing. I'll have to bring a spare battery for it, and it'll be as good as new. I have a similar unit, only smaller, and unfortunately it doesn't work. And then it'll be a pleasure to drive through the forest on this one. No need to break your back. Carrying loads over a distance is one of the main activities of a miner. Well, after selling the ship, I can probably give up your craft, right? I don't know. For now, I'm working according to the old scheme. Everything in the house, and I'll figure it out later." She handed him one of the bags. "We'll run. We'll try to get there in an hour. Hang it on yourself. Make sure everything is comfortable, doesn't hit, doesn't knock on your body. Otherwise, you'll be covered in bruises. A heavy bag, maybe at a walk? Run in an hour, or walk in 2. She looked at him. "In 2.5? Okay, go ahead." And Semyon was the first to run in the same direction they were traveling. Although they were not running very fast, rather measuredly, like marathon runners, he soon began to get tired. Thoughts from fatigue began to get confused, and the same one kept spinning in his head more and more persistently, like a boomerang, sometimes flying away, sometimes returning again. Finally, it captured him so much that he could not run any further and abruptly stopped. "Liana, stop." She had long since overtaken him and was running ahead, all the time trying to break away. He stopped and threw his bag on the ground. She stopped and turned to him. "What happened? Are you out of breath?" "Yes, but that's not it." "What?" "I can't do this." I tried to forget and not think about it, to convince myself that I can't help them, but I can't anymore. I have to try. I am grateful to you for saving me. Forgive me for not repaying you in any way, but I am leaving. I understand that maybe I won't be able to do anything. Maybe I'll just get lost in the forest and die of hunger, but I have to try. Just at least go there and try to find them. Otherwise, I'll regret this all my life. I'm not asking your permission. I'm really leaving, but I'd be grateful if you tell me which way to go." Liana stood silently and stared at him. Finally, she broke the long pause. "You'll die? There's no doubt about it. I don't know why, but you won't survive. You're not ready. You're a good guy, and I understand your impulse, but I don't approve of it. If you want to go, go. Let's get to the place. It's on the way anyway. I'll pick you up something good from the captured weapons. Something you can handle. I'll tell you where to go and what's best to do, if you really want that." "No, I'm leaving right now. Otherwise, some reasons, pretexts, business will appear again and I'll remain under your wing. But what if they need my help? Right now? What if I can help them? Of course, I can carry 2 bags. I can throw them here and pick them up later, but I don't want to. I want you to do at least this little thing for me. Take the girl home, and then go wherever you want. I'm not going to hold you back. I can even kick you out myself. But don't throw me these snotty tantrums. I don't care if you chicken out or change your mind. Bring me the bag and go wherever you want." Liana got seriously worked up. "It's not about the bags. It's a matter of principle. You owe me." She was almost screaming. "I know that I have nothing to oppose you with, that you can kill me right now, but I made my decision." All this time they were slowly getting closer, and now they were standing face to face. After the last phrase, Semyon turned around abruptly, getting ready to leave, and took a step. A scarlet ribbon shot up from the grass. Liana screamed and swung her hand sharply. The ribbon split in 2 and fell to the ground. Only now did Semyon realize that he had stepped on something. He looked down and saw a bright scarlet snake cut in half. Then he turned his gaze to Liana, who was looking at her hand, which already had a knife in it, and 2 bright dots stood out on her wrist. "She doesn't attack anyone at all. You can even pick her up. She's bright red. You can see her from a kilometer away. And you managed to step on her. But she didn't bite you for it. She bit me. Sorry." Semyon began to understand from her tone that things were bad, and she was frantically looking for a way out. This is what happens when you start throwing tantrums in the forest. "I'm sorry." He felt guilty and didn't know how to make amends. It was as if she didn't hear him. Finally, she made some kind of decision. "Listen carefully. I have very little time. Your rescue operation is canceled. You will save me." Syoma nodded obediently. "This poison is deadly. I have no more than 2 hours to take the antidote. Fortunately, it is there. Unfortunately, it is far away. I'm running away. No, the plan is different. You won't be able to bring it, that's for sure. I won't be able to walk either, because if the blood circulates quickly, I won't last even half an hour. I'll inject myself with a drug that will slow down my vital activity. I have it. And you'll carry me. When you get there, give me another injection to wake me up. I don't know how to give injections. You'll take and stick a needle into me, and then press the contents inside. No time for delicacy. Do you even understand the extent of my trust? I'm going to fall asleep now, and if you screw up, I'll never wake up. I understand that you can immediately leave me and go away, but I'm going for it. I have no choice. I hope that you will do everything possible. Then we'll be even. Sem was shaking slightly. He understood that if she was ready for this, then there really was no choice. He really wanted not to let her down. Listen carefully. Do you see that mountain? Semyon nodded. Go straight to it. At the foot you will see a hollow. Go straight up in the middle. It will be difficult to walk there, much more difficult than through the forest. Climb up it to the arch. There is a hollow in the stones, semicircular. You won't get confused if you see it. The main thing is not to miss. After the arch, start going to the right. There will be a black stone not far away. Big, stands out from the rest. Give me an injection near it. She took out a rectangular metal container about 5 centimeters. Here, this is for you. Be careful not to lose it. Take a small gray pistol from your bag. It's a stun gun. Don't take anything else, it's just the lightest. Take the bags under the bushes and hide them. Semyon moved to do it. Faster. She took a syringe out of another container and injected herself in the forearm. Syoma came up and sat down next to her. Take care of me. She tried to smile. Remember that if I die, you won't last long either. I believe in you. I'll do everything possible to save you. But then I'll demand that you help me find my friends. Bastard. She said the last thing on an exhale and passed out. Syoma thought that his last phrase was completely unnecessary. He put her on his shoulder and ran. Chapter 18. As Valera told them, it happened like this. After landing, their group broke up into several smaller groups, but that wasn't surprising. No one showed any aggression or bad behavior. Valera ended up with 3 other guys, who at first seemed normal to him, but later disappointed him. They were lazy, completely unwilling to do community work, for example, hauling firewood or fetching water, and tried to shift everything onto each other. They weren't together, but they shared similar personality traits, and so this behavior became the norm in their small group. Valera initially took on these responsibilities, but then he realized they were simply taking advantage of him and decided it was time to end it. 2 days later, they accidentally encountered another group from their landing. It consisted of 5 people. Among them was the one who later became their leader, known as Marshall. He had arrived with 2 friends. Since there were 3 of them, they began to dominate the group. When they split up, 2 girls went with them. They joined them because they had the largest group and thought it would be safer. But when they met up 2 days later, the girls were gone. 2 other boys were also missing. They said the others had separated and gone on their own. Most likely, they'd been raped and killed, and the boys had tried to stand up for them and died as well. They managed to win over 2 of them. Now they were bound by blood, and Marshall had them under his thumb. They obeyed him unquestioningly. After they reunited, Valera's companions quickly fell under Marshall's influence. They liked his messianic ideas, that there were no laws here, that what happened on this planet always stayed here, that here you could transcend boundaries and disregard morality, that only here could you truly understand what kind of person you were. Valera didn't like these sermons, but there was nothing he could do about it. That same day, they encountered another of their groups, who also decided to join them. Apparently, after wandering around the forest, everyone had come to the conclusion that it was somehow calmer in a larger group. By this point, Marshall and his friends had completely dominated the group, and the new arrivals soon fell into their mood. So when the girls arrived, they came as if they were one of their own, without fear, and began telling them that they were being hunted and the situation was very serious. Valera was simply hit on the head from behind, and the girls were disarmed and tied up. Those unprepared for such a turn of events, seeing the unanimity of the majority, were afraid to speak out and unwittingly became accomplices. And then, when they started getting shot at, it was too late to explain anything. Besides, everyone was drawing lots. Who knows whether they were afraid or genuinely wanting to join in? Valera blamed himself for everything that happened. He was so relaxed, inattentive, and uncaring that he didn't see the threat. Chris and Susie consoled him as best they could. They were barely hurt. They took a few blows to break their will to resist, but they weren't hit hard enough to keep them looking good. After what happened, Valera wasn't exactly their type of fighter. Liana returned somewhere in the middle of his story, listened to the end, and shook her head. You can't come with us. You seem to have a bad concussion. Where to? We hunt hunters, Chris said. Really? Oh, Valera, there's so much you still don't know, said Syoma. And who is this wonderful savior, trained like a special forces soldier? Liana bowed slightly, accepting the compliment, and said, they'll tell you everything on the way. We'll continue according to plan. Not far from Syoma's route, where we're headed now, I have a small dugout. It's abandoned, admittedly, and I haven't used it in a while, but we can wait there for a couple of days. It's better than the forest. We'll leave your friend there. Valera interjected. Valera, Liana agreed, because he's not quite ready for battle. As far as we know, there shouldn't be any hunters on his route anymore. We'll try to find the ones we need, and then we'll go stir up the hornet's nest. I'd argue, Valera said, but everything's still swimming before my eyes, and I'm feeling a little nauseous. I really could become a burden to you. Liana approached him, pulling something from her belt pouch as she went, and without warning, she jabbed him in the neck with an injector. Valera let out a strangled cry, but didn't complain in front of the women, trying to remain patient. I hope it's something useful. You didn't save me just to kill me like this. Of course, from my personal supplies. You should feel better by tomorrow. Well, are we on our way? They quickly got ready, hung their things on the walker, and set off. Their workhorse obediently followed Susie, to whom Liana returned the beacon. Syoma caught up with Liana and asked quietly, are they all dead? Who? Well, those who remained in the camp. What makes you think that? Well, I thought you stayed to finish them all off. Who do you take me for? I stayed to make sure no one would follow. I listened to their conversations. It looks like the ringleaders really did die, and these guys were dragged into this whole mess. Let them live with the pangs of their conscience. Although not for long. Why? Those like that don't survive long in the wild. With rottenness, they'll die anyway. Either the hunters will find them, or the animals will tear each other apart, or they'll kill each other while looking for someone to blame for all the blame. I'm betting on the latter. I wouldn't give them a day to live. At that moment, gunfire erupted in the camp they were coming from. Everyone stopped and turned around. That's what I was saying. I was a bit overzealous about a day, an hour, no more. But someone will survive, right? Maybe, but not for long. Such actions in normal people trigger a self-destructive program. Ever noticed? In everyday life, it can be through drugs, alcohol, or unnecessary risks. In truly challenging survival situations, they burn out very quickly. So, conscience is also a kind of survival tool. You never cease to amaze me. Every time you start, remember my age and the library. It'll make you feel a little better. She smiled and gave him her signature wink. I always feel like I'm in elementary school around you. I'll call you to the board soon, and we'll see how you learned your homework. I hope you survive this test. She glanced at him. Seriously, I really hope so. Thank you. I'll try not to let you down. I didn't let you down this time. How many did you kill? Like I said? Or did you exceed it? Yes and no. I hit 4 people, killed 2, I think, and wounded 2. Well, that's fine. You could say I accomplished the task. And standing there, I felt much more confident, knowing you were in control of the situation through the scope. I don't really want to be self-deprecating, but you better not bet your life on me. I'm really afraid of letting you down. It's like you've never seen me before. Of course, I try to keep everything under control myself. But when I have a reliable person at my back, I feel much calmer. Reliable. Thank you. Reliable, don't doubt it. Maybe not very skilled yet, but reliable. Given the choice between the skilled and the unreliable, and the incompetent and the reliable, I'll choose the reliable. So, stop with this latest bout of self-reflection. Okay. Syoma paused. So, Valera turned out to be useless to us. Well, not everything is measured solely by usefulness. We stopped and punished the troublemakers, which is essentially what we do. And what ship did they arrive on? We pulled your friend out of a bad crowd. where he either would have gone against them and been killed, or broken and become one of them, which, in my opinion, is even worse. Well, that's true, but he'll be useless to us in our future actions. You said it yourself. Well, I hope tomorrow isn't our last day. Maybe, on the contrary, a new era is beginning. For you, certainly. It's still unknown who will play what role. But the fact that he's on the same wavelength with us is already a fact. Plus, he proved himself, didn't flinch, tried to win back our girls. Our girls. Of course, we're in the same boat. We depend on each other. We rely on each other. We're all connected. We do. But you're independent enough. You can leave any time you want. I can't. Why? Well, technically, of course I can. I have legs. But I can't for other reasons. Do you feel responsible for us? To a certain extent. I depend on you too. More than you think. She smiled. Maybe I have plans for you. You want to take us into your own hands. That doesn't sound very good. I'd rather make a proposal. You'll still need to make a life here somehow. You think we can't get out? You're still hoping? Give it up. I've already explained everything to you. Even if we assume you somehow managed to miraculously escape, you won't be able to live your normal life. You'll be found and eliminated as a witness. And here, eternal life awaits you. Isn't that tempting? If people knew about this, they'd buy survivalist tours and just run away to stay here. Believe me, there would be plenty of them. They'd ruin their entire business. That's an idea. Everyone needs to know. An idea, just not yours, and it's unrealistic. It's impossible to tell the whole world. But rumors might spread. But who would believe it? You, it seems to me, still haven't fully believed it yourself? What is. I'm just continuing to live in captivity to old stereotypes. My brain collects new information, but it doesn't have time to properly digest it. Considering we're not even asleep yet, I can understand. We're on autopilot now. A very focused autopilot, to be sure. But the processing of secondary information not related to our survival is postponed for a while. We'll sleep for a long time while our brains sort through this information. But we'll have some incredible dreams. I can't wait. Are we leaving Valera alone? I think so. He should feel better, and he's not a little boy. Well, he won't be stuck in the dugout for long. They reached the dugout about 2 hours later. It was fairly well built, but, as Liana had said, abandoned. There was a cot, a table, and a small stove. But there were no belongings or supplies whatsoever. A mug, a plate, and a spoon were all that was left. It was very cramped inside. There was barely room for 2 people to move around. It was designed for sleeping only one person. The air inside, despite the exhaust fan, was stale, and the dampness was noticeable as soon as you entered. Keep the door open when you're awake. But if you lie down, be sure to lock the door. Open it again when you wake up. You'll see how it dries out little by little. Don't light the stove. Don't let it smell of smoke. And generally, sit quietly. I'd like to come with you, but I know I can't. When should I expect you? Liana paused. Listen, she turned to the girls. You guys should stay here for now. We need to sleep. It's going to be a long day. The 2 of us can handle it for now. It's cramped in here, of course, but if we lay the sleeping bags on the floor and move the table to the far corner, we can fit. That's basically what we planned. There's still time before dawn. We'll try to move quickly. We'll make a quick march to the first route in the morning, and by evening it should all be over. Sounds very simple, Chris said doubtfully. It won't be easy, I promise. They won't let themselves be caught off guard, and besides, the leader is usually accompanied by the most experienced hunters. I don't think this time will be any exception, but since we've already decided on this, we'll have to try. And how will you search for the one you came for? Susie asked. Let's try to start from the site of the attack. That's where we last saw her. We'll follow the trail. I don't think it's her, or they, if there are several of them still following the route. I think they're hiding somewhere nearby. Maybe we'll get lucky, like we've been so far. Yeah. Valera gingerly touched the back of his head. You were unlucky because you weren't with us? Liana gave him a smile. Any objections? I'd like to come with you, Chris said. But you're right. We need to rest. So no objections. But if any problems arise, you better come back for us. Although, who am I telling you that? She began pulling the sleeping bag out of her pack. We'll leave the workhorse with you. Liana pointed at the walker. You cover it with branches so it's not noticeable. Okay, it's done, Susie said, and began breaking off a branch from a nearby tree. Just don't break it in one place, so it won't be too noticeable. So, are we going? This was already addressed to Semyon. Of course we are. And they disappeared into the night darkness, taking with them only their weapons and canteens of water. So, girls, are we resting? Valera asked, leading the way into the low, inconspicuous hole in the dugout. He was clearly eager to lie down, after his injury and the injection Liana had given him. Let's rest, Chris said. Can you manage on your own? I'll make up the bed. I can't, it's no big deal. Susie replied, breaking another branch. Lately, Semyon had gotten used to running through the forest at night. He'd even developed a bit of a system. He always ran after Liana, trying to match her stride as closely as possible. It felt like she could see in the dark as well as a cat, and if he mimicked her movements, the risk of tripping was minimal. Besides, Semyon felt like she was taking pity on him and running not at full speed, but with his abilities in mind. He thought it was very sweet. When Liana stopped, he didn't recognize the place. It was completely dark, and he had no memory of any landmarks. But she approached a tree and pointed to a hole in the bark. Suddenly, it dawned on Semyon. This was the very spot where he had first seen Liana. This was his campsite. There was the clearing where most of their group had camped, and there was the log she had been standing on when he saw her. Although it had been quite recently, and not under the most favorable circumstances, Semyon was suddenly overcome by a sudden wave of mild nostalgia. It suddenly seemed as if it had happened in another life. He saw no other tracks except the hole in the tree. There were no things lying around, no bodies. It looked like the place had been tidied up. True, it was dark, and they might have missed something, but it seemed like the tracks had been thoroughly covered. They walked deeper into the forest, and he realized Liana was retracing their route. Soon, they reached the spot where Liana had seen Vasilisa flee her pursuers. Liana continued on, though Syoma doubted she'd find anything. Any tracks? He finally broke the silence, to which she put her finger to her lips, urging him to remain silent, and pointed to her ears, as if to say she was listening and for him to leave them alone. They walked for a while longer, until she finally stopped and sat down on a log. Nothing, she whispered. No clues. Why are you whispering? Just in case, she continued quietly. This is where the events took place. Perhaps someone could have returned here. But you haven't heard anything? Not yet. Let's think about it. After an unexpected attack, realizing everything wasn't going according to plan, where would you go? I don't know. There's no point in going back. The ship that dropped me off has already flown away. Someone might have attacked me along the way. I don't know who. Maybe I should have requested evacuation first. It wouldn't have happened. Is there really any point in continuing? Well, there's really no choice, I guess. Keep following the route, hoping they'll pick you up in the end. Maybe you're right, but... She suddenly snatched the laser rifle Semyon was holding and fired into the air. There was a sound like a snapping spring, and then something fell into the nearby bushes. When Semyon glanced up in the direction of the shot, he saw at least 2 red dots darting in different directions. We've been tracked. Liana ran to the bushes where something had landed and kicked a black ball out. He showed no signs of life. How dangerous is it? He asked. These are tracking devices. They don't usually use them. They think it's unsportsmanlike, but this isn't really about sport. They left them here in the hopes that someone will return. And probably not only here. Who knows how many of them are prowling the forest? Are they looking for us? Of course. Who else has caused them so much trouble? But how will they be able to distinguish us from the others, those running around the forest? Maybe not. Maybe they can. She patted her bow. I think they've accumulated enough information by now. How many devices did you see? I thought I saw 2 more lights. I did the same, and they didn't fly away. They retreated to a safe distance and are still tracking. I just hope they can't hear us. Do you think a landing party will arrive? I don't know how seriously they're worried. We picked them off on Route 3, then Route 6, Route 5, and now they've spotted us again on Route 3. They might figure out where we're going, and we won't be able to catch them off guard. What are we going to do now? The stupidest thing would be to go back to the dugout. They might track us. We'll act as if they're not there and try to eliminate them over time. So, we're still following our route, but our goal is different now. To escape surveillance. You don't know where they are right now? No, but I'm sure they're somewhere nearby. I'll keep your toy for now, okay? Of course, you need it more, but I've noticed you're gradually taking my weapons away. That's just the way it is, she smiled. It looks like things are starting to get complicated, and I don't feel like I have any control over the situation. And I don't like that feeling. Yeah, you really like to control things. Let's run. Let's run. What else can we do? And they ran. Syoma occasionally tried to glance at the sky, trying to spot red lights, but he didn't do it often. Otherwise, he risked breaking his legs. He had to watch Liana and place his feet the same way she did. They ran for about an hour when they found themselves on a forested hill, the very top of which was bare. It was round as a ball, and from it there was a stunning view of the forest at night. Although Syoma had long ago noticed they were running uphill, they came upon this bald peak completely unexpectedly. But Liana obviously wasn't. She was running there quite deliberately, and as soon as they were in the open, she raised her rifle and fired. There was another sound, like a spring snapping, much further away, but this time it was joined by another, like a propeller gradually coming to a stop, followed by the sound of breaking branches as the ball fell through the trees to the ground. Do you ever miss? Of course, just don't tell anyone about it. She winked at him again. Did you see another ball? Unfortunately, no, but I think he's still here. He's just keeping his distance. That's if there were 3 of them. So what next? Same thing. We're following the route and trying to lose them. How? Oh, I'm afraid you won't like this. I'd better not say anything for now. Do you think that will make me feel better? I'll be racking my brains now. Are you a good swimmer? Well, I think I'm not bad, but I don't know what good means to you. Then you have nothing to fear. You've reassured me. Okay, we've had a rest, time to move on. And they ran again. When the sky began to lighten, Syoma heard a strange and unfamiliar sound. It was coming from somewhere ahead. As he approached, the sound grew louder, and when he connected it with the words about swimming, he realized he really didn't like what awaited him. After all, they were apparently approaching the waterfall. He wasn't mistaken. About 15 minutes later, the sound became very loud, and 5 minutes later they ran out onto the shore of the lake where the river ended. But one edge of it was completely flat, and the distance opened up above it. The waterfall itself wasn't visible, but it was clearly audible, and a cloud of spray hung above the edge, rising upward. Don't tell me we'll have to jump. Don't worry about it, Liana shouted, keeping up her pace as they ran along the shore of the lake toward the waterfall. If we suddenly break distance, he'll lose sight of us and start looking for us, giving us a chance to spot and neutralize him. Can't we outsmart this useless piece of iron? By this time, they had already reached the edge, and Liana began jumping from rock to rock, moving toward the center of the waterfall. What appeared from a distance to be a smooth edge wasn't actually one. The cliff was eroded unevenly, with chunks of harder rock jutting out here and there. Between them, water rushed swiftly, ready to tumble over the cliff. Syoma still couldn't see what was below or how high it was, though from the perspective it seemed very high. He hopped after Liana over the rocks, and they gradually approached the center. But there were no rocks there anymore, and the flow was very swift, and the noise was simply deafening. He caught up with her on one of the last large rocky outcrops and was about to say something, but she turned sharply to him and shouted, "Breathe!" And the next moment, grabbing his elbow, she leaped off the cliff, pulling him along with her. Syoma found himself amidst a huge mass of falling water. He only caught a glimpse of how far they would fall, and the height seemed monstrous. The fall lasted an eternity. Finally, he hit a denser layer of water, and the current that followed him carried him deeper. There was no actual impact, but he felt a huge mass of water begin to bear down on him. Liana, who had held his arm above his elbow throughout the fall, was no longer able to do so, and the whirlpool scattered them in different directions. Resisting this force was impossible and pointless, so he surrendered to the current. When the pressure and speed eased, Syoma realized he was being slowly carried out from under the waterfall by the current, but panic immediately set in, as he was out of air, desperately needing to breathe, and he didn't know how long this would continue. He desperately thrashed his arms and legs, trying to swim to the surface, but it was completely unclear whether his efforts were bearing fruit. And just when it seemed like it was all over, his life had ended so ingloriously and completely unexpectedly, his head suddenly broke the surface of the water. He sucked in a sharp breath and saw Liana just 3 meters away, already aiming her laser rifle somewhere behind him. There was a faint flash near the barrel and the familiar sound of a snapping spring. But at that moment, Syoma saw another ball at the edge of the pool behind Liana. He tried to raise his hand to show her, but wheezed something incoherent. Her reaction was, as always, lightning fast. She didn't bother to investigate, but spun sharply around in the water, and a second later, the familiar sound of a snapping spring was heard again. They both frantically turned their heads, searching for more balls nearby, but apparently the fourth one, which they hadn't even known about, was indeed the last one. Syoma felt like he was about to sink. His clothes were soaked, his weapon and ammunition belt were dragging him down. He chose the spot closest to the shore and swam there. Liana joined him, still keeping a lookout, just in case. They crawled onto the rocky shore on all fours and fell backwards. It worked, Liana shouted, trying to be heard over the waterfall. "I'll never forgive you for this," Syoma tried to shout hoarsely, and only then realized why his voice was failing him. He'd been screaming the whole time he was falling. "It's coming, I'll try to survive." They lay side by side, breathing heavily in a cloud of watery dust that had hung in the air for centuries in this place. "I tricked you," Syoma shouted, catching his breath. "In what way?" "In saying that I will never forgive. I have already forgiven. I knew you'd forgive me, but I didn't think it would be so soon." Syoma lay there, gazing at the morning sky, breathing in the moisture-laden air, listening to the roar of the waterfall, and suddenly, quite unexpectedly, he realized he was happy. Right now, at this very moment. Incredibly happy. Perhaps it was because he'd just looked death in the face, or maybe it was because of this girl lying next to him, or maybe he was just starting to lose his mind. But the fact remained. A perfectly happy man lay on the shore. "We need to go, or else more balloons will come, and all this work will be for nothing." Liana began to struggle to her feet. Syoma thought that she wasn't made of iron either, and that it must be hard for her, especially since they all looked to her as a leader and hoped for her supernatural abilities. And they weren't supernatural at all. Yes, they were greater than theirs, but they were still human, and that's something we shouldn't forget. This unexpected display of physical weakness sobered him somewhat, and he realized he needed to rethink a lot of things as quickly as possible. Perhaps he should abandon the idea of attacking altogether. He suddenly realized quite clearly that they might not succeed, that this could be a one-way ticket. But they were running again, only this time in wet clothes and shoes. The lake formed by the waterfall flowed away as a fairly swift river, winding through a canyon with steep edges. At first glance, there was nowhere to escape. All they could do was follow the river's current. Liana, as if guessing his thoughts, said without slowing down, "There's an exit just downstream, a narrow crack in the sheer wall. We need to get out of here. We're trapped here." Syoma nodded. They weren't running right along the bank. Firstly, there were a lot of rocks there, and secondly, everything was very clearly visible. They ran through the dense forest that covered the canyon floor. And this wasn't easy. The vegetation was incredibly dense. They had to weave, choosing their path, and sometimes even stop and push through the dense undergrowth. At one point, they found themselves at the very edge, with a sheer cliff rising high above them. The vine began to climb the embankment at the base. The loose, dry earth crusted their shoes and the bottom of their clothes. Syoma couldn't see where they were going when, suddenly, a crack in the rock appeared right in front of him. It was quite narrow, barely big enough for one person, and not a large one at that. But it was just right for them, and they began to push through. The sheer walls rose far up, and sometimes even the sky was visible where they were fairly straight. It was terrifying. Syoma thought that if someone started throwing rocks from above, whether intentional or not, they wouldn't stand a chance. He shuddered and quickened his pace. The crack zigzagged, and it seemed the sky was gradually getting closer. But then, unexpectedly, a rubble collapsed in front of them. Liana, without stopping, began climbing it, paused for a second at the top, and then began descending from the other side. Syoma followed. The rubble had formed from the collapse of part of the wall. Fortunately, it was possible to climb over it. It was probably many years old, and Liana knew perfectly well it was there. But the very possibility of collapse was quite frightening. The claustrophobia was starting to intensify, but after about 50 meters, it became obvious that the walls were no longer as high and the sky was closer. Moreover, the passage began to widen. After another 15 or 20 minutes, the height above their heads was only 5 meters and continuing to decrease. Then, there were only about 3 meters left. Then you could raise your hand, and it would be visible from the side, if anyone was there. Then your head was over the edge, but there was nothing interesting to see, surrounded by forest. And the edges weren't as sharp anymore. The narrow gorge had turned into an ordinary ravine in the forest. Finally, that, too, tapered off. Liana stopped by a fallen tree and sat down on it to catch her breath. "I hate this place," she said. "Every time I crawl through this crack, my heart just jumps out of my chest with fear." "So that's your weak spot. I was starting to think you weren't afraid of anything." "Well, of course, I'm afraid of a lot of things. Just don't tell anyone," she winked again. "So, I take it we're calling off the search." "I think so. We haven't found a trail. We've exposed ourselves. We need to follow our girls and proceed as planned." "Maybe we shouldn't." "Why?" "Well, understand me correctly. I'm not chickening out, but what will we achieve? You yourself said we can't eradicate this phenomenon. We could perish ourselves. Maybe we just got carried away and lost touch with reality a little. Got too carried away. But you were the one who pushed me into this." "That's not exactly what I wanted. I wanted to help those I care about. But there's one more important detail." "What is it?" "The main work always falls to you, whether we like it or not. We try to help, of course, but you still take the main risks." "I don't want that." "What? Do you care about me or something?" "You can think of it that way. We need to stop and reconsider." Liana sat silently, and while she'd initially been looking at Syoma, she now looked up at the clouds. Finally, she said, "You're right about everything. Except one thing." "What?" "That I got carried away. I didn't even start. What you said, I think about it every minute. Yes, a lot has changed since we met. And I've changed. It started even before we met. In just one day, I was betrayed and almost died. Betrayed by people very close to me. I don't have proof yet, but I'm almost certain of my guess. When we're done here, I'll have to deal with retribution. So I can't die. But all this has upended my usual flow of life. I've started doing things that weren't my thing. And the fact that we're working together now, a week ago, that would have been impossible. I've made a number of decisions for the future. I've decided to completely change my life. And I need companions in my endeavors. You can be one. If you want, of course. So, this operation is a kind of interview. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe I'm risking more. But no matter how much I think about it, I still come to the conclusion that I want to do this. Punish the bad people. Get closer to the good ones. Because nothing brings people closer than shared danger. You decide, but I'll continue, with or without you. I'm not backing down. I just wanted a moment to soberly assess the situation. And you're doing well. This waterfall is a test. Not everyone can jump off it. Only the bravest. Well, honestly, I didn't jump. You pushed me. I doubt I would have done it myself. As you wish, but I'll still count it against you and say you jumped. And I'll make excuses and say you pushed me. What a lover of truth. Imagine us jumping hand in hand. Very romantic. Especially since, technically, that's what happened. Okay, think what you want. I know I have nothing to be proud of in this situation. Shouldn't we take our medicine? I'm feeling kind of broken. Yeah, I guess we can. This is the last thing. We need to hibernate tonight. Otherwise, things will get bad. So we have very little time left, just one day. And there's a lot to do. We left our friends a long way off, and it'll take a long time to get back to them. So let's not waste any time. They gave us the shots and ran off again. Now they were walking back along the canyon, gradually moving away from it. Their clothes and shoes gradually dried on them, then became damp with sweat again. The day was just beginning, but it was already very hot. They passed the waterfall and were now moving through the forest lowland. It was a little cooler there. Suddenly, Liana stopped abruptly. This time, even Syoma understood why. They heard a woman scream. A call for help. Syoma, without thinking, rushed toward the sound, but she grabbed his arm. "Where are you going? Can't you hear? Someone needs help. Are you sure? We'll go and see, and if needed, we'll help. But we'll do it recklessly, with caution. Didn't you just chide me for letting my guard down? Okay, just let's move faster." When they jumped into the waterfall, they managed not to lose any of their gear. The weapons weren't afraid of water. They'd been told that during the briefing. That applied to the pistols. It turned out the laser rifle was too. Now she was back in his hands, and Liana had armed herself with a pistol. They raised their weapons and moved toward the voice. It was no longer audible, and Semyon had the disturbing thought that they were too late. But a few minutes later, it began again. Someone was very ill, but they still continued to slowly creep toward the place. Finally, they reached the edge of a large pit, like a crater, only a very old one. There were no trees in it, only small bushes and grass. On the other side of the crater, on a slope, lay a girl. Her entire face was covered in blood. Her clothes were dirty and torn in places. She lay there and moaned. Semyon was about to rush to her when she rolled over with difficulty and raised a bleary gaze to them. Their eyes met, and then something happened that he hadn't expected. For a split second, they stared at each other. Then suddenly her eyes cleared, widened, and she flew into the air as if she were on a spring. A piercing scream shook the forest. "Stop! Freeze, everyone!" As if in slow motion, Syoma turned to Liana, but she wasn't there. She was already crouched, facing away, her pistol thrust forward, pressed against the stomach of a man holding a huge club over his head. Estimating the trajectory of the blow, Syoma instantly realized that the blow would have struck him in the head, or rather both of them, if Liana hadn't reacted. He shifted his gaze from the club hanging in the air to the man's face and said, "Sinsanik, we were just looking for you." The bloodied girl turned out to be Vasilisa. And, of course, it wasn't blood, but the juice of some berries they'd collected specifically for this purpose. There were two of them. After the attack, they managed to find each other and began hiding in the woods together, not really knowing what was happening and not knowing what to do next. "So why did you attack us? What? Did you decide to hunt people too? We were watching you from afar. We spotted you even before the waterfall. But because of the distance, we didn't recognize you," she said to Semyon. "Considering how confidently you moved and the way you fired the laser rifle at the waterfall, we decided you were one of them." "One of those hunters," Liana prompted. "That's what we call them. And that's what they call themselves, too." "Yes, from the hunters. Because ours didn't have such weapons. Why you were running away and shooting at the balloons wasn't entirely clear, but we decided to capture you for questioning, because we don't quite understand what's going on. Evacuation isn't being called, people are being killed. What does all this mean?" "Siam," Liana said, "try to keep it to 15 or 20 minutes. Brief our new friends on the situation and invite them to join us. In the meantime, I'll just walk around a bit. I need some privacy. Can you handle that?" "Naturally. Basically, it's like this," he began. "This planet is our new home. Because our tour operator sold us to the hunters to be slaughtered. They weren't planning on taking us from the start, even if some of us had survived. But there weren't supposed to be any survivors." Liana gradually moved away, and Syoma's voice dissolved into the forest noises. She suddenly really did want some privacy. She hadn't spent so much time with anyone or interacted with anyone for so long. Perhaps Syoma was right. She needed to stop and collect her thoughts, consider everything again. And she decided to use this short pause to get her thoughts in order. And she had a lot of thoughts. She really had decided to change her life. For a long time, she had been nurturing the idea of going in search of her father. Or rather, it wasn't even an idea, but a goal. She had been saving money to organize the expedition, making plans. But time passed, and nothing moved. She felt like she still wasn't ready. And now, this sudden jolt had brought her to her senses. Besides, it looked like she could make some good money. There was another problem: people. She had no one to involve in this undertaking. None of her acquaintances would have taken such a risky undertaking. Abandon a comfortable life, a job, a family. For what? They would have had to offer a huge sum of money to get someone to risk everything and go to another continent. Or find those on the run and eager to escape, but they're not exactly trustworthy. They could easily stab you in the back. And here was such a lucky coincidence. For her, not for these poor souls who came for an adrenaline rush and lost everything. It's a miracle they're still alive. In fact, Liana really liked the team they were assembling. Yes, there are people who are more prepared. But preparation is a set of skills. It can be learned. But human qualities are far more important. These people turned out to be good people. Even the newcomers they'd just met. Syoma served as a sort of magnet, and everyone he wanted to rescue was on the same wavelength. And Liana liked him. This company still needed to somehow settle in and find a way to function. Perhaps, deep down, they wouldn't believe this was forever and cherish hopes of a return. But she had no doubt there was no chance of that. Of course, she wouldn't use them blindly. She would tell them about all the plans and risks that awaited them. But she thought they would agree. The event coming up today was supposed to unite them as a team. It was almost there, but she needed to draw the newcomers in. Bring everyone together through sweat and blood. She would just have to make sure no one died. That largely depended on her. A good plan and precise execution. She hoped everything would go well. She even deliberately built up and intimidated everyone a little, to keep everyone on their toes. There was only one problem: time, and it was running short. If they didn't finish on time, she and Semyon would start hallucinating, and that could lead to unpredictable consequences. Now was a short break before the marathon. Once they started, there would be no time to rest. She suddenly remembered what she was doing and turned back. "Are they coming with us?" she began, suddenly appearing from behind the trees. "Well, I think so, but we haven't discussed everything yet." Semyon began. "Discuss it on the way. We're desperately short on time. New plan. I'll name the location, and the three of you will go there. I'll need to run and get the guys. I can do it faster alone, and there will be fewer laps to do." "Okay," Semyon shrugged. "If that's better." "Better, not better, but faster. You'll just finish bringing them up to speed. They have to join us voluntarily, because the price is high. So they'll have time to think, too. Let's meet in 4 or 5 hours, and you can make a decision. Don't rush into this for now. Just go to the meeting point." This was already addressed to Sanik and Vasilisa. Liana thought that in the entire time since their meeting, Sanik hadn't said a word. She was beginning to perceive him as mute. But then he spoke. "I'll definitely go. Those ghouls need to be punished. I wouldn't take Vaska. I'd spare the girl. But try to forbid her. She'll tear her Adam's apple out." Vasilisa glared at him disapprovingly, but said nothing. "Then let's move. See that chain of mountains over there on the horizon?" "Well," said Sayoma, "go to the highest peak. Over there," she pointed. "You'll come across a river on the way. Don't cross it. Turn right and follow the bank." "Is this the river that flows to the waterfall?" Vasilisa asked. "Then maybe we should just follow the bank so we don't get lost." "We can, but then you'll have to walk 3 times as far. It winds a lot." "Okay, I'll shut up. There's a rope bridge across the river in one place. It's the only one. Unmistakable, just don't miss it. It's a landmark. Continue on for another couple of kilometers. Look carefully to the right. There are ruins in the thicket. The remains of an ancient city." "What? From the early settlers?" Sanik asked. "No, truly ancient. These are from the local civilization." "What?" Semyon was now surprised. "Were there natives here? Is this the first time intelligent life has been discovered, and I'm finding out about it like this?" "Let's not do this now," Liana snapped. "I didn't know you were such a connoisseur of antiquities. Otherwise, I would have told you long ago." "Yes, there are natives here. Yes, they appeared before we arrived and developed independently. They're still here, but it's very difficult to find them. They hide. I've never met one in my entire life. That's all for now. I'm off, and you shouldn't be late either." With these words, she turned and actually ran. "Well," said Sayoma, sensing they were waiting for his command. "Shall we be on our way? It's true, if we drag our feet, she might even be back faster than us." They grabbed the few things they had and set off. "And you, I see, find female company everywhere," Vasilisa said, narrowing her eyes slightly, but with a rather kind tone. "That's my destiny." "Who is she?" "One of the original settlers," Semyon said, briefly recounting the planet's history he'd recently learned. "Do you think we won't be able to return?" Vasilisa asked. "I can't quite believe it myself, but I think not. My brain seems to have already agreed, but deep down I still think it's some kind of joke." "I like it here," Sanik suddenly interjected. "Yes, it's clear that the information you shared with us requires verification, but I think it's true. Firstly, it explains everything that happened to us very well, and secondly, there's a general perception of what's happening that usually works for me. I think that's how it all is, subjectivity aside." "What do you mean?" "Different people can perceive and describe the same events differently. We're currently going with your friend's version, but there might be nuances." "What?" "I don't know yet, but they might. Although, overall, I think that's pretty much how it is." "How did you survive the attack?" Vasilisa decided to change the subject. "Liana saved me. She was just about to rob me, and then these guys." "Rob?" "Well, Yes, people here live under siege underground. One of the few available ways to get some weapons and equipment is to take them from tourists, as they call us. So, she's essentially a bandit? They call themselves scavengers. They have their own code. Liana, for example, when she went on a job, even wore a special suit. I call her an Amazon in this suit. Very impressive. It's so the guy she robs will have fond memories of it later. You guys are completely insane. So if you're robbed by a beautiful woman, that makes it romantic? Vasilisa said. Well, it's something like that. She created situations that enhanced the experience of the tour. Ideally, the organizers should have paid her for it. Well, that's if they were normal. Anyway, she pulled me right out from under a bullet. And then she saved you when they started chasing you. So it was her? And I was wondering where the pursuers went. I thought I was just lucky. She saw us while she was watching the camp and took a liking to you. She said that of all of them, you were the only one prepared for the unexpected. That's nice, of course. Do you trust her? More than anyone else. And those aren't just empty, pompous words. In the time we spent together, I've gotten to know her, and I must say she's a very good and reliable person. Oh, I think someone's being completely objective. You seem to have a thing for her. We've been through a lot and risked our lives more than once. And in a situation like that, people open up right away. If anyone showed weakness, it wasn't her. Really, maybe, although she denies it, saying I did well. If it weren't for her, I probably would have died more than once. And anyone in my place would, too. You really admire her. It's all clear. Vajia, leave him alone, otherwise I'll think you're jealous, since Sanik interjected. If you didn't like her, that would be strange. Then you should really think about what's going on. But otherwise, everything is in its place. What's there to be jealous about? We don't even really know each other. I'm just kidding. No offense. Of course, I don't see anything to be offended about here. Tell me, what were those balls you shot at the waterfall? Stalking. We came looking for you and decided to start from the spot where the attack took place to find some clues. But there was an ambush there. Or rather, those tracking balls. Liana eliminated 2 of them in the forest, and then we had to jump into the waterfall, as she said, to get some distance. They lost us and started looking. That's when we saw them. True, we thought there was only one left, but there were 2. Or maybe there were more of them, and they're still tracking us? Maybe I keep wondering about that myself, but I hope we shot them all down. You jumped really well. I saw you. I couldn't have done it. Neither would I, but no one really asked me. Siam, said Sanik. Did you kill anyone? Yes. So how is it? I have a good instructor. Semyon looked at Vasilisa to see how she would react to him praising Liana again. She did some psychological work on me to keep me from overthinking things. The main thing is to dehumanize them, to create an image of the enemy. It's interesting, but we're currently doing exactly what they came here for. Hunting people. It's clear that for us, it's a matter of survival. Although we don't have to do that. We can simply disappear. But we decided to go on the attack. It would be interesting if this whole thing turned out to be a scenario they were playing out specifically for us. Like, this is real survival, didn't expect that? And in the end, a ship arrives, picks us up, and we fly off into the sunset. I had similar thoughts myself when I was trying to find some kind of explanation for what was happening, because I didn't like the one Liana gave me. But when I shed blood myself, my doubts disappeared. Because the corpses are real. Yeah, I'm just imagining things. But, going back to the idea that we'll most likely stay here forever, I'll repeat, I like it here. It might be hard for you to break away from big civilization, from this world with its many opportunities, which, admittedly, no one takes advantage of anyway. But it's just right for me. I've had my fill of civilization. The surprising thing is that it's the same here and there, only here it's more honest. For example, the hunters here are trying to kill us. They're clearly resisting us. They exist in the normal world too, but you don't see them until they eat you. Since Sanik fell silent, remembering something of his own that was bothering him. Apparently, he was the one who got eaten at one point. They were moving along quite briskly. A couple of hours later, they reached the river Liana had mentioned and walked along it. An hour later, they indeed saw a rope bridge. It was stretched between 2 steep banks. The structure was well built, clearly well maintained and maintained. The river beneath the bridge flowed swiftly, the current turbulent, and sharp rocks jutted out here and there. For almost the entire length of the river, As they walked along it, it looked something like this. Crossing to the other bank was a challenge. Apparently, that was the reason for the bridge's construction. I really want to walk across it, Vasilisa said admiringly. No need, Sensanik said, his voice reasonable. You'll be visible from afar. And after all, we're at war. We need to maintain secrecy. Yes, I know. I was just sharing my thoughts. The bridge consisted of 3 ropes stretched between the banks. The central one, lower, which you had to walk on, and 2 others on the sides, like railings, higher. The side ropes were connected to the central one every 1.5 meters. All in all, it was quite an extreme crossing. Using it was already quite dangerous and required some skill, but if you have to carry gear and belongings, it complicates the task many times over. Sayoma remembered the walker and thought that he definitely couldn't get across here with it. But those who use this bridge probably know this and only take what they can carry. I wonder who built it. The ones your girlfriend was? Asked Sensanik. Liana. Her name is Liana. I think so. Who else? The bridge looks pretty sturdy. Well, relatively speaking, of course. It's obvious they use it. What I never thought was that I'd encounter native inhabitants here. Well, in light of the latest information, these inhabitants aren't so native after all. They are much more native. Isn't it time we explored the ruins? Everyone took the hint and moved further along the shore. Well, the original settlers have been here for hundreds of years, too. They could be considered indigenous, too. What's the big deal? Now, perhaps we can too. Newly converted natives. Too complicated. Better to just call them newcomers or greenhorns. That's kind of derogatory. I don't really like it. That's the whole point. Newcomers need to earn their status, and until then, derogatory terms are the norm. Well, at least you've built up some connections here. You might just slip right in. Vasilisa couldn't resist a snicker. Maybe I will, Semyon replied. And I'll even put in some effort to take care of you. Well, thank you. But that's, of course, if we survive. Don't doubt it. We're not so easy to kill. Especially since we can't be caught off guard anymore. Apparently, some law of attraction between people has kicked in, and the very best have gathered. Vajia, what are the very best? Asked Semyon. Tenacious, if you like. Normal, interesting, decent. It's surprising, by the way, that you were able to find everyone you wanted. It's even strange. A little. We also took it as a miracle, but when we asked, Liana explained exactly how she searched, how she picked up the scent, the methods she used. The miracle disappears, and what remains is the work of a professional. We didn't find you, by the way. You were trying to lure us into a trap. But we ended up nearby. Was it an accident? No, we assumed you were somewhere around here. But we could have missed each other if not for your pitiful cry. Did I perform it well? Of course. I fell for it, and almost got hit with a club, didn't I, Sensanik? But I didn't, did I? You should be grateful I have good reflexes. And Vajia reacted in time, too. The main thing is that everything worked out, and everyone's safe. They continued walking and chatting casually, when suddenly Vajia cried out. Look! They turned and saw a hill rising above the forest, but it was too perfectly shaped. It looked like the top of a pyramid, only heavily overgrown and entangled in greenery. Looks like we've arrived, said Sensanik. We need to go deeper into the forest. They turned away from the bank they had been following toward the pyramid. A little before they reached it, they began to see other signs of human presence in the forest. At first, they saw isolated, uneven stones, then fragments of ruined walls, then a sculpture depicting some kind of creature, resembling a snake, but somewhat humanized. That's all they could make out. It was heavily overgrown with moss. Some parts were chipped off, but the general idea was clear. Well, it's quite nice, almost like in books on ancient Earth history. I saw something similar there. Could it be that another civilization, developing on another planet like us, having gone through the full course of evolution from scratch, began to create something so recognizable to someone familiar with Earth history? What? That can't be, Vasilisa inquired. I don't know. Maybe. But it seems incredible to me. Something's not right here. We need to keep trying to figure this out. But even if you figure it out, you still won't be able to tell anyone about it, Semyon reminded him. I don't need that. I've outgrown it. I'm interested in finding out for myself. A kind of cognitive, scientific egotism. But don't worry, if I uncover the truth, I'll definitely share it with you. Look, Vasilisa said, pointing to the right. There, in the thicket, something stood out from the general picture. A metallic glint. They came closer and saw the wreckage of a wrecked landing craft, just like the one that had brought them. Here it is, ancient and modern, and we, who now belong to who knows where, Sensanik declared philosophically. The ship had obviously been lying here for a long time. Many of the fragments had sunk into the ground. There was no equipment, not even a lousy wire or screw. Everything had been dismantled and carried away. Only the skeletal hull and some very large fragments remained. The alloy was impervious to corrosion. Its paint had long since peeled off, and now it gleamed dully in the sun. I think we can settle in for now. It's a place of some sort, Semyon said, climbing inside. I don't know. It's too conspicuous. If anyone shows up, they'll look there first. What do you think, Vajia? I'd like to sit for a while in a little bit of civilization, something factory-made. I'm getting a bit tired of nature. And here, there's such industrial charm. If Liana sent us here, she considers this place relatively safe, Semyon said, peering out from the breach in the side. It's quite cozy, and besides, we're not the first to arrive. Apparently, the miners use this place as a campsite. Come inside. They climbed in, and it turned out Semyon was right. The largest, landing compartment, had a dirt floor, presumably warmer than metal. The roof was intact, with only one hole in the very corner, so bad weather wasn't a problem here. A fireplace, built of stones, was roughly under the hole, presumably to allow the smoke to escape through the hole. In one corner lay a huge pile of hay, suitable for a bed. In another, prepared firewood was stacked. I don't feel comfortable, Vajia said. It's as if we've sneaked into someone's house when the owners are away. I feel like a thief. This place is too lived in. And what will happen, I wonder, if the owners come? Sensanik asked thoughtfully. They wouldn't come even if they were planning to, Semyon said knowingly. We turn on the alarm system to keep everyone out. An alarm. Firstly, because they sent hunters here, and secondly, because we managed to anger them quite a bit. Who? Hunters. Yes, we did kill quite a few. I recommend taking advantage of this forced pause and resting as much as possible, Semyon said, pointing to a pile of hay and heading for the exit. Hey, aren't you going to rest? Vajia asked. I don't need to. Liana and I are on stimulators. I'll keep watch for you. Rest easy. Well, whatever you say. She scooped up some of the hay, dragged it to the adjacent wall, and began making a nest there. Sensanik walked over to the remaining hay and collapsed onto it with a contented groan. It's been a while since I've lain on something soft. Although that's not true, we haven't been here that long, but it feels like an eternity, he said, turning over on his side with a groan. Syoma went outside and sat down on a protruding piece of iron. Birds were singing, leaves were rustling, and as always, when the mad rush stopped and the sounds of nature filled everything, everything was once again unreal. What hunters? What murders? What survival? Could all this exist in this world filled with harmony? He was almost completely devoid of thoughts. Syoma sat and simply listened, gradually dissolving into his surroundings. Suddenly, unexpectedly, a branch snapped. Syoma abruptly shook off his daze and, trying to remain composed and silent, began listening intently, searching for the presence of a human. For a moment, he heard nothing, but then he thought he heard the rustling of clothing, or at least, that's how he interpreted the sound. Deciding that sitting there like a target wasn't the best idea, he stood up, stretched, and walked inside, maintaining full alertness. As he walked the few meters to the entrance, he thought he heard footsteps again, as if whoever was hiding in the bushes, seeing him leave, had also hurried away and done so carelessly. Syoma pinpointed the direction from which the sounds were coming. He wasn't entirely sure of their nature, but the fact that someone was there left no doubt. He found a hole facing the right direction and, aiming his laser rifle at it, began peering closely into the thicket. 5 minutes passed like this. He was beginning to think it was all just his imagination. The swaying leaves were making his vision blur. He considered waking Sensanik and Vajia, but he was afraid they'd laugh at him. The boys could arrive at any moment, and if this was an ambush, they could get caught. Although Liana, of course, wouldn't allow that. But she might detect someone's presence, think it was them, and let her guard down. Besides, Relying on her all the time was unworthy. It felt childish. The adults would come and sort everything out. And I'll wait here, under the cover of the thick iron walls. Syoma sighed, pressed his cheek to the cool metal, and peered intently into the thicket once more. Seeing nothing, he turned abruptly and, weapon at the ready, walked outside. Stepping outside, weapon at the ready, he headed straight for the bushes that had so disturbed him. He strode resolutely, as if minding his own business, but his heart was pounding in his temples. Swiftly crossing the open space, he entered the thicket. It was empty. A short distance away lay the remnant of a man-sized wall. Syoma headed toward it. Beyond it, there was nothing. He looked around carefully. The forest was just a forest, the ruins just ruins. Nothing unusual. He began to think he'd imagined it all, and he must have looked very foolish, hiding with his weapon and peering into the forest. He thought it was a good thing he hadn't woken his comrades. With these thoughts in mind, he headed back when suddenly a cold sweat broke out on him. He didn't even immediately understand why. First he sweated, and only then did he see it. But there was a boot print in the bare patch of ground. It was very clear, distinct. You could even read the manufacturer's name. When they'd arrived here, they'd come from the other direction, and he clearly remembered no one had gone into these bushes. Only now, when he went to check, he'd placed his foot next to it. His boot had also left a very clear imprint. But his print was noticeably smaller and had a different pattern. How strange the psyche works. In the wild, the larger an animal, the more dangerous it is perceived. Many even try to deliberately increase their size, rumple their fur, fluff up their feathers, spread their wings, or simply stand on their hind legs to appear larger. These same instincts, apparently, still linger in humans. The track was larger than Semyon's, and it began to dominate him. Semyon felt threatened. The owner of this large track was dangerous, because a large track indicates the size of the one who left it. Large size, great strength. Great strength, great danger. Somewhere deep down, Semyon understood that the size of the track says nothing, at least not about how dangerous a person is. A person can have small shoes and be very dangerous, or they can have large shoes and be completely safe. Or maybe their shoes are the wrong size, and in fact, their foot is smaller than Semyon's. Then there's no need to fear them. So by this logic, this was all complete nonsense. Liana was an example. A girl, really, but he was sure he'd never met anyone more dangerous in his life. But that was just his mind. Instincts were doing their job. His clothes were soaked with sweat. His heart was pounding. All his senses were heightened. This is an old trail. A saving thought flashed through his mind. The place is inhabited. Someone comes here periodically. Of course there are tracks here. If he searched, he'd surely find plenty. But he knew he was deluding himself. The trail was fresh. He was certainly no tracker, but the trail was completely intact, plus the sounds he'd heard. Now he was sure there had been sounds, and he could even imagine someone standing there, then starting to walk away, and hearing a branch snap. Syoma took a couple of steps and saw a small branch snapped in half. He bent down. There was no trace, but the foliage was flattened when a branch was stepped on and crunched. It was this very branch that had brought Semyon here, alerting him to the fact that they were being watched. And they were indeed being watched. Gripping his rifle with sweaty hands, Semyon carefully moved along the hull of the landing craft, peering intently and catching every sound. After walking around the perimeter and finding nothing, he went inside, found a position with a clear view of the entrance but barely visible, lay in ambush, and waited. Time passed very slowly. Normally, if he hadn't been on medication, he would have surely fallen asleep, even if he hadn't been sleepy at all. Another paradox. People often fall asleep in situations where it would seem they shouldn't be. On guard duty, waiting to board a flight, in ambush. Why? Was his brain failing to maintain concentration for so long? Or were there other mechanisms at work? About an hour passed like this, which seemed like an eternity to him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Syoma, don't shoot, it's us." "The password," he shouted back. "What the hell of a password? Are you nuts?" Liana emerged from the undergrowth. "You're fine." "Yeah, just keeping watch." "Good job. How did you get here?" She had already gotten close when the girls and Valera emerged from the bushes. And while Liana was cheerful and barely out of breath, the others were dragging their feet. Everyone's faces were beet red. their tongues practically hanging over their shoulders, their legs stumbling. The very last, mockingly cheerful step was that of a loaded walker. "Fine in you." Liana turned to the boys. "Well, weaklings? I told you could handle it. Half an hour to rest. Why are you yelling like that?" Vasilisa appeared in the doorway, stretching and yawning sweetly, a little demonstratively. Sanik followed her leisurely. At that moment, Syoma thought that everyone he'd wanted to find and gather was here. This warmed his spirit somewhat. But then he remembered something, waved to Liana, and headed toward the thicket. She followed him without question. He stopped as he approached the trail. Liana immediately saw what he'd brought her for and crouched down. "This one's yours," she pointed to the print Syoma had placed nearby. "And this one's someone else's. Did you see it?" "No, I heard a branch snap. I think this one," then some rustling. "I crouched by the hole and started tracking. Then I decided to check, found the trail, circled around, but found nothing." "Good boy. You're a quick learner. But you shouldn't have gone out. You should have stayed hidden. You were an easy target. You're lucky whoever was following you has already left. I was afraid you might be ambushed." "Thank you, but we had a better chance than you. Still, someone else in your place either wouldn't have noticed, wouldn't have cared, or wouldn't have found the trail. You've done a lot." "You think the trail isn't old?" "No, it's very recent. I think you reconstructed everything correctly. The branch, the trail, and the fact that he left. You got it all. Any idea who it could have been?" "Not yet. These are standard army boots. Lots of people wear them here. They could be hunters, scavengers, or even your survivalists, although that's unlikely. What are we going to do?" "You keep watch at the camp. Don't tell anyone, and I'll take a walk." "Maybe together?" "No, I'd rather be alone. It'll be faster this way, and someone needs to keep an eye on them." At that time, the introductions were going on in the camp. Laughter could be heard periodically, and every now and then the conversation would drop to whispers, then burst into laughter. "It looks like they're talking about us, the fact that we immediately went into seclusion," Liana said. "Won't that compromise you? We've spent so much time together that 5 minutes in the bushes won't make a difference." She smiled and walked on, carefully looking around and at her feet. Syoma thought she was walking as if she were actually reading a book, seeing things that others don't notice. Perhaps he, too, was becoming more observant. Only it seems unnoticeable to him. You see or hear something, and it feels natural, and it's even strange that others don't see it. We're probably like blind kittens to her. But I'm already beginning to see clearly. Liana's praise lifted his spirits, and he walked back to camp in a much better mood than when he left. When he stepped out into the open, everyone suddenly fell silent and stared at him. "Why are you so happy?" Vasilisa asked. Everyone burst out laughing. Yes, there was no doubt what they were talking about. "Where's Liana?" Chris asked, holding back. "She's gone on some business. She'll be back soon. I advised the new arrivals to rest. We're leaving soon," he said, approaching a large rock and ostentatiously sitting down on it, resting his rifle on his knees and looking into the forest. He's so serious. He's clearly in no mood for jokes. "Fine, whatever you want, but I'll really take a nap while I can," Susie said, heading inside the ship. Chris and Valera followed her. Since Sanik was sitting a little to the side and had clearly not been joining in the general merriment, but now he asked, "Something happened?" Semyon shrugged, as if he didn't know yet. "Is it time to talk yet?" Semyon nodded. Vazia overheard their conversation, but said nothing. Apparently, she, too, had immediately noticed something was wrong and simply didn't press the issue. Semyon decided that was very wise of her. Seeing everything, noticing everything, but saying nothing or talking about something else. It was no wonder Liana singled her out from the crowd at first glance. Smart girl. 10 minutes passed before Liana returned. She emerged from the thicket, looked at Syoma, and shook her head. It was clear she hadn't found anything. She came over and sat down next to him. "Empty." "No, it's thick, but unclear. The tracks are clearly visible. There are many of them, and they go quite a distance away from the camp. It's clear whoever was here has either left completely or decided to keep a very large distance. I don't think he's dangerous. He doesn't know how to hide his tracks. He apparently came alone. If he didn't attack you when the others were sleeping, he certainly won't dare now that there are so many people here. I think he's gone completely. Maybe he wanted to use the campsite, but saw it was occupied and decided to look for another place. Do you think we'll have time to do everything we planned? We, as you said, have very little time left. We should, but people need to rest. They're not made of iron. The forced march was very difficult, but they held up. Well done. I thought we weren't going to take Valera with us after his injury. Go, try to talk him out of it. But he's understandable. I wouldn't stay alone either, in the forest, on an unfamiliar planet, waiting for who knows what, when everyone else was fighting. Better to be with people, in the thick of things. I agree. I probably wouldn't stay either, but there are those who would prefer to stay away from danger. Well, they probably don't fly here, and if some wind does blow them in, it's very rare. But there are some among the locals. Over the years, a certain degeneration has been observed. The spirit isn't what it used to be, the fire is gone. And I've started to sour myself. If you're sour, it would be interesting to see someone who isn't. I'm even afraid to imagine that person. Liana smiled. Come on, we need to do something, she continued, turning to Vasilisa and Sensanik. Will you keep watch at the camp? We need to step away for a bit. Naturally, Sensanik responded, and Vasilisa simply nodded, without any irony. Apparently, without an audience, she didn't want to continue joking about it. He and Liana quickly walked through the thicket. A minute later, Syoma realized where they were going, straight to the pyramid, which dominated the forest from some distance away. Coming close, Syoma saw a long staircase ascending the pyramid's slope. It was partially destroyed, many of the stones had been knocked out, and in some places, small trees grew right on top of it, their roots continuing to erode this monumental structure. Liana began to run easily up the stairs, deftly leaping over the stones. Syoma hurried after her, trying to keep up and not break his legs. Normally, he would hardly have been able to climb such a height without a break. But now he managed it, although he was still a little out of breath. At the very top stood a small building that could be entered, but Liana didn't do so and climbed onto it. On the roof was a small pyramid, a geometric extension of the base. At its top was a round stone, about 1 meter in diameter, completely flat, almost polished on top. When Syoma reached it, Liana was already sitting on it, gazing into the distance. He sat down next to her. Beautiful, he said, and it was true. The panorama was truly fantastic. Yes, I love this place, even though I haven't been here in 50 years. You keep juggling such numbers, it breaks my brain. Can't a normal person go 50 years without being somewhere? Maybe, but they wouldn't look like you. How nice, but we're not here to admire the views. Look, over there, see the mountains. Yes, those are the same mountains we were in, right? Yes. Somewhere about halfway between us and the mountains is the landing place of the hunters, the ones we need. They're heading that way. She pointed in the other direction. We don't know exactly how far they've traveled, but we can guess. We'll need to cross their route behind them. As usual, find their tracks, and then we'll know roughly when they pass through, how many of them there are, and how long it will take us to catch up with them. In words, everything is very simple. As always. Yes, in theory, this will be the most prepared and well-armed group we've ever encountered. Moreover, they could be waiting for us. They have enough information to figure out where we're headed. The main thing is that they want to deal with us on their own and not request help from above. And then what will happen? They'll send several military units with equipment, and that'll be the end for us. But you think that won't happen? I don't think so. Why? They come to hunt. If the prey is very easy, it's no honor for the hunter. But if they manage to complete a difficult task, they'll talk about it for the rest of their lives. And if they request help, they'll be embarrassed in front of everyone. But that's just a theory? Yes, but it's a very good one. I believe in it. Besides, when someone arrives, you can usually hear it, and I don't remember any ships entering the atmosphere. They want to figure things out for themselves. They're getting help, of course, but only remotely. But once we've dealt with them, we'll have to flee quickly and far. A cleanup team will definitely arrive. I believe that too. But we won't change our minds? Am I right? Of course not. I understand you're scared, but we need to get through this. It's a kind of self-examination. In a few hours, it will all be over. And we'll run like hell. No, we'll retreat quickly, but in an organized manner. Yes, that sounds better. When do we set out? Right away, we'll return to camp and hit the road. Syoma nodded, and they sat for a few more minutes, gazing into the distance. The wind ruffled their hair, the sun shone gently. It was very pleasant, but not for long. Liana stood up and began to descend. Syoma had no choice but to follow her. Everything in the camp was as usual, as if they'd never left. But the idyll quickly ended. "Let's get ready. We're leaving in 5 minutes," Liana said loudly. Dissatisfied voices came from the bowels of the ship. "Choose your weapons. Leave everything you don't need. Just take a canteen of water and something you can shoot. We'll hide the rest here, but not in this place. We'll find somewhere more secluded." Everyone suddenly stirred, rummaging through their backpacks and bags. Those who'd been sleeping crawled out and began packing as well. Most of them kept their firearms, as they were familiar with them and knew how to use them. However, Liana handed out 2 flashbang grenades to everyone, as she said. Just in case they were pressed, they'd help them escape. Syoma kept his laser rifle, found a knife in his bags to replace the one he'd lost, and, of course, regular pistols. Liana kept the same kit, a bow and arrows, and pistols with smart bullets. When everyone was armed and ready to go, they packed all the remaining things into backpacks and bags, slung them onto the walker, and then, together with Liana, led it to a secluded spot in the ruins. It was the remains of some kind of structure, the entrance to which was heavily overgrown with vegetation, but inside it was quite spacious and even retained the remains of a stone roof, where they had parked the walker in case of rain. They also prepared 4 small food bags, in which they collected and divided into equal parts everything edible they had. In case they had to leave quickly, they would take only the food. When asked why there were only 4 bags, Liana shrugged and said, "If you find more, we'll divide them into 5, 6, or 7. But there were no more bags. Syoma thought there were already 7 of them. That's quite a few. That's a small army. The realization that there were so many of them came unexpectedly and gave them added confidence. Then they started running. Somehow, they ran in pairs. Liana alone in the lead, followed by Semyon and Valera, then Vasilisa and Sansanik, with Susie and Chris bringing up the rear. The girls were combat trained, which was probably why they'd taken up the rear guard. It was already the afternoon, and time was running out. Finally, they found tracks. You didn't need to be a tracker to spot them. They weren't traveling lightly, and they weren't hiding at all. There were tracks of walkers, tracks of some kind of wheeled vehicle. Liana, having examined everything, said there were about 15 of them. They were very confident, and perhaps rightly so. They could have left alarm traps or tracking systems in the forest, so they had to act quickly. A swift onslaught, that's our method, she said. She also said they passed by here last night. So we'll soon stumble upon their overnight campsite, and they haven't gone very far, because they're probably making a substantial camp, so they're not packing it up quickly. And the caravan is moving rather sluggishly anyway. Maybe they're just waiting for us to find them so they can deal with us. Is it wise to attack in this situation? Sansanik asked. It doesn't matter. Nothing will save them anyway. They only outnumber us twice. That's nothing. We'll simply tear them apart. Don't think I'm overconfident. I'm a realist. Sansanik spotted something on the ground, walked over, and picked up a hefty tree branch. He weighed it in his hand and was satisfied. Although the club was apparently very heavy, it felt like feathers in his hands. Despite his bulk, he was truly very strong. He seemed to feel more confident with such a weapon in his hands. They followed the trail and soon found the campsite. It was impossible to miss. It was incredibly littered. Not only had they failed to collect and burn their trash, they'd simply thrown everything wherever they felt like it. Cans, bags, pieces of paper, pieces of rope, and packaging were everywhere. For this alone, they deserved to die, said Vasilisa. And there was no humor in her tone at all. Don't you think it's too deliberate? Asked Valera. As if they're doing it on purpose? So that, God forbid, we don't lose the trail. Perhaps, but that won't help them either, said Liana. She really did. It seemed to Semyon, display excessive confidence. Why? Perhaps because she herself didn't feel that confidence, and she simply wanted to cheer everyone up, and herself too? Semyon didn't like that idea. He hoped he was mistaken, and that Liana really knew what she was doing. They didn't notice any tracking devices, despite paying particular attention to them. But that meant nothing. Perhaps they were miniature and well camouflaged. They continued following the trail, but after about 100 meters, Liana began to turn left. Since the hunters' tracks were so obvious, Everyone noticed it immediately. Aren't we going to follow the trail? Bajia asked. First of all, we won't. You can ask Sayoma why. Secondly, let's keep our voices down. The enemy is already close, she said, now whispering. Sayoma, well, following the trail, you could run into an ambush. That's where they expect an attack most, if at all. We usually approach from an unexpected direction. We. So you've already done this? Yes, and believe me, it works, no matter how simple it seems. After walking a few hundred meters, Liana stopped and called everyone over. They huddled around her in a circle, remembering to speak quietly. Don't stand with your backs to potential danger. Line up with your backs out. Stand sideways and, while talking, look around and maintain control of the situation. Everyone obeyed without question, because they recognized her leadership and the advice was truly sound. Now listen, there aren't 15 of them. How many? Chris asked. We're currently tracking another group, about 10 people. They're following a parallel path, and they're doing it stealthily. That trash really is bait. So there are 25 of them? No, there's an identical group coming from the other direction. We crossed their tracks first, but I didn't tell you, I wanted to check something. 35. That's too much. We can't handle it, Chris said, losing heart. Why? What do we need a head for? Their plan is clear. Lure us to the central group, and when the fighting starts, reinforcements will arrive from both sides and trap us in a pincer movement. But we're not fools. We'll follow their plan. We'll try to quietly clear out one of the ambush groups first. Then it'll be easy. But if that doesn't work out, we'll retreat, escape, regroup, so to speak, and strike again, in a way they won't expect. How so? Valera asked. I don't know that yet. It will depend on how the first stage goes. In the worst case, if things go badly, those who survive, return to the ruins, take what you need, and try to disappear, but I don't think this plan will be necessary. But we need to be prepared for anything, Sensanik concluded. That's right, Liana agreed. I think if we keep up a good pace, we should catch up with them in about an hour. If someone wants to leave because they've realized they can't kill people, it's best to do so now. Failure to act later would be treason and could cost one of us our lives. There was a pause, and everyone was silent. No one wanted to leave, but neither did they want to beat their chests and scream that they would tear everyone apart. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Okay, Liana continued. So everyone's ready. I had no doubt about it. From now on, we'll observe silence. If we need to say anything, only close, quietly, in a whisper. We'll move as silently as possible. No breaking branches, no tripping, no coughing. Ready? Everyone nodded. No one said anything, and they'd already begun observing silence. Liana began running through the forest, waving her hand for everyone to follow. No one was timing them, but Semyon felt like they stopped right about an hour into the run. Liana gathered everyone back into a circle. Remembering their lesson, they lined up sideways, peering into the forest. We've got a little ahead of them on the left. Are you sure? Vasilisa asked, but Semyon, who was standing next to her, nudged her gently in the side, and she stopped short. I'm sure of it. I'll go and attack them, provoke them into pursuit, and lead them into an ambush. Semyon, Chris, and Susie will be in the ambush. Try to open fire only when I pass you. Girls, are you good shots? Are you ready for this mission? Chris and Susie nodded enthusiastically. And why don't you ask Semyon if he's ready? Vasilisa interjected again. We've done this before, and I know he's ready, but I ask you not to get distracted any further and to do as I say. Sensanik looked reproachfully at Vasilisa, and she looked down. Apparently, her nerves had awakened a spirit of contradiction. But to Liana's credit, she didn't get irritated, but rather responded with understanding and patience. Sensanik and Vasilisa, you'll be in reserve and cover the ambush from the flank. Go to that rise over there. You should have a good view of this place from there. There's a more or less open area here, and that's where we'll try to lure them in and shoot them. The ambush will be over there. Liana pointed to a thicket of bushes. Keep well down and aim carefully. I don't know how many of them will reach you. The reserve won't open fire right away. Wait for the situation to develop, let them run into the ambush and suffer losses. Perhaps some of them will have time to lie low and start firing back. Wait. Move in if you see our guys are in trouble. And one more thing, Very important. We act strictly according to plan if the situation is developing according to plan. If something goes wrong, show appropriate initiative, but don't be foolish. Try to survive, don't expose yourself. Only a living person can shoot and help their comrades. Once again, no initiative if everything is going as planned, and to hell with the plan if everything is out of control. Is everything clear? Everyone nodded again. Only Semyon whispered, "Yes, sir, my general." Liana smiled. Then to their positions. "And you? Will you be the bait?" "Well, someone has to provoke them. I'll bring them to you. As soon as we deal with them, we'll leave quickly. Disappear, vanish into thin air." "We've started," she said, turning sharply and running into the forest. Everyone was stunned for a second, but then they too ran to their designated positions. Syoma, as usual, had chosen a spot next to a tree trunk so he could roll behind it if they started shooting. The girls did the same. Either they were watching him, or they themselves knew exactly what to do in such a situation. Syoma raked more leaves under himself to make it softer. It was summer, the leaves were old, and he soon regretted it. They were rotten and damp from lying in a hollow. But he didn't bother to change anything, as he didn't know how long it would take for the enemy to appear. Besides, in war, it's not worth worrying too much about comfort. As for the location, Liana had chosen it perfectly. She had a very good sense of smell. The three of them were on a small rise, with a fairly sparse forest in front of them, which was clearly visible. The hillock they were lying on curved and sloped off to the side, and then rose even higher and was more overgrown, where two more people were. If they come as Liana expects, they don't stand a chance. Unless they're super pros, of course. After this thought occurred to him, he felt a bad taste in his mouth. They hadn't taken their qualifications into account at all. What if they were professional soldiers, mercenaries? What if they were master marksmen? Maybe they'd gathered instructors from all over the world for this operation. They might not stand a chance against such people. Who knows how they'll act? I wonder if Liana had thought about this. As always, while he waited for the outcome, unpleasant thoughts began to creep into his head. What if they were all as skilled as Liana? What would happen then? And he answered his own question. Then, in a few minutes, it would all be over. Nothing could be done now, unless he simply ran away. But that was completely out of the question. He would never do that. But at that moment, he understood, on a purely human level, all those soldiers who had fled the battlefield throughout human history. Everyone is afraid, but some apparently can't control their fear. And Syoma understood them very well now. He didn't justify them, but he understood. And this thought, oddly enough, calmed him. He seemed to assert himself at their expense. Like, I won't run away. I'm not like that. I'm better. And his soul became calm. What the others were thinking was unknown, but he hoped that they, like him, even if they were afraid, would find a way to overcome it. Because now, more than ever, he understood how dependent they were on each other. He clearly imagined how many of them there were, how many guns there were, how many fingers were on the triggers. There could have been fewer, there could have been more, but right now there were exactly that many. And he realized that he was counting on everyone's help. If you remove even one pair of hands clutching a weapon from this equation, they'll immediately be much more vulnerable. Because somewhere in the subconscious, they're working on simulating a situation that hasn't yet happened, and all the guns are already counted. They'll all stay in their places, and everyone will start shooting at the right time. Chapter 19. Liana, having ventured deeper into the forest, quite unerringly reached a point on the group's route. They were still out of sight and sound, but she knew with some sixth sense that they would pass through here. So far, in her opinion, everything was going well. They'd picked up the trail, figured out the enemy's plan, and received information about their numbers and route. They had the strategic initiative, assuming they hadn't missed anything and made no mistakes. Liana hoped not. Otherwise, it could have been disastrous. The only thing they were inferior in was numbers, but numbers never matter with proper planning. They were doomed to success unless their opponents had an ace up their sleeve, and unless they lost the initiative once the operation had begun. Liana chose a thick tree and stood behind it, thinking through several escape routes, and waited, listening to the familiar sounds of the forest. Time dragged on very slowly, but as an experienced hunter, she knew how to be patient. In such moments, she fell into a semi-meditative state. Her mind cleared of thoughts, leaving only her senses. Her perception sharpened, and she seemed to become part of the forest, merging with it. The rustling of leaves, the whisper of the wind, the chirping of insects filled the entire space, and she basked in these sounds. The sense of time disappeared, but the extraneous sounds that disrupted the harmony sounded like a broken plate in an empty hangar. It's unknown how long she stood there, most likely not very long this time. But suddenly, an extraneous noise disrupted the harmony. Something clanked. It wasn't a forest sound. It was artificial. Perhaps something from the ammunition struck the weapon of someone approaching. The other sounds seemed to fade immediately, most likely only in Liana's mind, and this single clank came to the fore. It was quite far away, 100 meters or more, but it was enough for Liana to pinpoint its direction. At first, she heard nothing else, but then she caught other sounds, out of place. Some rustling, perhaps clothing, the crunching of leaves, most likely underfoot. With each passing second, these scattered and barely distinguishable sounds grew louder. Their numbers grew, and it was already clear that a group of people was approaching. It must be said, they were walking very quietly. They weren't talking or making any noise at all. Only Liana heard them. A normal person would have noticed them first. It was unknown who they were, but they knew how to conduct themselves on a mission. They didn't know when or if they would encounter the enemy, but they maintained silence anyway. This must be a professional skill. Their company could learn a lot from these guys. The group approached. Liana pressed herself against the tree trunk and held her breath. She had chosen a good spot, but not ideally, and now she was too close to them. Having calculated their trajectory, she thought they would pass about 5 meters away, but she wanted to be 15, 20, or more meters away. She was too close, and it was too late to change position. She could have given herself away. So she stood there, frozen, listening to their footsteps. They moved in perfect harmony and absolute silence. In the entire time since she'd spotted them, neither of them had uttered a word. Liana realized she hadn't seen them. Not before, not now. The image she'd conjured up in her head was pure fantasy. She'd imagined stern-looking men in special forces uniforms. They were all healthy, with grim faces. A stupid thought suddenly occurred to her that these weren't the people she'd expected. They were completely different. Since she hadn't seen them, it could really be anyone. What if they were children? Teenagers, walking through the woods? What if she opened fire and discovered they were very young boys and girls? She pictured them very clearly. 13 or 14 years old. They were simply walking somewhere. Who knows? Or old people, grandmothers and grandfathers strolling through the forest. Breathing in the fresh air, how could she start shooting at them? She had to see who was really coming. She even moved a little to peer around the tree trunk, but then a cold sweat broke out, and it was as if a veil had fallen from her eyes. What the hell, children? What old people? What the hell was that? But she already knew the answer. It was the after effects of the medication. They hadn't slept for 3 days. Her brain was starting to fail. It was the first warning sign that could have cost her her life, had she not reacted at the last moment. The squad was passing right in front of her tree. She hoped that since the attack had just happened, it was unlikely to happen again immediately. She froze and pressed herself even tighter against the tree trunk. Judging by the sounds, she remained unnoticed. The pattern of her footsteps, the rustling of her clothes, hadn't changed at all and hadn't lost their rhythm. They continued walking as they had been. Liana was barely breathing. If they were experienced soldiers, one careless sound could give her away, and that would be the end. The seconds ticked by, and finally the last of them passed the tree. She really hoped no one was following them, because the prospect of getting shot in the back of the head wasn't appealing. But no matter how hard she listened, she couldn't detect a single sound from that direction. They began to slowly move away, counting from the last one, 5 meters, then 15, 20. Liana decided it was time, otherwise it would be difficult to hit if the distance increased significantly. She carefully drew both pistols, shifting slightly behind the barrel to be directly behind the squad that had passed. She began raising her hands, one on one side of the tree, the other on the other side, tilting her head slightly to the side and peeking out with one eye. They looked basically as she had imagined, stocky and in military uniform. Only the uniforms were a different color. They all had fairly good equipment, plenty of weapons, and what particularly caught her eye was that they all had laser rifles, like Siomas. This weapon had proven itself quite effective. Their backs were clearly visible through the gap between the trees. Liana, hugging the tree, aimed her pistols with smart bullets at them and completely emptied their clips. After the roar of gunfire, a silence fell over the forest, unbroken by any other sounds. Syoma peered into the swaying leaves until his vision began to blur. The swaying of the leaves on the branches and the singing of the birds was very calming and hypnotic. He even began to succumb a little to this sensation of swaying peace. Suddenly, unexpectedly, he felt very small. He was about 5 years old, and he was genuinely surprised at what he was doing here. Where were his parents? They couldn't have left him alone for long. They must be somewhere nearby. He just can't see them. They're probably out in the woods playing hide and seek. And he was hiding. And he hid very well, since they couldn't find him for so long. But if they can't find you for a long time, you need to hide and be alone. Otherwise, it becomes very scary. It's scary to be abandoned, forgotten, lost. It's strange that he, a 5-year-old, can analyze this. Children usually act impulsively, not prone to introspection. But he immediately dismissed the thought and decided he needed to go and look for his parents himself. Maybe he'd gotten them all mixed up, and they were the ones hiding, and he should be looking. He had already started to rise when a volley of gunshots shattered the summer forest idyll. The numbness instantly vanished. He felt as if he'd woken up, but it wasn't a dream. It was a new, unfamiliar sensation. The thought of Liana struck him immediately. Apparently, his body had received a dose of adrenaline. The world became very real, his perception sharpened, and his heart began to pound rapidly in his chest. Now he was truly peering into the forest, and the foliage, which continued to sway just as before, no longer distracted him. The gunfire wasn't that far away, so the enemies should appear soon, if Liana had managed to lure them along. He exhaled slowly and tried to grip the rifle firmly but gently, keeping his hands soft and precise. He waited, everyone waited. As always, time slowed. Finally, he saw a silhouette flickering between the barrels, and even before he could make out anything in detail, he knew it was her. She wasn't running very fast, something was hindering her, but it wasn't clear yet what. Finally, she burst into the open space and began to cross it quickly. He hoped everyone was calm and wouldn't start shooting at her out of fear. It was pretty reckless to run into an ambush like that, even if you'd set it yourself. She leaped across the ambush line at full speed and, without stopping, quietly shouted, "Stand down. Let's go," and ran toward Sensanik and Vasilisa. She shouted the same thing to them and, without slowing down, disappeared into the forest. After a moment of confusion, everyone jumped up and rushed after her. They ran like that for about 10 minutes, trying not to lose Liana and seeing only her silhouette flickering between the trees. Finally, she stopped, and they were able to catch up. Only when they were right next to her did Syoma finally realize what she was carrying. They were laser rifles just like his. 6 of them. That is, for everyone. And a small backpack. Just as they were reaching her, she took everything off and carefully lowered it to the ground. What happened? Syoma couldn't bear it anymore. "It's okay, I accidentally killed everyone. So, you won't be able to shoot for now." "What do you mean, accidentally?" Valera asked, surprised out. Smart bullets have proven very effective. It's no wonder their production and distribution are strictly controlled. It all just happened. Go ahead and collect your spoils. I've got enough for everyone. It's just like Syoma's. The upside is you don't need ammo. The battery lasts a very long time. The accuracy is incredible, and they're completely silent. The downside is that they reload between shots. You have to wait about 3 seconds. You can't fire in bursts. Everyone approached and, without much discussion, took a rifle. Now, if you're particularly sensitive, I'll ask you to move out of sight, because what happens next might be unacceptable to some. No one moved. We're all in the same boat, and if you had to get your hands dirty, I think we should share the responsibility, at least morally, Sensanik said, and everyone nodded in agreement, though they didn't yet know what was going on. "Okay, my job is to warn you." Liana slung the trophy backpack off her shoulder and, opening it, shook its contents onto the ground. It was a crumpled military jacket. Crouching down, she began to unwrap it. When Syoma saw what was inside, nausea rose in his throat. He'd seen a lot in the last few days, but he still hadn't developed an immunity. "Oh, my God," Vasilisa whispered hoarsely next to him, and it was clear from her voice that she was also holding back. Two severed hands lay inside the jacket. "Oh my God, Liana, why?" Chris asked quietly. "Believe me, it wasn't for pleasure." She pulled the intercom from her backpack pocket and pressed the power button. Two lights lit up, green and red. She took the severed hand of her right hand and placed her index finger on the circle on the back panel. The red light flickered but stayed red. She placed her middle finger on it, and the same thing happened. She tried each finger in turn and then threw her hand to the side. "Well, you're left-handed, and I almost left with just my right hand. Good luck being on the safe side," she said, then raised her outstretched hand and held it out to Semyon. "Please make a figure." Semyon, trying to control himself, took the hand and began bending its fingers. They wouldn't obey and kept unraveling. Then he made the fig again, held it between his palms, squeezed tightly, and held it there, hoping it would remember the shape and ossify in that exact form. His mind suddenly leaped upward and saw the situation from a distance. Could he have imagined, just recently, that he would be standing in a forest on an alien planet, making a fig from the fingers of a severed hand? The suddenness of the thought even made him chuckle involuntarily. Everyone turned sharply at the inappropriate sound, but immediately lost interest, assuming it was just nerves. Liana, meanwhile, placed the index finger of her left hand on the circle. It blinked and turned green. Immediately, the airwaves filled with panicked voices. The noise was terrifying and difficult to understand, the multitude of voices overlapping and intertwining. Someone was rushing to help someone else. Someone was asking what had happened. Then another was asking what had happened. Someone was monotonously calling out call signs, but getting no answer. A dismal voice called for calm and asked for the airwaves to be cleared. Amidst all this chaos, the only thing that was clear was that the main group had moved toward the gunfire. The second ambush squad couldn't be identified by their voices. It could be assumed they were maintaining silence. If all the noise was coming from the main group, it was unclear who they were talking to. Certainly not each other. One of the support squads was completely dead. The second was presumably operating silently or using a different frequency. It appeared that several other locations were in direct contact. One, that's for sure, was the command center, from where they reported that the entire group was dead and that their vital signs monitors had gone dark. There was also apparently a command post, from where they were trying to call everyone to order. There were other voices, but it was impossible to figure out who they were or where they were coming from. They listened to the broadcast for about a minute. Then Liana pulled 3 combat grenades from her trophy backpack and placed them in a pile. "You'd better step back, just in case," she turned to everyone. "You never know." No one moved, remaining standing and watching. Liana shrugged, removed one of the grenades from the safety catch, pressed it to the ground, placed 2 more nearby, and carefully piled the trophy jacket and backpack on top of everything. She extended her hand to Semyon, and he handed her the fig, which had finally regained its shape. She placed it on top, pointing it in the direction from which those searching for the radio using the beacon would come. She placed her second hand below and the radio on it, as if it were holding it. She stood up, brushed off her knees, and said, "They'll locate the radio and come here. We're moving on to phase 2, forward." And the whole group ran after Liana, skirting the main squad from the front, hoping to find the second ambush. About 10 minutes later, they heard an explosion behind them. "Someone's found our surprise," Liana said without slowing down. "Be ready, we'll attack the second squad immediately. We won't hide." They ran for another 5 minutes, the road now heading steadily uphill. Having reached the top of this small, gently sloping forested hill, Liana suddenly fell, as if struck down, and let out a strangled cry. "Get down." She didn't have to tell them twice. Everyone fell to the ground immediately. Before they could even land on the grass, Liana, her arms extended over the rise, and without looking, opened fire with her homing pistols. Cries of pain and the sounds of falling bodies could be heard from the other side of the hill. She had emptied both magazines. Just then, Syoma crawled toward her. "I heard 3 people scream, I think." "That doesn't mean anything. A bullet could have hit the head and the man would have fallen silent. Or it could have lightly grazed his arm and he'd scream. He could have screamed simply from surprise. Until we're sure otherwise, we'll assume there are still about 10 of them." "Damn," Those magic bullets are gone. There were only 2 spare clips. From here, we'll have to use conventional means. She turned to the others, who were lying behind her. Take up positions along the top of the hill, but don't stick your head out, not even by a single inch. They've got us in their sights now. Chris and Susie, you go to the right. There's a log over there. Get behind it so they can't outflank us. Syoma and I will try to circle around them from the left. The rest of you, hold the top. I'll scare them off now. She pulled out a flashbang grenade. You'll have a couple of seconds to look out and figure out where we're going. Find a spot for yourself. I'll count to 5 and throw it. We need to solve this problem in 10 minutes at most, otherwise help might arrive. Let's go. 1, 2. Since Sanik, Vasilisa, and Valera crawled to the very top, each choosing a tree to hide behind. 3, 4, 5. She lobbed the grenade in a wide arc over the summit, and as soon as it passed the top of its ballistic trajectory, someone shouted from the other side, "Grenade!" And there was movement and the cracking of branches. It was quite close. They were obviously about to attack, but then they scattered. "We have to hurry," Liana said, apparently thinking the same thing. She clapped Semyon on the shoulder and, crouching, ran down the slope. The blast was very strong, and even out of line of sight, the flash was clearly visible. Literally a second after the explosion, another scream came from the enemy. Since the grenade couldn't have harmed them, it had no submunitions. One of our men had spotted it and fired. Liana turned around with a smile, apparently thinking the same thing and pleased with the team's work. Running around the side of the hill, they took up a position among the trees. Liana pointed to a tree with a fork at head level. The position was perfect. He placed his rifle in the fork and took aim. The forest where the enemies should have been wasn't very dense, but Semyon still didn't notice them right away. They were professionals and were following a well-practiced plan. They were storming again. It seemed the firefight had been going on all this time, but everyone had the same weapons, laser rifles that didn't make any noise when fired, so the exchange of fire was inaudible. 3 of them were moving head-on up the hill, but they were doing so very carefully, firing constantly and mostly creating a distraction. 2 were crawling up the slope towards Susie and Chris, and 2 were trying to circle around the hill from Syoma and Liana's direction. But since they'd made quite a detour, they could now see their attackers practically from behind. Syoma decided to start with them, since no one else was defending that flank. He aimed for the back of the head of the one behind him, hoping the first wouldn't notice his comrade's death and would have time to reload. He fired accurately, burning a hole in the middle of the back of the head. The man died instantly and lay motionless on his stomach. Unfortunately, the one in front noticed this immediately and, without even turning, dove into a hollow between the trees, not giving Syoma a chance to shoot him. Syoma found himself in a difficult position. He couldn't reach him there, and the man couldn't get out. But keeping his hideout under constant fire meant giving the others free rein. Hiding, he simply tied his hands. Then Syoma felt a hot breath near his ear. He wasn't afraid or surprised. It was Liana. "I'll take one of your pistols." It wasn't a question, but a statement. As he spoke, he felt her unbuckle and pull the pistol from her left holster. His pistols were the ordinary ones, the ones they'd dropped him in with. "Don't let him get away," she said, referring to the one hiding in the hollow, thus relieving him of the need to choose. A second later, she was gone. Syoma saw the 3 already approaching the summit. He saw one of them very clearly. His back was beckoning. Trying to keep the hollow in sight, he shifted his sights to that back, quickly aimed, but didn't try too hard to ensure a kill. He fired a shot at his broad back, trying to stop him. He fell, but the one lying in the hollow apparently calculated the situation, jumped up, and ran. Syoma didn't have time to reload before he was out of sight. Cursing, he rushed after him, as the other man could now get behind his friends and cause trouble. Syoma realized he was running through 2 exposed ground and was now a target, so he began abruptly changing his trajectory and speed, periodically making sharp leaps forward. He hoped that if anyone was aiming at him, it would at least be very difficult to hit. Already running up to the hollow where one of them was hiding, he glanced to the left and saw that they were indeed aiming at him. One of those crawling toward the top was now lying on his back, holding the rifle over his stomach and carefully aiming, knowing he could only fire once, that he wouldn't have time to fire again. In that brief moment when he saw this, he realized he had no time to run or hide behind a tree, that the man would fire, and the target would be hit at the speed of light. But the hunter's head suddenly fell back, his hands, holding the rifle, fell to his stomach. He was dead. Liana, Semyon whispered and rushed on. He saw 7. The rest had either been incapacitated beforehand, at best, or, at worst, were doing something they didn't yet know about. Syoma hoped Liana had shot them first with her smart bullets. They had to have hit at least someone, since they were so smart. Of the remaining 7, he saw 3 shot, 2 by him, 1 most likely by Liana. That left 4. That wasn't bad. But as long as at least 1 was alive, he could shoot and kill one of his own, and that couldn't be allowed. He saw movement ahead among the trees. The main thing now was not to get shot himself. The hunter was already moving behind his friends, those holding the defense on the hill, but he probably hadn't seen them yet. The worst part was, they didn't know they were being flanked. A grenade. A thought flashed through his mind. He quickly pulled out a flashbang and threw it as far as he could in the forest, trying to get between the boys and the hunter. At least that would attract their attention and make them expect an attack from behind. About halfway through its intended flight, the grenade hit a tree and bounced off to the side, then exploded. Syoma forgot to look away and caught flashes of light. Everything blurred before his eyes, and he ran almost blindly, trying to get behind the hunter before he started shooting. He slammed his shoulder into a tree a couple of times, but kept running until he finally crashed into the hunter. He was lucky. The hunter also had little vision at that moment, as the explosion caught him off guard. They collided at full speed and flew apart. The impact caused the hunter to drop his rifle, while Syoma held on to his, probably because he spotted his opponent at the last split second, and the blow had taken him completely by surprise. Syoma aimed the rifle at the only moving spot and pulled the trigger. The rifle fires almost silently, but for the shooter, there's still some sound and a faint sensation of the shot. This time, there wasn't one, and the blip didn't fall. It even began to move closer, albeit slowly. After 3 seconds had passed, he pulled the trigger again, and still nothing. Realizing there wouldn't be a shot, he grabbed the rifle by the barrel, swung it, and tried to hit his opponent like a club, but the rifle sliced through the air. He'd misjudged the distance. The hunter was farther away than he thought. The blip blurred, and Syoma realized the hunter had spread his arms, most likely holding something. Probably a knife. Still holding the rifle like a club, he swung again and struck, but again missed. He noticed his vision was slowly returning. Just a little, barely perceptible, but the picture became clearer. If he didn't finish the fight before the hunter's vision returned, at least partially, he was dead. He had no doubt he would lose a one-on-one confrontation with a professional soldier. He swung again and struck, but again missed. He stepped forward and struck again, but again missed. He even thought he saw the hunter dodge, which meant he, too, was slowly regaining his sight and was stalling for time until he could see more or less clearly, and then he would simply deal with him. Syoma froze. Then he suddenly exhaled with relief, lowered his right hand, jerked his pistol from its holster, and emptied the entire clip into the spot that had already taken on the outline, albeit vaguely, of a man. The spot twitched a few times and fell. Syoma found a nearby tree, stood behind it, pulled a spare clip from his holster, and reloaded his pistol. Then he cautiously peered out from behind the tree and walked toward the prone hunter, keeping his gun aimed as best he could. As he approached, he could faintly make out a face and clothing. The hunter wasn't dead. He was groaning faintly. Syoma thought it was a good thing his vision hadn't fully returned yet, pointed the pistol at his head, and pulled the trigger. Liana, taking the pistol from Syoma, decided to circle around them further to the rear and cover for Chris and Susie, who were approaching 2 hunters who were already out of reach. She hadn't run far when she saw Syoma pick off one on the hill, but had missed the one on the flank and was chasing him. The idiot. How could that be? She immediately realized this could end badly, leaned against a tree, and began searching for a target. Finally, she found one who was aiming at Semyon, slightly off guard, sensing an easy kill. She managed to pick him off just before he fired. No one else was visible from this position, and she ran on. But Semyon's fate worried her terribly. He shouldn't have rushed off so recklessly in pursuit. He couldn't risk it like that. She seriously doubted he could handle the man he was trying to catch, but she decided to follow her pre-planned course. She could only hope Semyon had the strength and intelligence. Then, behind the hill, a flashbang exploded. She hadn't noticed them from the other hunters, so it was most likely Semyon. He'd warned his men and gained an advantage. Good job. He should be able to handle it, and she moved on more calmly. There should have been 3 more here. 1 in the center, and 2 heading towards Susie and Chris. There were bound to be wounded or dead remnants of their group somewhere, but she decided to look for them later, after she'd helped the girls. This worried her. She didn't want to leave possibly living enemies behind, but there was no time to search. The situation was unfolding rapidly. Chris and Susie were sitting behind a fallen tree. They didn't know what was going on. Only a little movement was visible at the top. Valera was visible, firing occasionally from cover, trying to keep a low profile. Everything is so much clearer when the firefight is carried out with regular firearms. At least you can hear the shots. But now they just hear birdsong and nothing foreshadows trouble. Although, somehow, they knew there was a fight going on and hoped they were winning. They were tempted to leave their position and find out what was going on, but they knew that was absolutely unacceptable. Everyone knew they were here and were counting on the enemy not coming through. They had a perfect position. They were lying behind a large fallen tree trunk, which, in some places, wasn't quite touching the ground, creating a narrow gap. It offered a good view, and they, with their rifles pointed through it, kept a close eye on their sector. They were practically invisible, and even if they knew where they were, aiming through the narrow gap was practically impossible. Although objectively, only a short time had passed, it felt like an eternity. They were simply tormented by the uncertainty and the desire to help their own. Suddenly, an explosion thundered on their side of the hill, but on Syoma and Liana's flank. They turned sharply and aimed their weapons in that direction. Chris, you keep watching as before, and I'll keep an eye out for attacks from the rear. Chris immediately turned and thrust the rifle back into the gap under the log. Susie, please, just be careful before you shoot. Make sure it's not ours. Don't worry, I won't shoot at the silhouette. Until I see a person and know who it is, I promise not to pull the trigger. They took up positions, Susie with her back to the log, monitoring the situation from behind, while Chris, through the gap, monitored the situation from the front. At that moment, pistol shots rang out from the same direction as the explosion. It sounded like someone had emptied a whole clip, and silence reigned. Then, after a while, another shot rang out from the same direction. Chris, what do you think happened there? Isn't it time we took the initiative? Has the situation gotten out of control yet? Quiet. There they are. I see them, Chris whispered. How many are there? Saz asked just as quietly. I see 2 of them. They're definitely hunters. Do you need help? Then we'll be vulnerable from behind. Keep watching. We won't be able to take out both of them at once anyway. They're hiding well. I'll try to catch one, and then we'll see. Good luck, don't miss. Chris fell silent and concentrated on aiming, hoping for a glimpse of one of them in the gap between the trees. But there was no one in sight. They couldn't have gone anywhere. She knew roughly what zone they were in, but they were probably crawling behind the hills. She patiently peered over the top of the scope, hoping for movement. The scope greatly limited her field of view, and if you didn't know exactly where to look, you might simply miss what was happening right next to you, especially at such a short distance. Finally, she spotted something. It was like a glimpse of a hem of clothing. Then again, they hadn't known an ambush was waiting for them here, but they were being extremely cautious. Finally, a head appeared. They were crawling quite quickly. They had a clear objective, and they had to accomplish it: outflank the enemy. Chris had a very clear view of him. She took aim at his head and had her finger on the trigger when she saw the second one crawling out behind him. She decided to wait a bit. If she killed the first one, the second one might have time to hide behind the mounds from which they had crawled out, and if she killed the second one, he would block the first one's escape route. She patiently waited a few seconds until they crawled closer. Finally, deciding it was enough, she took aim at the second one and gently pulled the trigger. The target simply stopped moving and dropped his head into his hands. The one crawling first didn't understand what was happening, but he sensed something and stopped. Chris waited 3 seconds, during which time she managed to take a good aim, and then fired again. This one also simply dropped his head. That's it. Just like at a shooting gallery, only with the sound off. Did you get them both? Well done. Do you think that's it? Or are there more to come? I have no idea. We'll continue to hold our position until further orders are given. We're just like at war. We are at war. We even have a commander. And a pretty good one at that. She's very quick-witted. I even envy her a little, Susie added after a moment's thought. In a proper manner, of course. Vasilisa felt a little out of place. She understood that if she wasn't working right now, it meant everyone else was coping, and that was good. But she, like everyone else, was very unnerved by this silent war. She knew something was going on. Valera, not far from her, was in a much more advantageous position and could occasionally shoot. He was unlikely to hit anyone, but he periodically tried to fire at the spot where the hunters should be. He was harassing them, keeping them from showing up. But they did show up and fired back. Vasilisa knew this because smoke was billowing almost constantly from the tree where Valera was hiding. They were probably already aiming at that smoke. The entire outside of the barrel was riddled with laser rifle hits. Vasilisa was afraid Valera would go too far. She felt he was taking too many risks. And she couldn't help him. The hillside where she was curved gently, and she'd have to lean out quite far to fire, which was dangerous. She decided to wait there, in case they tried to break through, since Sanic, as she saw, was also waiting patiently and remained in position. When the explosion rang out, she had a strong urge to run there, but she restrained herself. If they broke through the top now and she wasn't there, she lay down so she could look both ways, first this way and then that, and waited. Then shots rang out, then another. She waited a little longer, then couldn't take it anymore, and crawled toward Valera. Do you know what's going on? She asked him. Not more than you, he replied, or rather more. I'm only seeing one. One's lying motionless, apparently shot by one of our guys. One hasn't shown up in a while. I knew roughly where he was, but now there's silence. Either he was picked off too, or he's gone into hiding, or he's changed position. And one's still sitting in the bushes on the slope. He can't get out. To do that, he'd have to cross the open space, and I'm not letting him do that. All this time, he'd been peeking out periodically for a split second and maintaining control of the situation. What do you think? What's this commotion behind us? I think it's our guys, but it's best to keep an eye on them just in case. If you've got everything under control, I'll go check. I don't really want to get shot in the back of the head. In our case, it won't be a bullet, but a burn. Go ahead, of course. I'll feel better too, but just be careful. If it's serious, give me a sign or come back quietly. Don't get in trouble. You've got me confused with someone else. I'm the very picture of caution, she said, crouching low and running lightly down the hill from tree to tree. Syoma stood with his outstretched hand braced against a tree and his head bowed. He was swaying slightly. The dead hunter lay nearby. It looked like Syoma had recovered. She approached him and quietly asked, "Is everything all right?" He raised his hand, index finger extended, urging her to be quiet. "Wait, I'll finish right now." She looked at him in surprise. He didn't look like he was doing anything. "Finish what?" "SHHHH." Vajya shrugged and decided to wait a bit, while she began to look around, just in case. "That's it," said Syoma. "What's that?" "I'm done." He looked up at her. His eyes were very cloudy. Something was clearly wrong with him. "Finished what?" "Syoma, are you okay? I don't think you're feeling well." He closed his eyes, stood there for a second, swaying slightly, then opened them, and, seeing Vasilisa, jerked back. "Damn, you scared me. You can't sneak up on me like that. What if I shot you out of surprise?" "Syoma, I've been standing here for a while now, trying to talk to you." "How long ago? And what about me?" "You asked me to wait, and said you'd finish soon, and then you said you finished." "Finished what?" His eyes grew increasingly thoughtful. "I wish I knew." Syoma suddenly caught himself. "What's going on? How are you?" "Well, we seem to be winning, but I don't really know anything." "Are you sure you're okay?" "Now, yes, it's from the stimulants." "Liana. She's alone in the rear. What if she has a seizure too? We need to find her immediately." Vasilisa hesitated for a split second about whether to go back or follow Syoma, and then ran after him. Liana watched the girls neatly dispatch their opponents, and realizing her help wouldn't be needed here, she decided to go look for those who were presumably dead or wounded. Taking the safety off her pistol, she cautiously moved toward the thicket where they might be. Before she even reached it, she heard a groan. Creeping closer, she saw 3 dead hunters lying in a heap. They'd obviously been dragged there in a hurry. Next to them, huddled together and shivering, lay a completely naked young girl. Not even a girl, but a teenage girl. She was the one moaning. There were no visible injuries, but she was utterly exhausted and frightened. Seeing Liana, she glared at her, angrily, like a cornered animal. But she didn't change her position. Her arms were still crossed over her chest, and her legs, bent at the knees, were pressed to her stomach. The hunters had probably captured one of the survivors and were dragging her along as a slave. Liana didn't even want to think about what they were doing to her. "Don't be afraid, you're safe now," she told her quietly. "We killed them, the ones who hurt you. I think you should come with us. We'll help you." The girl removed one hand from her chest and tucked it under her thigh. She began to itch there, or do something else. Liana couldn't tell and didn't pay much attention to it. The girl was clearly not herself. Taking her with them was certainly an unnecessary burden, but they couldn't leave her here either. Liana remembered the girl was cold and, approaching the corpses, began to pull off her jacket to give it to her. It took a while, but she managed it. She went over to cover her, and the girl finally pulled her hand out from under herself and held it out to Liana. At first, she wondered what was behind the jacket, then thought she was trying to get up and asking for her help, but then she realized she had something in her hand. The girl wanted to give her something, but she couldn't quite see what it was. She pulled something out from under herself, probably something she'd been carefully hiding, and now held it out to her with a shaking hand. Liana reached out to take it, but at that moment, a black spot appeared on the girl's forehead, and she fell back and froze. The hand holding the gift fell to her stomach. Liana, furious, raised her pistol and turned toward the direction of the shot and saw another girl between the trees. She didn't recognize her, but her face was vaguely familiar. Then, as if smoke cleared, she recognized Vasilisa. "Why did you kill her?" Liana shouted. "Who?" she asked, genuinely surprised. "Her." Liana pointed to the spot where the girl had been lying. But the girl wasn't there. A hunter lay there, with a hole in his forehead, and the hand resting on her stomach clutched a pistol. "Damn, this is bad," Liana said, upset. "Syoma's got problems too. Is he okay?" As if answering her question, Syoma appeared behind Vasilisa. "Yes," Vajia replied nonetheless, "but he's covered for me too." "True, he was luckier with the timing than you were." "I owe you one," Liana said. "No, we all owe you one, so don't worry about it. We won't bother." "Okay." Syoma didn't quite grasp the gist of the conversation and asked, "Everything okay?" "Yes," now Liana replied. "Any of them still alive?" "I don't think so," Sansanik said, suddenly appearing between the trees, followed by Valera. "There was one left on the slope, but we knocked him out. It's a shame. I was hoping to get a prisoner, but never mind." "Well done. Excellent work." Liana approached the corpse, which she mistook for a girl, took a comm device from his pocket, and placed his finger on the circle. A green light came on, but the airwaves were empty. Not a single sound. "They learn quickly," Liana said. "We should leave. The only thing missing here is more girls." "We're here," Chris said, appearing with Susie. "Then let's get going before they catch us." And the whole team ran after their commander. Semyon thought the forest seemed to have become lighter, the colors more vibrant. Maybe the sun had been behind the clouds, and now it had come out? But there didn't seem to be any clouds. The strangest thing was that the brightness kept increasing. The colors became more and more acidic and harsh on the eyes. It was as if everything had not just color, but light. It glowed from within. It was disgustingly bright. So bright that it even began to hurt the eyes. Due to the excessive brightness, the surroundings gradually began to blur. Semyon had been running for some time with his eyes narrowed. Through the cracks, he saw Vajia running beside him. He reached out and grabbed her elbow. She jerked in surprise, but looking at him, she moved closer and tried to match his stride. He must have made a bad impression. Now, with a guide, running became easier. Semyon had almost closed his eyes, leaving only narrow slits. Through them, he saw Liana running ahead. She was running confidently, but suddenly ducked, as if dodging something. Syoma, too, instinctively tried to dodge, though he couldn't see what had startled her. Then she dodged again, and began to do so regularly, as if running through a flock of birds. When the invisible birds became so numerous that they were impossible to avoid, She stopped abruptly and turned back. As they ran, Syoma saw her twitch slightly, as if reflexes were trying to force her to dodge, but she restrained these urges. Seeing Syoma running up, holding Vasilisa, she asked him, "Are you okay?" "Not very well. Everything is too bright, I can't see." "Are the birds attacking you?" "Yes." Her body continued to twitch occasionally, her muscles contracting, but she mostly maintained control. By this time, everyone else had run up. "As sad as it is to report, we're winding down the operation. We've eliminated the largest and most dangerous portion of the enemy, but we can't continue. I thought we'd make it, but we were just a couple of hours short." "What? Is it really bad?" asked Sensanik, who, surprisingly, was running alongside everyone else, keeping up, and didn't even seem out of breath. "Not bad, but it's dangerous to continue like this. I almost died. Thank goodness Vajay got there in time. Syoma had some difficulties too, and the situation is rapidly deteriorating. We could let everyone down. Sometimes you have to be able to retreat when the circumstances are unfolding. So what are we going to do? What's the plan?" Chris asked. "Can you find the way to the ruins?" "I can," Vasilisa answered immediately. "I've memorized the route and landmarks. Go there and act accordingly. You can sit there, just try to be as inconspicuous as possible, so that even if someone passes by, they won't notice you. But it's better to go as far as possible. We suspect someone is watching the ruins, and we don't know who. The main thing is, try to survive. And then we'll find you. Don't worry about that." "And you?" asked Susie. "We'll try to get to the dugout. There's an old one nearby. Not really a dugout, more like a burrow. We'll hibernate there. We'll sleep for at least a day. So, don't expect us anytime soon. Just get there. Would someone like me take you?" "No need. Don't forget, the roles will reverse once again, and they'll be hunting us again. So, you better keep your squad together. We can handle it. Those damned birds." She looked up. Apparently, the birds were still attacking her. Syoma thought he wasn't getting any better either. Before, the attacks had passed relatively quickly, although they weren't getting any worse, which gave him cause for optimism. "Well, then get ready," said Sensanik. Syoma thought that in Liana's absence, he would likely be in charge. "Yes, there's nothing to wait for. I hope this race will be over soon, and I'll show you a wonderful spot on the coast where we can take a huge vacation," Liana said, taking Syoma by the hand and pulling him along. Chapter 20. The path through the forest to the shelter where they were supposed to hibernate was the strangest journey of Syoma's life. He was perfectly aware of why this was happening, but he couldn't do anything about it. There was no fear either. It was as if none of this was happening to him. The bright light gave way to a play of shapes. The tree trunks suddenly began to swell dramatically, as if they were being inflated from the inside. They grew thicker and thicker, and the open space in the forest became increasingly smaller. Running became increasingly difficult, and the passages between the trees became narrow corridors. Syoma thought they'd be crushed just a little longer. But that didn't happen. When the tree trunks became so thick that they were pressing against each other, with nowhere to expand, leaving only the narrow corridor through which he and Liana were running, they suddenly began to shrink. Having shrunk to their normal size, they didn't stop there, but began to thin further. After a while, they became like blades of grass. He looked at Liana and saw that she, too, had become very thin. She resembled a grasshopper running on its hind legs, holding Syoma's hand with one of her front legs. He looked at himself and saw that he was exactly the same. Two praying mantises were running through the forest, hand in hand. He thought it would be interesting to know whether, when everything was swelling, they, too, had grown larger or not. He couldn't remember, but he soon had a chance to check, because the process had once again gone in the opposite direction. This time they swelled along with the trees, becoming like balls on legs. But he was ready to swear that this hadn't happened the first time, that only the forest was swelled. He'd never seen him and Liana swell. Because they swelled, the corridor left for them when the trees had expanded to their limit also remained wider. Then the process reversed itself again. It became nonstop. The forest, and they along with it, pulsed. Sometimes they swelled, sometimes they thinned. Over and over. Sometimes they became balls, sometimes they became mantises. Time after time. Syoma lost count of these changes and even got a little used to them. He thought that when they ended, he would miss them, and he felt sad. to the point of tears. And he cried, sobbing. Just like that, he ran and cried. Liana turned to him, hearing his sobs, but immediately lost interest. She understood why it was happening and that there was no point in stopping to console him. The main thing was to get to their destination as quickly as possible. Perhaps she was having her own visions at that moment, and all her strength was spent resisting them and seeing them through. Seeing Liana's indifference, Syoma burst into tears even more. He had no idea how much time had passed. His connection to reality was very tenuous. It could have been 15 minutes, or an hour, or a day. Right now, none of it mattered. A new thought struck him. He'd been very lucky with his hallucinations. They weren't scary at all, even a little pleasant, and for that he should be grateful. But who he should thank was unclear, and he absolutely had to thank them. They'd really done him a favor with the hallucinations. But he didn't know who, and that made him sad again, and he burst into tears again. This time, Liana turned to him, irritated, and tugged hard on his arm. He swallowed back his tears and tried to restrain himself, causing his sobs to degenerate into muffled sobs. He thought only girls sobbed like that, so he lowered his voice, even adding a hoarseness. He liked it. These sobs were much more manly. He felt like a real man. Later, he was deeply ashamed of it. When they reached their destination, he relaxed a little, though not completely. On the slope of a small hill, hidden in the windfall, as usual, Liana liked to hide entrances, was a concealed hatch. They descended through it, finding themselves in a small, cramped dugout. It was designed for one person, just enough to spend the night. It contained a vacuum-packed mattress. He lay on a narrow, plank bed. There was a small table, like a coffee table, but very crudely made, and a stool. There was also a shelf with dishes, also clearly designed for one person. There was only one item of each. Liana immediately flipped the table over and placed it on the bed. She also placed the stool there. She tore open the packaging and pulled out the mattress, spreading it out on the floor. Syoma sat on the edge of the bed, as he didn't have enough room to stand. The ceiling was very low, and watched her work. When she unrolled the mattress, she found a folded blanket inside. Liana tossed it on top. There's only room for one person here, Liana said. We'll sleep long and soundly. There's not enough room for both of us on the bed. The floor is more spacious, and you won't fall off. Will we sleep together? Syoma asked, but rather dryly, without any hints. A certain apathy was beginning to creep over him. Yes, there's no other way. I'll open the vent now, and you can lie down. Take off your clothes. Completely? He asked, still indifferent. No, down to your underwear. Liana walked to the corner and conjured something near the ceiling. The air in the dugout was rather stale, and Syoma immediately felt a gentle breeze. It was pleasant. He began to undress. Liana didn't keep him waiting either. Without the slightest hesitation, she stripped down to her underwear, leaving only her panties and a tank top. Taking her clothes and his, she stuffed them under the mattress at the head of the bed, creating a bulge that would serve as a pillow. Then she turned off the small lamp hanging in the middle of the room and crawled under the covers. It was quite dark, but everything was still visible. Light from the street seeped in through strange channels. Syoma crawled under the covers too. A shower wouldn't hurt me, of course, he said. It wouldn't hurt anyone else, Liana replied. But in a couple of minutes we won't care anymore. That was almost true. Semyon didn't care, not because he'd immediately passed out, as Liana had probably hinted, but simply because he didn't care. It was all the same. For a while, he couldn't fall asleep. He tried to figure out whether he was hallucinating or not. The question only seemed simple at first glance. In fact, the lack of hallucinations was far from obvious. Finally, he decided he wasn't hallucinating and that he was very tired. Not physically, but psychologically. He was squeezed like a lemon that was starting to expand. Hooray! The pulsation again, he thought. This time it affected only him and didn't affect his surroundings. Perhaps because his eyes were closed and there was no visual feedback. He almost physically felt himself expanding, without any limitations. He wasn't constrained by the size of the dugout, the forest, or even the planet. He filled all of space. And even though he was so big, his consciousness remained centered in one spot. He tried to figure out which one, but couldn't. Having filled all of space, it began to shrink just as rapidly. When it felt no thicker than a thread, it began to expand again. The sensation was very strange and unfamiliar. He lay there, pulsating and gradually falling into a dark infinity, which he periodically filled with himself. The fall lasted an eternity, but suddenly this euphoria was interrupted by a slight tickling sensation. Without ceasing to fall, he thought it was very strange and inappropriate and tried to ignore the tickling on his face. The desire to continue falling warred with the desire to figure out the nature of the tickling. Trying to continue falling and pulsating, he opened his eyes slightly. It was dark, but he could make out something, and he realized that hair was tickling his face. Blinking briefly, he began to discern who it belonged to. It was Liana. She was sitting astride him, her face bent over his. What? He wanted to ask what was going on. Shhhhhhhh. She cut him off in a whisper. They stared at each other's faces for a while, but to no avail. Only the general outlines could be discerned. The sensation of falling had passed, but the pulsation remained. Somehow, Liana didn't participate, and even as he expanded to incredible proportions, she managed to maintain her position in space. Technically, at that moment, she was inside him. Her hair continued to tickle his face. Syoma decided he had finally fallen asleep and was dreaming. He decided to surrender to the dream and not try to control it. His hands found her knees, slid over her hips, lingered at her waist, and crawled down her back. Along the way, they caught the hem of her top and pulled it over her head. Then they settled on her chest and squeezed it. Here they stopped, and he suddenly wondered if this wasn't a dream and should he continue? If this was happening under the influence of drugs, then perhaps they weren't even aware of what was happening, and that wasn't good. They sat like that for a while, her astride him, his hand on her breast. He couldn't bring himself to remove his hands or continue. She didn't do anything either. Finally, she began to lean closer to him, pressing her breasts into his palms until her face was close to his. He felt her hot breath on his cheek, and she whispered, "You'll come with me." He wanted to ask where, but before he could, she seemed to read his thoughts and replied, "Wherever I go," and bit his lower lip. The bite was quite painful, and he barely restrained himself from screaming. She let go and bit again. He wondered if perhaps this was the custom on this planet to kiss, but no. And a second later, he learned that kissing was quite traditional here. The pulsation stopped, but the fall into infinity resumed. Only now they were falling together. Syoma had never slept so long or so well. It was with this thought that he woke up, or rather, from the thought of how well he was sleeping. It took him a while to grasp where he was and what was happening. His memory returned gradually. He recalled several days of running through the forest, shootouts, murders. It felt like none of this had happened to him, like he was remembering a movie he'd watched before bed. His memories had reached the moment before he'd fallen asleep. Or had that already been a dream? He moved his left hand under the blanket and realized he was naked. Completely. Liana was still asleep. He could feel the warmth of her body next to him, even touching parts of him. And from those parts, he sensed that she, too, was naked. It seemed that what had initially seemed like part of a dream had actually happened. He felt a little ashamed. Ashamed because he seemed to have taken advantage of the situation. Although who had taken advantage of whom was a big question, he, as a well-mannered man, immediately decided that the responsibility lay with him. After lying there for a while and reflecting, he decided that he felt ashamed not out of nobility, but because he genuinely liked Liana, and he was now afraid that this would ruin their relationship. A first encounter in a drug-fueled haze isn't the best way to develop a relationship. Realizing that his shame stemmed from purely selfish motives, he felt ashamed now, and much more so. The good mood he'd had after waking up gradually gave way to depression. He was also terribly thirsty, and his mouth was so dry, as if he'd been chewing sand all night. He should have left the water in his backpack, but he was afraid to move, lest he wake Liana. If she woke up, he'd have to explain himself to her somehow, and he didn't want that. He had no idea where this conversation would lead. No matter how hard he tried to lie still, he'd still move his hand, his foot, or sigh. All of this led to Liana fidgeting, then suddenly freezing. He glanced at her and saw her staring at the ceiling. It was dim, but visible. "It wasn't a dream, was it?" she asked. "It seems not," he replied. There was an awkward pause. Syoma decided to be proactive. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I should have stopped somehow. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad about what happened. Or rather, I'm not glad. Or rather, I would have been glad if it had happened in my right mind. How could anyone not be glad? Stop it, Liana interrupted him. I took the initiative, and it's very insulting of you to think you had a chance against me. Am I not good enough? You're very good. I'd even say perfect. Really? She abruptly rolled onto her side and propped herself up on her elbow. The blanket slipped, revealing her breasts. Beautiful breasts, Syoma immediately thought, but then, catching himself, he tried to look her in the eyes. In the dim light, everything was clearly visible, and my gaze kept trying to slip away. Of course, you're simply amazing. Because I'm a good shot? No. Well, maybe that's why too. A perfect person is perfect in everything. A human. Of course. Aren't you human? Why are you doing this to me? Liana laughed softly and slapped him on the shoulder. Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. It was very touching. Let me just tell you how I feel about this, and in exchange, you'll stop acting like an idiot and become the normal guy I know and am used to. Deal. Deal. I was a bit confused myself when I woke up. I didn't expect this turn of events either. But, honestly, it was all leading up to this. It just had to happen after everything was over and you had the chance to court me properly. It was all leading up to this. Semyon smiled broadly. I asked you to turn off the idiot. It was leading up to this, but it wasn't guaranteed to happen. A lot depends on you here. Haven't you noticed that everyone else sees us as a couple? Honestly, no. I noticed. And they probably all think there's been something between us for a long time. And there has been, just not physically. Syoma wanted to speak up again, but held back, afraid of saying something stupid again, and simply nodded. So then, I'm not asking you to forget what happened. Maybe even the opposite. It would be good for you to remember. By the way, do you remember? In general terms, but unfortunately, not very clearly. Liana looked at him silently. His words were obviously not very clear. She was probably expecting something like, how could you forget something like that? But then she decided not to dwell on that. So am I? So then, I like you, but I'll have to work off this advance. And how so? Well, I don't know about that. Basically, that's it. What happened shouldn't affect our relationship in any way. After leaving the dugout, we continue to live as if it never happened. I hope you'll find a subtle way to hit on me. But look, I won't help you. Quite the opposite. I specifically said everything so there wouldn't be any awkwardness between us. Something like that. She threw back the blanket, stood up, and began gathering her clothes, taking out the ones they'd stashed under the mattress. Syoma wasn't being subtle anymore, but admired Liana as she dressed, thinking that the chance to see her like this again wouldn't come soon. If it ever did. She had him completely confused, and he didn't understand what she wanted him to do. From everything she'd said, he understood only one thing. She cared about him, and he had a chance. He just had to figure out how to take advantage of it. It was clear that she wasn't expecting compliments and pretty words from him. She wanted him to prove with his actions that she needed him. But how to translate this abstract phrase into real action wasn't clear. Yes, and I hope you won't be satisfied with the advance, but we'll still try to hit the jackpot, she said, heading for the exit. Tidy up here. Syoma started looking for his clothes, which wasn't easy in the dim light. But he realized why the dugout was relatively bright. The light was coming from the vent Liana had opened. Walking over and peering into it, he saw a mirror. Apparently, a whole system of small mirrors in the vent provided a small amount of illumination. These batteries will never die, he thought. It's a shame they only work during the day. After getting dressed, arranging the furniture, and rolling up his sailor suit, he also climbed outside. Liana was sitting on a protruding branch from a fallen tree. She looked sad. Syoma thought it was all the consequences of what had happened, but it turned out not to be the case. It's not evening, it's morning, she said. So what? Is that bad? That means we slept for a day and a half, not a day. Or maybe half. No, definitely not less than a day more. Less would have been simply impossible after such a dose of stimulants. Syoma was about to make a joke, something like, we weren't sleeping the whole time, we had things to do, and it's forgivable. But he held back, knowing that if he blurted it out, he could ruin everything. And why is that bad? Because our people are alone for so long. Do you think they're that helpless? Unfortunately, here yes. Especially in such a tense situation. We abandoned them to their fate for so long. And the hunt isn't over. It could have intensified. We didn't cut off the snake's head. Syoma realized she was right, and Liana's anxiety was passing on to him. What are we going to do? Let's go to the ruins. We need to find them. I hope they're okay. Chapter 21. There was no one in the ruins, but there were plenty of tracks. Their group had been here, but not without difficulties. They'd taken only the bare minimum, food and a few weapons. There were also traces of blood, bandages, and bloody rags. Someone was wounded. Liana examined the area thoroughly and concluded they'd fought their way here. They must have encountered the hunters. Judging by the tracks, everyone had come, but one of them was badly wounded. Most likely one of the girls. Chris or Susie. She'd lost a lot of blood. They probably decided it was too dangerous to stay here and decided to move away. Perhaps they were being pursued, and they didn't lose much. But no one came here after them. Apparently, their pursuers had lost them. On the one hand, this was worrying, but on the other, it meant they were all fine. Everyone was alive. They could only hope that the wounded weren't seriously injured and that they had managed to get as far away as possible. Syoma and Liana considered taking a walker with them, but decided it would be better to travel light and maintain mobility. It seemed their friends had arrived at the ruins just as they were settling in for the night. A very long time had indeed passed. The tracks followed the river, following their route, but in the opposite direction. They reached the suspension bridge and ended. Now I understand why they didn't take a walker, Liana said. It would have been easier to transport the wounded, but they apparently decided to go to the other bank. Is that good or bad? Neither, but it wouldn't be safe for us to cross now. This place is very visible. But we can't wait either. I said unsafe, not that we won't do it. I'll go first. Why you? I've been here 100 times. I know how to navigate it and keep my balance. You'll have to adapt. I'll run across quickly. If they spot me and shoot, they're unlikely to hit me. But at least we'll know the bridge is being watched. Do you want to test the danger yourself? I can't allow you to. Do you think it's better to go second? If they spot me but don't have time to aim, they'll already be waiting for the second one. So you have a better chance of getting shot. There are no good solutions in this situation. I'll have to take a risk. I hope the bridge isn't being watched. We both hope so, Liana said. And then, without warning, she ran across the bridge, arms outstretched, her palms just lightly touching the side ropes. She crossed the river quickly. No one fired. Syoma thought they should have agreed on what to do if he couldn't cross, if the bridge was under fire. But it was too late. It was good that no one was shooting. It was his turn. Liana had taken up a position on the other bank, quickly scanning the upstream bank through her scope. He approached and stepped onto the bridge. Although the word bridge was a compliment for this structure, it only looked like a bridge from the outside. Essentially, it was just a rope over a raging stream. It sagged quite a bit and swung. Syoma realized he couldn't cross. At first, he was a little offended by Liana when she said he couldn't do it quickly, but now he thought she'd overestimated him. But there was nothing else to do, so he took the first step. His rifle was slung over his back, his hands free, and he gripped the side ropes that served as handrails. He loosened one hand slightly and moved it forward a bit, then the other, then took a small sliding step. Then he repeated it again, and turned around. He stood next to the log frame over which the bridge's ropes were strung. What he had just passed could have been covered in a single step. But he didn't change his tactics, thinking that falling into the current wasn't the best alternative. Instead, he decided to speed up and slid forward faster and faster. As always in such moments, time stretched out, and it seemed like he was walking forever. Liana apparently thought the same thing, judging by her phrase, finally. Syoma didn't say anything, simply felt the ground beneath his feet, exhaled, and hurried to the shelter of the forest. So, didn't notice anything suspicious? No, everything's quiet. There are tracks, and it looks like they're only ours. That's good, but we're still a day and a half behind them. That's if they've been moving the whole time, which I doubt. But they have a wounded man with them, and they need to wait for us. I think they were simply increasing the distance from the hunters, but as soon as they felt safe, they stopped and set up camp. It's a good idea. They're probably looking for them on the other bank. If they are, until we're sure otherwise, we'll assume the hunt is ongoing. That's reasonable. They followed the trail for about 3 hours until they found the place where their group had made camp. But they apparently only stayed there briefly and then moved on. They must have been quite frightened, since they'd been walking for so long almost without stopping. And this rest stop was already nighttime, but they didn't settle down for the night, but kept moving. I wonder why. There was no sign of their pursuers, but they kept moving on and on. It was already evening when they found the place where their friends had stopped for a long rest and slept a little. It's as if something is driving them, Liana concluded. We're going about twice as fast as they are. They were here last night. They stopped for the night and left early this morning. When we woke up today, they had already left this place. Any ideas what might be going on? Not yet. It's just a mystery. If they were strangers, I'd say they got scared and ran. But we were deliberately hunting hunters. Yes, it looks like they got into trouble without us, but I don't believe they'd suddenly get scared and run away. That scenario doesn't seem convincing to me either. We'll only find out when we catch up with them. So I suggest we walk all night, and maybe catch up with them in the morning, if they've stopped for the night. They're moving slowly because they're carrying a wounded man. Well, we're almost certain it's a wounded man, right? Well, yes, I'm pretty sure it's one of the girls. I don't understand who. No, it's hard to tell from the tracks. They're very similar. Weight, height, build, training. And what difference does it make, really? Nothing really. I feel equally sorry for everyone. I guess it's just curiosity. They continued walking very quickly all night. This time they weren't running. They had to conserve their strength. Yes, only now did I realize, in comparison, how much the stimulants helped us, and how hard it must have been for the others to keep up with us. What? Out of breath? No, but close. My legs are weak, my head's in a fog. I could use a shot. Do you know how anyone who tries to improve their life through external stimulants ends up? Yes, I know. I've seen drug addicts. And now I understand why it's so hard for them to quit. Do you think you're already hooked? If I'd known, I wouldn't have given you any. No, don't worry. I just can't get used to my own strength. It always seems so limited. After that surge of energy, it was necessary. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gathered such a group. Do you approve? Of course. They're good people. They inspire confidence. What do you think? If everything ends well, where should we put them all? What will they do here? I might have an offer for them, but it's too early to talk about that. First, we need to finish this matter. And am I among those who will be offered something? Liana even stopped in surprise. Siam, what's with your lack of self-confidence? I've made such advances to you, and now you're starting to feel insecure? I feel like I'm acting like. I don't even know how to say it. Try rewinding and try to communicate with me like before. Okay, to be honest, that's what I'm trying to do. But whenever a sensitive topic arises, I immediately drift away. You're open with me, and I'll be open with you too. I don't know how to play these games. And don't worry, that's not what I expect from you. Let things go as they are, and maybe things will work out somehow. Okay, couldn't be better. Look, Syoma looked where Liana was pointing and saw nothing at first. But then a mound of earth caught his eye. Fresh. Oh my God, Syoma blurted out. It can't be. He ran up to the mound, dropped to his knees, and fell into a slight stupor. Syoma suddenly felt terribly guilty. Why had he dragged the girls into this adventure? He should have left, hidden, lay low, and waited for the hunters to leave, and then started building a life here. But no, he wanted to play the hero, and this is the result. One of the girls is lying under that mound, and he doesn't even know who or whom he should mourn. His heart felt like it had clenched in a lump of helplessness and grief. He dug his hands into the loose earth, clenched his fists, and closed his eyes. No thoughts came to mind. Only a terrible fatigue had settled over him. When you're done grieving, tell her I have good news. Syoma looked up at Liana, his eyes clouded. The words good news sounded strange, out of place, mocking, in his head. Okay, finish. Liana ruffled his hair. Nobody died. What? His voice refused to obey him, sounding like rusty hinges on a gate. That's it. As many people left here as came. And what's this? I don't know. Let's see. What do you mean? We'll dig it up. Or, in other words, we'll exhume whatever was buried there. What if there's a person in there? Well, the grave is fresh. Decomposition is unlikely. Let's look at the body. It'll tell us everything. Who? A body? Syoma couldn't shake himself out of his stupor. Well, not literally. We'll just understand what happened. But honestly, I doubt there's a person in there. I'm almost certain there's something else there. What? I don't know. Maybe an animal. Maybe they buried some trash. But why bury an animal? Let's dig and find out. They began digging through the loose earth with their hands. The grave turned out to be shallow, and after a while they unearthed the skeleton of some ungulate. Most of the meat had been removed, but the skin, entrails, and soil formed a nauseating mess. I still don't understand why people bury animal remains. They usually throw them out for the forest creatures to feast on. Syoma looked with disgust at the skeleton, around which insects had already begun to swarm. That was very clever of them. I wonder who came up with that idea. What exactly? Syom, what's wrong? You still don't get it? It's a message. And what does it mean? Not that message. We haven't found it yet. Let's keep digging. They moved the skeleton aside and began digging out the dirt with their hands. The earth remained loose, as if it had already been dug out. Finally, Liana felt a bundle. It was a rag, a scrap of someone's clothing. Inside was a foil chocolate bar wrapper, and inside was a note. Succinctly, said Syoma. They tried to fill us in on the situation, but give us minimal information, in case the note was found by the wrong people. Now it's clear why they're running. It's strange that we didn't see any more traces of anyone. They lost them after the battle. Maybe they're thoroughly combing the forest, but in a different place. You could say we were all lucky. What are we going to do? Well, first, what we planned. We'll catch up with them. And then, I don't know. We'll see. They hadn't caught up with them by morning. Their friends made a very short camp and probably left before dawn. They decided to sleep where they'd been camping, since they'd been walking all night. We need to wake up by noon to be sure to catch up with them by evening, said Liana. Maybe we should push harder? No, better to rest. We've already pushed too hard, and to no avail. This will completely exhaust us and waste even more time. They settled down under a spreading bush in the shade and fell asleep almost immediately. It wasn't exactly secluded. Syoma thought they were usually more cautious about choosing a place to sleep, but he didn't argue, deciding that Liana knew better. And if she thought it was safe, then it was. This time, they didn't oversleep and woke up when the sun was high in the sky. After a quick snack, they moved on. Nothing interesting happened until evening. They simply walked, steadily closing the distance. They probably don't know it, but we're gradually approaching the landing zone for the first group of hunters. It's true, it's on the other bank. We're just approaching another bend in the river, but we're heading that way, Liana said. You think they're going there on purpose? No, they don't know where it is, and if they did, they'd probably go the other way. That's logical, but what's in it for us? If the ship is still there, we can attack it, and who knows, maybe we'll have two ships. Are you kidding? I thought we were done with the war. I don't know. It might not even be there anymore, given recent events. Or it might be heavily guarded. But I think it's worth checking. Do you think it's worth putting people at risk again? I'm talking about myself, and if anyone wants to join, it's voluntary. No one is being forced. It's been that way from the beginning, and it will remain that way. But if you go, there's a good chance the others will follow you. You're a leader, an authority figure. Then it will be their choice. I can't give up my way of life and become a nanny. You're survivalists, after all. Yeah, you never let us forget that. You keep reminding us. Because that's how it is. Listen, to get your life together, at least for the first time, you need money. And where are we going to get it? We've earned very little for such a crowd. I'm only counting the shared loot. The ship is mine. And don't look at me reproachfully. We need the spoils of war. Up until now, we've been thinking more about the war and less about the spoils. But now the crew has had a taste of gunpowder, fought a bit, and it's time to think about the future. I think we should check the landing site. I've been convinced many times that you know what you're doing. You always have a plan. But sometimes I think you're acting on intuition, and if that's the case, sooner or later you'll make a mistake. Try to continue trusting me. And I want to remind you, don't mention my secret place, the library, by word or hint. What library? Well done, keep it up. My memory isn't that short. I remember what you asked me to do. If it weren't for force majeure, I wouldn't have known about this place either. So rest assured. An hour later, Liana said they were literally hot on their heels. Nevertheless, it took another hour for them to catch up. They continued to walk quickly through the forest when Liana suddenly shouted, "Our people!" For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then people started emerging from the bushes. They're people who had already become family. A good ambush, Liana said. Really? Do you approve? Vajja asked incredulously. Of course. First, you spotted us, and second, you set up an ambush from several points. That's very good. And even after recognizing us long ago, they didn't give themselves away, just in case, checking for any trickery. Just excellent. We tried, said Sensanik. Did you receive our letter? We did. It's an unusual method of correspondence, replied Sayoma. We didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands. You calculated everything correctly. I realized something was wrong. You hadn't seen anyone for a long time before meeting us. Yes, after the skirmish, when we began our escape, we didn't see anyone, Sensanik said sadly. Well, why escape? I'd call it a retreat. Will you tell us how it all happened? Of course. They told them the whole simple story of what had happened to them recently. After Sayoma and Liana left, the whole group headed toward the ruins. Quite unexpectedly, they came face to face with a group of hunters. They were part of the remaining group. They were obviously trying to find their attackers, but they were confused by what was happening. They split up, which saved our friends. There were about as many of them as there were of them. A chaotic firefight ensued, followed by a flight in opposite directions. Suzanne was wounded in the shoulder, but the bullet missed the bone. It passed through soft tissue. And yes, these hunters were armed with firearms, not laser weapons. The wound wasn't very serious, but it caused profuse bleeding, and by the time they were able to get to a safe distance and render aid, she had already lost a lot of blood. This greatly complicated their further journey, as she was very weak, and at first they even had to carry her from time to time to keep going. But gradually, she gained strength, and the group's speed increased. That night, after the skirmish, as they were recovering in the ruins, strange sounds caught their attention. They didn't immediately understand what it was, but as the sounds got closer, they realized they were landing craft. There were several of them. They were combing the area from above. Where they were hiding, there was a preserved section of a stone roof of impressive thickness. They all took cover under it. If the ships had used thermal imaging, the stone probably protected them, and they remained undetected. Ultimately, they weren't found. The ships flew away, but not far. They heard the sounds of landing. In this situation, the decision was made to leave immediately. Sensanik suggested going to the other bank, saying the water obstacle should cut off pursuit. The crossing wasn't far, but they had to cross it in the dark. This complicated matters considerably. The hardest part was getting Susanna across. But again, Sensanik offered a solution. They placed her on his back and tied her securely. He carried her to the other bank. Chris crossed first, checking the route. Then came Sensanik, carrying Sayas, then Vasilisa, and Valera brought up the rear. No one was particularly boastful or tried to pretend the crossing had been easy. Everyone was terrified, and it wasn't yet clear which was better, crossing during the day, waiting for a shot from the forest, or at night, when even the opposite bank was barely visible, walking on a swinging rope. On the other bank, they didn't linger and continued walking as long as they could. Knowing Liana's abilities as a tracker, they were confident that she would follow their trail without any problems. But at some point, when Valera, almost by accident, shot what looked like a fawn and they ate fresh meat for the first time in a long time, the idea of leaving a message arose. After all, they understood that Semyon and Liana must have slept for a long time and might not have known about the landing. Of course, it could have been done earlier, but better late than never. They correctly calculated that Liana would be interested in what was buried there. But even if the letter hadn't been found, nothing terrible would have happened, and the meeting would have taken place at the same time. You wrote that there were 4 ships? Liana asked. We counted 4, Sensanik replied. How many there really were, we don't know. Without a doubt, it was a landing party, and they were probably no longer hunters, but a cleanup team from the base. The hunters gradually faded from sight, Liana said thoughtfully. It's unclear where the one we were hunting, the lead hunter, was, Valera said. He wasn't there. He probably fled when he realized things were getting tough, and they were turning into game. It's strange we didn't hear any ships until that night, because someone must have dropped off those 2 squads we dealt with. Some of the hunters probably left then, too. The top brass. Because those who remained looked like rabble. They probably arrived when we were far away. Basically, they missed the boat. But now we know they're already actively searching for us. Yes, but in a different place. So what next? Not just now, but in general? Sensanik looked around at everyone, as if seeking support. He seemed to be speaking on behalf of the group. The situation has changed. We need some kind of plan. And I repeat, Liana, we don't know what to do without you. When we were left alone, we realized this especially clearly. Well, you were doing pretty well. Overall, I didn't even expect you to be so organized. You see, maybe we can still run around the forest and even stay alive. But you're our ticket into this world. Yes, perhaps, with time, we'll find people and build our own lives. But how and when, we can't even imagine. At the same time, we understand that we have to pay for the ticket. That's just the way life works. You don't have to babysit us. We already owe you so much. But I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. Okay, let's talk. Liana sat down on a fallen tree. Sit down. This might be a long conversation. Everyone began to settle in different places. Okay, first, I'm not going to charge you for the ticket, but I can't pay for it myself either. You need money, at least to get started. The easiest way to earn it is to get trophies from hunters. We haven't collected much yet. Yes, there are some scattered throughout the forest, and we can collect them if no one finds them first. But that's not enough. After starting a war, we got a little carried away and forgot about trophies, although usually that's my main goal. A way of life. Are you suggesting we continue hunting? Sensanik was surprised. Yes, without even realizing it. You were heading to the landing site of the first group of hunters. Perhaps their ship is still there, since some are still running around the forest. And that's a big chunk, but a difficult one. It's probably well guarded. But if we manage to secure the trophies, then the hunt can be over. The problem is, even if everything goes well, we'll still need to take those trophies home with us. That directly affects how much we earn. Sensanik looked questioningly at Liana, who nodded in agreement and continued. Regardless of whether we earn any money or not, I'll offer you all work. Or rather, not even work, but a business. Because work is where you earn money, and I can't promise that. But you'll be involved in the activity. This will help you get used to the planet, and maybe even accumulate capital. But, I repeat, it's not necessary. I'm planning an expedition, and I'll need your help. We've worked well together, and I like you. I'd like you to join me. But all of this, from securing the trophies to my offer, is entirely voluntary. No one is forcing anyone. And even if someone can't take part in our event for technical reasons, she glanced at Susie, I think everyone will be fine with us sharing. It's too early to write me off, Susie protested. I'm not writing off. I just said something, Liana smiled. Well, it's up to you. It's best not to say anything right now. Think about it, consult with each other, and take your time. If you have any counterproposals, I'm ready to listen. I can say for myself that I'm going with Liana. Semyon couldn't help but add. Oh, who would doubt it? Vasilisa replied, turning and leisurely walking into the forest. Everyone wandered off in silence, pondering what Liana had said. The idea of having to establish their lives here was still hard to wrap their heads around. Somewhere deep down, there was a lingering hope for a miracle. Syoma walked over and sat next to Liana. After a brief silence, he asked, What do you think? Will they agree? I think so. They don't really have a choice. I don't want to put them in a hopeless situation, but charity isn't in my plans either. You know, you're better than you think you are. You think I think poorly of myself? No, not poorly, but you're even better. Syoma grinned broadly. Oh, don't suck up. And you try to stop me. Oh, no way. Okay, go ahead and suck up. Let's eat. Excellent idea, Syoma said, and began pulling out some ready-to-eat food from his backpack. Hey. Valera was indignant, seeing what he was doing. Not today. We're having meat on the menu today, he said, handing them the package. Unfolding the paper, they found a large piece of meat roasted over a fire. The smell was overwhelming. Syoma pulled out a knife and began slicing it into thin slices. Watching them, everyone also dug into their backpacks to get food. Of course, they mostly ate the meat Valera had brought. After the meal, everyone slowly began to huddle closer together and sit near Syoma and Liana. The conversation was expected to continue. I'll start again, said Sensanik. And I'll speak for myself, because everyone here must make their own decisions. I came here seeking new experiences, wanting to escape the swamp of everyday life, and I must say, the result has exceeded my wildest expectations. I'm glad I have the opportunity to stay on this planet, because here I suddenly began to feel alive and, dare I say it, happy. despite all the difficulties we face, and I think we will continue to face. Furthermore, I'm not young. I've had different periods in my life, including professional sports, science, and leading fairly large teams. The experience I gained from all of this taught me to recognize the authority of others and to obey it. Liana, you are the undisputed leader here, and I'm ready to be on your team. I know how to be second to none. Not everyone can do that after leading people for a long time. For some reason, I thought it was important to say this. Thank you. I didn't expect such frankness, but I really appreciate what you said, Sanik. These aren't just empty words. If we're organizing spontaneously now, on a whim, then if you come with me, we'll have to seriously assign roles and responsibilities. And we'll have to respect the hierarchy. I understand your position, and I know Semyon's too. Are you sure? Do you have anything else to add? No, Who's next to speak? I'll speak for both of us, Chris began. As you already know, we're not here by chance or looking for adventure. We're on a mission. For now, we see no way to continue it, and we've decided to join you as well. But we'll always be looking for an opportunity to report what's happening here to our superiors and continue the mission. Ideally, of course, to get off the planet. We ask that you keep this in mind and assist us if any opportunities arise. We believe this is in the interests of all the inhabitants of this world. We're under no illusions. It's clear that our information and testimony won't resolve the issue, and this company, she nodded upward, will not cease to exist, but we are simply obligated to contribute to their exposure. Excellent. If you hadn't asked me, I would have offered it myself. I don't know how to help you right now, but if the opportunity arises, we'll try not to miss it. Who's next? Let me tell you, Valera began. My story, and my whole life, is much simpler. I won't hide the fact that I'd like to go home. But, being a realist, I don't see that as an option. And since I, like everyone else, will have to stay here indefinitely, I can't even imagine better company than this. I've never had such close friends as I consider you. And I don't even care if the feelings are mutual. Valera fell silent. Susie came up to him, sat down next to him, and hugged him with her good arm. It was a very touching moment, but Vasilisa mercilessly ruined it. I'm with you. I don't know if I need to explain why and how. We don't really have much of a choice here. And if you were all unpleasant, let's say delicately, people with whom I wouldn't want anything to do, I'd still be forced to stay with you. But since you're all just sweethearts and I like you very much, I can consider myself a winner. Well, at least it's fair, Liana concluded, but no one mentioned the trophy hunt or their stance on it. What's there to say? Sanik said, we gave you a vote of confidence, and if you say we need to pull this off, then we need to. We're all adults and understand that everything we're doing here, and everything we'll continue to do, is very dangerous and could cost someone their life. But we're taking this risk. You're not responsible for anyone dying. Well, I can't completely absolve myself of responsibility either, since I'm the head of our company, but thank you for your understanding. While they were talking, it had almost gotten dark, and they began settling in for the night. The weather was fine, and it wasn't at all cold in their sleeping bags on the ground. They were just lucky it hadn't rained. In the morning, they decided to reconnoiter the hunter's landing site. Chapter 22. They rose early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking. They packed quickly, and after about 2 hours walking, they found themselves at the river. It was quite wide at this point, and, as Liana had said, shallow. Because of this shallowness, the current here was very swift. Here and there, boulders jutted out of the water, with the water swirling around them. They had to wade across. Does it have a name? Asked Sayoma. No. It's a bit odd, I agree. But there's only one here, and they just call it a river. When someone says river, everyone knows what they're talking about. No one specifically came up with a name, and it didn't just arise spontaneously. Something like that. I see. And what's the deepest it is here? Waist deep, or chest deep, if you're unlucky, no more. Then it's up to my neck, Vasilisa sighed. I don't think we should take off our clothes, Liana continued. We'll get wet anyway, especially since there are a lot of sharp rocks underfoot. It's best to keep our shoes on, too. And once we're across, we'll spend an hour or two drying out. Okay, Chris said, approaching them. Should we cross right away? Sure, why waste time? Liana replied, and without further ado, she headed for the water. She entered quickly, barely pausing, and whirlpools immediately began to swirl around her feet. But she kept moving forward until the water reached her waist and stayed there the entire time. Syoma followed her. The water was quite cold, probably due to the proximity of the mountains where the river flowed. It was much warmer near the waterfall. Sus followed, with Chris and Valera at her side, ready to back her up if necessary. She saw their maneuver, and her displeasure showed on her face. She didn't want to be seen as helpless and overprotected, since Sanik and Vasilisa brought up the rear. Vajia, indeed, was almost chest-deep in water, and she had to lift her backpack higher than the others, since Sanik had taken her weapon. Otherwise, she would have had a very difficult time. By the time Liana reached the opposite bank, the rear guards were only halfway down the river. She turned and caught the moment when Vajia suddenly disappeared under the water. Since Sanik, seeing this, jerked toward her, but apparently stepped on the edge of the same hole Vasilisa had dived into. His foot slipped, and he, too, began to sink deeper and deeper. He let out a muffled cry, which caused Valera to turn around. He immediately realized what was happening and moved toward them through the raging current. Vasilisa emerged slightly downstream, facing them. Valera saw that she was being carried straight toward a large rock. Any further, and she would slam into it head-on. Wanting to warn her, he raised his hand and yelled something unintelligible. It's unlikely Vasilisa understood what he meant, but she reacted with lightning speed. She spun around, landing feet first downstream, and the next instant, she slammed her feet into a rock, springing slightly as she froze in that position. Lying on the water, her feet braced against the boulder. Since Sanik managed to stay on the edge of the hole without falling, and now he had regained his balance. Valera moved toward Vasilisa to help her out, but when he was almost neck-deep, he stopped, holding his things over his head. The bottom beneath their feet continued to sink. It all happened so quickly, and no one saw or had time to realize how Liana had ended up at the scene of the incident. But she was already nearby, rope in hand. She didn't go as deep as Valera, but stopped where she was waist-deep. "Come out," she shouted to him. "You'll help." Valera slowly began to move back. Since Sanik was already nearby, Liana placed the end of the rope in the water and began to gradually unwind it, letting it float downstream toward Vajia. There were more than 20 meters between them. Vasilisa managed to maintain her balance by bracing her feet against a rock. When the rope, meandering in the currents, reached Vasilisa's head, Liana shouted to her, "Grab the rope and wrap it around your hand." Vasilisa couldn't see the rope and began to turn her head slightly, trying to see it and making wave-like movements with her hands, trying to feel it. Finally, the rope touched her arm near the elbow, and she grabbed it like a cat. "Wrap it around your hand," Liana shouted. Vasilisa did so and threw her head back, trying to see what was happening. It was a mistake. A wave crashed into her face. She swallowed water, lost her balance, and her feet slipped off the rock. It's a good thing Liana had also managed to wrap the rope around her hand by then, preventing it from slipping. "Sanik, will you hold this?" Valera asked, handing him his things and weapon. Of course, he dropped his things onto his chest, and Valera piled his own on top of them. Grabbing the rope, he and Liana pulled Vasilisa toward them until she felt the bottom and stood up. "Great reaction," Liana said, reeling in the rope. "I drowned my backpack," Vajia said, looking downstream. "Never mind the backpack. The main thing is I'm safe. But don't try to console me. I'm still the loser of the day." A loser is someone for whom everything ended badly, but for you everything ended well. It's the opposite of lucky. Liana tried to console her. But it didn't work out so well, and Vasilisa silently wandered toward the shore. Valera grabbed his things and followed her. Liana found herself next to Sanik. "You've known her the longest. What's going on with her? I can see something's gnawing at her. That's my sore spot. I don't know how to help her. I think she just hasn't found her place in this situation yet, hasn't understood her role. When it was just the two of us, everything was simpler and clearer, and she was confident. But now, it's like she's lost. She doesn't understand her place in the team. She's developed some kind of complexes. Although, that's not surprising. She's still a child, essentially." "Okay, we'll figure something out," Liana said. "She's a valuable member of the team. Don't try to be cynical. You're still a good person." "Not as much as you think," Liana said, and, wading through the current, headed for the shore. Syoma hadn't been involved at all. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late to do anything. But he didn't worry too much about it, since everything had ended well. After reaching the shore, they walked a little deeper into the forest and found a sunny clearing to dry off. No one was particularly embarrassed. They simply stripped off their wet clothes and remained in their underwear. They hung the clothes up and laid them out in the sun, along with their shoes. The only one who remained clothed, and apparently decided to dry them on herself, was Liana. Yielding to the general impulse, Syoma also undressed, but when he saw that Liana hadn't, he regretted it. Putting them back on in the wet would have been stupid. He realized Liana hadn't done this out of embarrassment, but because she'd decided to remain as combat-ready as possible and protect the group. He, of course, didn't know she had another reason. Drying wet clothes in the forest brought back bad memories from her recent past. Vasilisa, wearing only her underwear and the compression top that had been part of her uniform instead of a bra, stood in the middle of the clearing, hands on her hips, squinting into the sun. She was drying her underwear. Liana approached her. "Vajia, let's go a little ways away. We need to talk." Vasilisa nodded and followed her. "When we get close, we'll need to scout. I want you to come with me." "Why?" "I thought Syoma was going with you." "Yes, we've become good friends. I'll be honest. I don't like the way you're feeling. And since we're all dependent on each other here, that could be a problem. I think you're really cool." "Really? I'm not going to compliment you, but I see your potential. If you weren't capable of anything, what could be expected of you? But you are. That's why they count on you differently. I don't think I've ever let you down." "Yes, but if someone's not quite right, it's only a matter of time. And I wouldn't want that." "Do you think I'm unreliable?" "No, I don't think so. But I think if you don't get your head straight, you might give in at the most inopportune moment. And you think that working together and taking risks will help?" "I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, but something needs to be done. Let's try starting with that, if you don't mind." "Okay, whatever you say, you're in charge here. I don't think you'll tell me what's bothering you, but I won't torture you. It's none of my business. I'll just clarify one thing." "Go ahead. It's not because of Syoma? You're not jealous?" "What?" Vasilisa laughed. "Of course not. He's a good guy, but I don't have any particular interest in him and never have. And if I say anything, it's just trying to tease him." "Just kidding." "Okay, if that's the case. And you have this?" Let's not talk about it. If you're not interested, then I don't think you need the details. Even a fool can see that there's something between you." "Well, I think what's clear is enough." "Okay, whatever you say. Anyway, I'm not opposed to the foray. Just whistle." "Okay, let's go back." When their clothes and shoes had dried a bit, Liana gathered everyone together for a meeting. "In about 2.5 hours, we'll reach a small rock formation. There are lots of passages and passages there, a perfect place to find shelter and set up a temporary camp. Then everyone will wait, and Vasilisa and I will go scouting the area. If the ship isn't there, we'll decide what to do next. If it is, we'll plan an attack and try to do it today." Syoma was a little surprised they weren't taking him, but he didn't object, deciding it was the right thing to do. Everyone got dressed, and while their clothes had dried in the sun, their shoes were still damp. The group set off and, as Liana had said, after 2.5 hours, they reached what she described as a rock formation. Here and there, chunks of rock and huge boulders jutted out of the ground. They were spread out quite densely in the forest, and the passages between them formed a veritable labyrinth. Liana led them through this labyrinth, and they found themselves in a stone well with exits on 3 sides. "An interesting place, a bit like a trap," said Sinsanik, looking around. "Yes," Liana agreed. "It's quite claustrophobic here. And here you really can get into trouble if you're caught off guard. But to avoid that, there's an excellent way," she said, pointing up to one of the rocky ledges. "There's a great view from there. Valera, will you keep watch?" "Gladly," he quickly agreed. He was clearly uncomfortable in this stone cell, too. "Syoma, you'll relieve him in an hour, Chris. You'll relieve Syoma in another hour. If we're not here by then you're on your own, but don't do anything and wait. We'll be there." "So, you'll be gone for that long?" Syoma asked. "It's at least an hour's journey to the landing site, plus the return trip, plus who knows how long it'll take." "Understood. Vajia, are you ready?" "We're only taking weapons, laser rifles, and whatever we have for close combat." I'm always ready for any adventure. Okay, then we'll go? Valera, don't put it off. Liana nodded upward, gesturing toward a series of successive ledges that led to the top. Valera immediately climbed up, backpack in hand. The others began to throw down their things and sit down. This place, too, looked lived in. There was a bone scar, and a pile of deadwood lay against one wall, seemingly by accident. But upon closer inspection, it became clear someone had been gathering firewood. Don't start a fire, Liana said, nodding to Vasilisa, and together they walked toward one of the rock passages. Valera had already reached the very top and was practically invisible. Syoma hesitated for a moment, then approached Sinsanik. Would you mind taking over for me? I'd like to keep an eye on the girls. I'll cover for you, no problem. But won't you get into trouble for taking matters into your own hands? And are you sure you won't screw up? I feel uneasy. I'll try to follow them discreetly, at a distance, just to be on the safe side. Go ahead, cover for me, if you think it's necessary. I'll cover for you, but don't make things any more complicated. I'll try, Semyon said, running down the same passageway the girls had just gone down. Vasilisa and Liana walked for a long time in silence. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. My mom stayed at home. I don't know how she'll cope with me not coming back. She has no one else. Liana said nothing, and they walked in silence for a while again. I thought you'd say, what were you thinking when you came here? You could die here. That was a survival tour. I thought so, but saying it seemed so trivial. It was all so obvious. Yes, I guess I lacked the brainpower. I guess somewhere deep down I firmly believed that nothing could happen to me, that I, at least, would survive. I think that confidence was well-founded. You would have done well if you hadn't been set up. Are you trying to console me? No, I really think so. What happened was unimaginable. So maybe you were right. Still, it was irresponsible to treat Mom like that. And I agree with that. Are your parents alive? I don't know. That's what I want to find out. My grandmother died. My mother disappeared a long time ago, and nothing is known about her at all. My father and grandfather disappeared one after another, going to the same place. So, I'm hoping to find them. I have no one else. They're all who've ever been on this planet. There are more questions than answers here. I sympathize. No need. I've been living with this for a long time and have come to terms with what I can't change, but I plan to change what I can. It's harder for you. All this is happening to you now, and you need time to get over it. If it's even survivable. Yes, you can get over anything. My advice to you, if you want to go back to your mom, set that goal for yourself. But a long-term goal. Maybe the situation will change and you'll have the opportunity. For now, live here. Establish contact with those around you. Get settled. That's the only way you'll get closer to achieving your main goal. If you start banging your head against the wall now, there's a good chance you'll just smash your forehead and achieve nothing. That's true, of course, but it's easy to say. It's always easier to say than to do. But you're lucky. You met good people. They helped you survive. Hold on to them. At least for now. Over time, you'll have other interests, people, plans. But appreciate what you have. Yes, I appreciate it. I just can't get it together. Do you want a gift? Well, I don't know. Probably yes. It depends. Maybe this will console you at least a little. I'm 150 years old. Oh well, but even if it's true, what's the gift? It's that people here don't age. Well, almost. Basically, very slowly. Why? Nobody knows. It's one of the reasons for the war for this planet. I don't really believe it. I know, whether you believe it or not is up to you. But it's a fact. People live here for hundreds of years. And you don't need to be born here to experience it. Everyone who comes here experiences it firsthand. It's practically immortality. It's strange they didn't drive you out of here and repopulate the planet themselves. They tried, but they ran into other complications. You'll find out everything in time. Honestly, I don't even know if it's a gift or not. Living a long life is only attractive at first glance. But when you imagine it, I don't know. You're a philosopher. I'll tell you from my own experience. Even though I was born here, and from the experience of those who came here, but a long time ago, you begin to perceive time differently. You make plans, manage your time. Everything is different, and it feels completely natural. Once you get used to this idea, the lives of other people, not from this planet, immediately begin to seem like the lives of insects. Very short. You look at them and think, oh my God, how short your time is, you never get anything done. You never get a chance to experience the flavor of life. You're always rushing. And of course, time is short. So, to you we're insects? No, you're already here, and you'll stay here. You just need to get used to the idea. You got it. Vajia slapped her leg, and they both laughed softly. Okay, Liana interrupted their merriment. That's enough laughing. It's time to observe silence. We're getting pretty close. They continued walking in silence. Half an hour later, they climbed a forested hill, topped by a huge, spreading tree. Liana approached it and nimbly began to climb up the thick branches. Vasilisa followed her, overtaking her about halfway up the tree and, like a monkey, nimbly scrambling to the very top. Liana caught up with her when she had already found a thick horizontal branch and was sitting astride it, her legs dangling. She sat down next to her, picked up her rifle, and began peering into the distance through the scope. Vajia followed her example. She pulled her own rifle from behind her back and began peering into the distance through the scope as well. See? Liana asked. Not yet, just trees. Liana glanced at her. Take a left. Vasilisa tried to catch the line of fire from Liana's rifle with her rifle barrel. Aha, there it is. There it is, I see it sticking out. So it didn't fly away. All that's left is to gut it. It's hard to see from here. It's unclear how many people are there or how the security perimeter is set up. If they're not expecting us and the security is weak, maybe the three of us can do it together? 3? There are 2 of us. Well, actually 3. Sioma's been following us all the way from the camp. He must have wanted to back us up. Very kind of him. That's kind, but don't tell him about it. We'll have to give him a dressing down. He was supposed to be guarding the camp. Don't push him too hard. He wants to act like a man, and it seems difficult around you. Do you think so? Maybe you're right. But if he's not restrained, he might ruin himself. His skills don't keep up with his impulses. Oh, we're chatting like fast friends. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you being frank with him to build mutual trust? Partly. But then again, I'm human too, and I want to chat and ask for advice sometimes. Or does that just seem out of place to me? Honestly, yes. You come across as a know-it-all and a do-it-all. And you seem a little callous. Although, perhaps that's not true. Not so. It's just that the situation we're all in isn't easy. Plus, I feel responsible for you. Really? Yes. I took this on myself, but now I'll have to carry it. Let's get closer and try to get a better look. Should we call Semyon? No, why? Let him serve as a backup. He'll also practice tracking and reading tracks. How well thought out you are. Is this how you train us all? No, only sometimes, depending on the situation. There's no plan, Liana replied, and began to quickly descend. They cautiously approached the landing site. They moved very slowly, wary of traps and tracking systems. But they encountered nothing of the sort until they were within line of sight. The ships were moored in a very large clearing. There were 3 of them. A metal mesh was stretched around them, enclosing a fairly large area. A gate was installed in one side of the mesh. The ships were arranged in a triangle, and on 2 of its edges were combat robots with legs like walkers, each with 4 legs. They were about 3 meters tall. On top, resembling a human head, was a sphere that served as sensory and communication organs. Gun barrels, both simple firearms and lasers, faced in all directions, as did grenade launchers, and even a hefty plasma cannon, each armed with one. These were military robots, and they were not to be trifled with. What puzzled Liana was that there were no people in sight. Not a single one. Between the ships were 2 open vehicles on large wheels, several walkers, stacks of crates, but not a single person. Well, is it not meant to be? Vasilisa whispered. I thought so at first. But look, there are no people. And that's an opportunity. Don't you see these monsters bristling with guns? You call that an opportunity. They're fast, they're smart, but they're just pieces of metal, Liana replied. It seems beneath me to back down. If there were people here, then we could just turn around and leave. But as it is, maybe they're here. Maybe they're inside the ships. Everyone. Well, yeah, maybe they're just taking a nap. That's funny. This whole thing feels like a trap. I don't like it here. Yes, I have a feeling. Maybe you're right. Girls, stop hiding there. Put down your weapons and come out into the open. We have your friends. You are the only left. We will not harm you. We need to talk. A voice came from somewhere above, filling the entire space. Before the first word had even finished, Liana leaped forward, grabbed Vasilisa's hand, and ran through the forest. When the words about their friends were announced, Vasilisa tried to stop, but Liana yanked her hand so hard she nearly tore it off. Vazia decided not to resist. They raced through the forest like madmen, but there was a sense of purpose to their rapid flight. Liana wasn't leading them haphazardly. She knew exactly what she was doing. She kept changing direction and trying to cover their tracks. They emerged into a small clearing and saw a group of soldiers on the opposite side. They raised their weapons sharply. Liana pushed Vasilisa to the side with all her might, sending her tumbling down a small hill and landing in a hollow between the trees. She only just managed to step behind the oak trunk when bullets whistled where they'd just been, and bark, knocked out of the trees, flew. When the first volley died down, Liana tried to peek out from behind the tree, but multiple shots rang out again, sending splinters flying. Vazia poked her head slightly above the tree root, leveled her rifle, and glanced through the scope. She realized she wasn't being seen. There were 7 attackers, at least that's how many she counted. 3 seconds to reload. Would she have time to take out 3 of them before they started shooting at her? She aimed at the face of one of them, standing at the edge, and fired. She immediately took aim at the second one, who was nearby, but he noticed his neighbors fall and turned, realizing they were being shot at. He screamed and threw himself to the ground, but he fell already dead. Vazia managed to get him. Realizing the skirmish had begun, Liana quickly popped her head out from the other side of the tree and, using a simple firearm, without any fancy bullets, knocked out 2 of them with 2 shots. The gunshots rang out again, but much more sparsely than before. "We were down to 7, now down to 3, shouted Vazia, who had seen Liana's shots and was crawling to change position. "Boys, you're in trouble," Liana shouted. She pulled a flashbang grenade from her belt and, with a sharp movement, threw it from behind the tree. Then, almost simultaneously with the explosion, she stepped into the open space and emptied all the remaining rounds into the spot where the soldiers were lying. There were no response shots. "We have to go," she shouted to Vasilisa. "Girls, stop killing my people. Of course, it's their own fault for not being able to deal with you. But if you kill any more, I'll kill one of yours." For like the blonde, she's still wounded. As soon as the words rang out, they looked up and saw the source of the sound. It was a 5-foot-tall disc hovering 10 meters above the clearing. Liana had already managed to reload her pistols and emptied 1 clip into the disc. As she said, "Of course, it's their own fault." The shots hit their target, and the disc bounced a couple of meters up and made a small circle. The voice wavered a bit, but then leveled out. The disc hovered again, but slightly higher. Liana ran back to the cover of the trees, closer to Vasilisa. Several walkers emerged from the forest on the opposite side of the clearing. They'd never seen anything like them before. 4-legged, like the security robots that guard ships, these were piloted by humans. Each had a single-person armored capsule on top, with several gun barrels protruding from it. Susie was strapped to the front of one. He probably had a reason for threatening to kill the blonde in particular. None of their other friends were visible, but it was now clear they had indeed been captured. They could only hope that Semyon was free. But where he was and whether he could do anything remained unknown. But there was no doubt he would try. "Stop playing war. You have already lost. There are so many of my people in the forest, and the noise around you is tightening. You can't escape. You have reached the limit of your capabilities." Liana saw a flurry of movement from the opposite direction, and soon people could be seen moving through the forest. Yes, there were too many of them. It looked like they really had lost. "We can't fight them off. We'll have to surrender," Liana said, turning to Vasilisa. "I'm sorry. It's not your fault, it's theirs. You shouldn't take on someone else's guilt." Vazia stood up and threw her rifle to the ground. Liana did the same. Then came the pistols. This time, Liana left her bow in the camp. "Well done. This is what we are about. Don't resist. We'll handcuff you now and take you to our base. We'll talk there. All together." It sounds like the one sus tied to the hood of his car is the one talking. "He's the one in charge, the one we were hunting," Liana quietly said to Vasilisa, who nodded in response. The soldiers coming from the forest had already approached them. They approached silently, quickly searched them, and, handcuffing them behind their backs, led them through the forest on foot. It wasn't far, they had barely made it. Liana counted 14-foot soldiers. Not that many. At first, she thought there were more. But they were well coordinated, and that's why they were all in the same place at the same time. There were 5 large walkers. There should have been more, at least the ones leading their comrades, if they hadn't been killed. But they were alive. When they reached the camp, they had just been brought in on a tracked all-terrain vehicle. There were 7 people in the convoy. Everything was a multiple of 7. That was the size of their platoons. Those riding the walkers weren't soldiers. They were the leadership. Syoma was nowhere to be seen. But Liana couldn't imagine what he could do. So many soldiers, combat robots. It was simply unreal. Even for her, even for all of them. Take the girl down, ordered the one who climbed out of the command walker. He was a man of about 60, but in excellent shape. Very strong and athletic. His muscles were visible under his clothes. The soldiers rushed to carry out his order and lowered Suz to the ground. She was exhausted, but she held up well, trying to maintain her dignity. A young man, a teenager, emerged from another walker. He wasn't in uniform. His features bore a rather clear resemblance to the leader. One is missing, the one I need. I hope he's not dead yet. I want to finish him off myself, he said. You speak like a maniac. We are hunters and we have our own rules, the leader replied, then continued, addressing the captives. Forgive my son, he is still too young and hot-headed. But that's okay. With time he will gain experience and become wiser. Learn to kill people by the rules. Vasilisa couldn't help but ask. Oh, that's precisely your mistake, thinking yourselves human. You're not. You are prey. Prey for hunters. It's just that here it's obvious to you. While in everyday life you fulfill the same role, but prefer not to notice. But the essence doesn't change. Then why talk to the game? Vasilisa persisted. You're right, I never do that. But you're a special case. So I'll be so kind, he said, smiling broadly. We suffered quite heavy losses, many people died. I repeat, people unlike you. This hunt will go down in history. Despite all your agility, we managed to outwit you and take your whole gang alive. Not all. One is missing, the younger one persisted. Shut up. If you interrupt me, they'll lock you in the cargo hold, and you'll miss everything that happens next. His tone made it clear he wasn't joking. Well, as long as you're alive, the hunt isn't over. I've been pondering for a long time what to do with you. If I let you out into the forest to hunt as usual, it would be fraught with heavy losses. We barely caught you as it is. We need a different solution. I have a few ideas. I'm thinking of organizing gladiatorial combat. You know about them? It's from Earth's ancient history. Many have heard the name, but don't know where it comes from. Or maybe we should organize a hunt, but keep some hostage so the prey abides by the rules we dictate. I'm so tired of chasing you that I haven't even had time to think it through properly. He raised his voice so everyone could hear. We're relaxing today. Tomorrow we'll have fun, he said, speaking more quietly to the guards nearby. And take these guys and lock them in the cargo hold. All together? Asked one of the soldiers. Yes, even together, what's the difference? I don't think they can do anything. Let them try, and we'll see. The guards, nudging them with the barrels of their rifles, led them all toward one of the ships. Yes, the senior guard called after them. And where did you put our ship? Huh, we'd like to get it back. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Are you saying you're hearing about this for the first time? That someone else as desperate has turned up here? But all the signs point to you. Okay, we'll talk tomorrow. And remember, you'll have to tell me everything you know, whether you like it or not. He turned sharply on his heel and walked toward the middle ship, where his headquarters were apparently located. Inside the ship's cargo hold, there was nothing. Just iron walls, a floor, and a ceiling. Everyone was dejectedly silent. Liana sat cross-legged on the floor and thought. What was he saying about the ship? Vasilisa asked, turning to Liana. Well, there's no point in hiding it. Syoma and I stole one of their ships. And where is it? Only I know about that, and I won't tell anyone. It's my loot. So, we could have escaped all this time? Asked Chris, trying to get Suz to lie comfortably on the floor and propping her head on her jacket. We couldn't. It's impossible to escape from the planet. All space is controlled from the station. Then why do you need a ship? Valera asked, surprised. It's capital. It's very expensive. But who needs it if it's impossible to fly away? What difference does it make if you can sell it for a good price? One ship is worth many years, even decades of work. And we went into a trap just to make money. When you've had a whole ship all this time? Vasilisa protested. The ship is mine. And here we wanted to make money for you. Who knows what I have? I'm not involved in charity. I wouldn't recommend bringing this up at all now. Mutual recriminations and accusations have already begun. If we all start bickering, it won't help matters. Sinsanik cleared his throat. What if we offer them the ship for our lives? What's that like? Are you serious? For them, the ship is a small thing. It's just a matter of principle, getting back what was taken from them. Later, they can blow it up, but the main thing is to give it back. That's the kind of people they are. I agree, but I think we should discuss all the options. It's better not to discuss anything. Why? We can't give up. They're probably listening to us. I specifically told you about the ship so they wouldn't ask you any questions. In fact, if they decide to torture us for information, tell them everything. There's no point in putting up with it. You know nothing anyway. Not anything that's important to them. Not anything that could harm anyone. Sinsanik flinched, clearly about to ask, and you? But stopped himself in time to avoid exposing Liana. There was a pause. Everyone was silent, either unsure what to say or unwilling to be heard. Vasilisa was the first to break down. So what should we do? Think. About what? Well, for example, in what order we'll kill them. Are you kidding? No. There was another pause. No one knew if Liana was serious, but for some reason, everyone suddenly felt like she was thinking about exactly that. In the silence that followed, a distant, muffled explosion sounded. After a while, another. Chapter 23. Syoma tried to be as inconspicuous as possible, but at the same time, not to lose sight of the girls. He suspected that his pursuit would not remain a secret to Liana, but she didn't show it in any way, perhaps deciding to give him the opportunity to do what he had planned. He saw them climb the tree, but couldn't hear what they were saying. He saw them approach the base, but he could barely see the base itself. Unlike the girls, he wasn't focusing on gathering information, but on spying on them. When the voice rang out from above, his stomach sank. He instantly realized what had happened and began frantically searching for a way out. It was clear they were outmaneuvered, but to what extent was unclear. He didn't yet know that everyone else had been captured as soon as he left the camp. He saw the girls running away and rushed after them. Seeing their direction, he ran to intercept them. But he didn't realize Liana was dodging around, and he realized his mistake only when gunshots rang out far away. Very far away. In fact, he was running in the opposite direction, thinking he was catching up. Without a second's hesitation, he ran toward the gunshots. Of course, he didn't make it. But he managed to stop in time and didn't run straight into the enemy's clutches. From a distance, he saw that the girls had survived, and that was the main thing. Because when the gunshots died down, he assumed the worst. But when the voice spoke again, he even calmed down, which meant they were still alive. From a distance, he saw everything that had happened in the clearing, even spotted Susie, tied to the walker. The voice from the loudspeaker carried far away, and Syoma heard everything that was said. This didn't inspire optimism. It seemed he was completely alone. Including those in the walkers, he counted about 20 people. And that wasn't all. He had to act, but he had to do it very carefully. Now the fate of his friends depended only on him. He suddenly felt a sharp pang of loneliness and saw himself from above, hiding in the thicket, on an alien planet, trying to save people he had only recently known. Lately, this look from above had been washing over him periodically, as if his brain was doubting the reality of what was happening and trying to make sure it was all true. And the realization that there was no help left squeezed his heart almost painfully, making it hard to breathe. Syoma thought it would be very stupid to die now of a heart attack. By this time, everyone had already left the scene. He decided to examine it first, as he had no other options for now. Sneaking up as carefully as possible, he lay in wait for a while. There was complete silence. It looked like no one was left. Convinced of this, he stood up boldly and walked into the clearing. There he discovered 7 corpses in military uniform. They probably had no means of transporting them, so they were piled up, along with their weapons. Suddenly, Syoma realized that they would return for them, and very soon. They would take transport and would definitely return to remove the bodies and weapons. They abandoned them so openly, unguarded, because they thought they had no one else to fear, and because they were planning to come for them soon. That much was obvious. All the soldiers had small backpacks filled with equipment, and Syoma began frantically pulling them off and tossing them aside. He unbuckled their belts with ammunition and holstered his pistols, throwing all the weapons he had into a pile. They would need all this if he managed to organize an escape. He knew he would likely not have another chance to get a weapon. The pile turned out to be very large. He stuffed everything he could into the backpacks, hung it all around himself, and wandered into the forest. There was so much equipment, and the weight was so substantial that he knew he couldn't get far. After walking about 100 meters, he dumped everything on the ground, reached into one of the backpacks, and, shaking out everything unnecessary, left behind only a few grenades. He slung it over his shoulders and hurried back. He had two options: either maintain silence, hope they didn't know he was there, and use the element of surprise to try something, or start picking off the enemies as best he could. Syoma chose the latter. An idea struck him unexpectedly. He decided to repeat Liana's trick. Returning to the pile of corpses, he arranged them roughly as they lay, then took out a grenade, removed the safety, and carefully tucked it under the top corpse, pressing it down. He stood up, gathered his strength, and repeated this 2 more times in different places. Then he went into the forest, found a good position, lay down, checked the clearing through his scope, was satisfied, and began to wait. He didn't have to wait long. Just a few minutes later, he heard the sound of an engine, and an all-terrain cargo vehicle pulled into the clearing. When it approached the bodies and stopped, 4 men jumped out, one remaining behind the wheel. Without further ado, the 4 approached their dead comrades and simultaneously took the top 2, 2 on one, 2 on the other. 3 explosions merged into one, and the first grenade detonated the others, killing all 4 instantly. Syoma kept his gun on the driver the entire time. The explosion might have scared him off, so he didn't wait for him, and, as soon as they began to lean toward the bodies, shot him in the head. The poor man didn't hear the explosion. Syoma quickly ran out into the clearing and ran to the all-terrain vehicle. He was tempted to steal it, but his tracks would have quickly found him. He found the opening to the hood, lifted it, tossed a grenade inside, and ran behind the truck bed, hoping it wouldn't explode completely. The hood was blown off by the explosion and thrown far to the side. Thick smoke billowed from the mangled engine. Syoma peered inside the bed and regretted not doing so sooner. A plasma cannon was mounted on one of the walls. He should have driven away from here before abandoning the all-terrain vehicle. But now it was too late. He unhooked it from the wall and groaned under the weight. It weighed about 30 kilograms. Its sides were slings of ammunition, 10 on each side. Jumping to the ground, he hoisted it over his shoulder and ran into the forest, but not in the direction of the pile of weapons. He decided not to put all his eggs in one basket. A few days of running through the forest with Liana had taken their toll on him. He'd learned a lot. Some things he didn't even realize he was doing, just doing them automatically. So now, to avoid leaving traces, he chose where to place his feet without even thinking about it. He tried to step on the stones. Fortunately, there were plenty of them underfoot in this area. He was tempted to set up another ambush in the same clearing for those who would arrive at the sound of the explosion. But after thinking it over, he realized it was better to leave. The forces might be too unequal. It would be better to attack their camp now, while the unit dealt with the sabotage he'd caused. Syoma ran up the rocky slope of a hill covered in sparse forest. He hoped for a view of the hunter's base from above. His premonitions were right. It was there, right in front of him. There was a commotion there. The gates were open. Apparently some equipment had recently left them, but they hadn't yet closed them, or they'd simply forgotten. Syoma found a hollow between the sparse bushes, laid down in it, and piled rocks in front of him, leaving a slot for a plasma cannon and a smaller one nearby for a laser rifle. He'd never personally handled such a weapon, of course, but he'd heard quite a bit about it. At one time, this development had been the Army's pride and joy, and it was constantly shown on television. He had a general idea of it, and he hoped its operation would be intuitive. Having settled into his observation post, he began inspecting the cannon. It didn't seem complicated. First, it needed to be loaded. He carefully pulled out one cartridge, slightly smaller than his fist, and inserted it into the slot. It fit perfectly, and the cap closed automatically. This weapon wasn't designed for burst firing. It required reloading after each shot. He estimated that this would take 10 to 15 seconds. A lot. The cannon shouldn't have any recoil. There was a tripod hanging next to the rover, where it was supposed to be mounted, but it looked like it weighed more than the gun itself, and taking it along would be madness. He could only hope it wouldn't interfere with firing. There weren't many people, but even they managed to create a constant commotion. There was no apparent design to it. It looked more like a sham of activity. His attention was drawn to two giants standing between the ships. He hadn't seen anything like them before, but it began to dawn on him that they were combat robots. Syoma noticed they had cannons similar to his own. This was bad. After his first shot, they could blanket the hilltop in such a hail of fire that not even ashes would remain. How had he not noticed them right away? After thinking about it, he realized that as long as those things were there, he had no chance of freeing his friends. So he had to try to destroy them. He'd probably only have time to fire one shot, and then he'd have to run away. He needed to try to destroy one of the robots, and he'd better do it before the squad returned. Remembering his failure with the laser rifle, he found something that couldn't be anything but a safety catch and flipped it. Then he took aim. This weapon was incredibly destructive and should have completely disabled one of the robots. The main thing was not to miss. Syoma could see it clearly in the scope. He aimed for the center of the hull to be sure of a hit. He decided to count to 3. On the count of 3, he slowly exhaled and pulled the trigger. A small blue ball, like ball lightning, darted toward the robot. For a second, it was completely enveloped in blue light, and then there was a shock that shook the ground. The considerable supply of weapons it had stored inside must have detonated. But Semyon didn't see any of this. He barely pulled the trigger before he dropped to the bottom of the ravine and pressed himself into the ground. And he was right to do so, because he was immediately engulfed in a terrible heat, so intense that even the tips of his hair crackled. The second robot fired at him. It reacted to the shot itself, and while Semyon's charge was flying toward its target, it had already fired back. The mound of earth protected him, but he might not survive a second shot. Semyon began to crawl back when he heard the approaching roar of engines. The soldiers who had left were returning. Firearms fired. Semyon thought he heard fire coming from the forest toward the camp. The plasma cannon boomed again, and out of his peripheral vision, Semyon saw a blue line receding upward above the forest. Had the robot missed? What was it shooting at? A flying target? Multiple shots crackled. Those who had come from the forest had started shooting at someone, but not Semyon. He thought the plasma cannon was reloading and decided to quickly peek out, not realizing the robot had plenty of other weapons. But the robot had no time for him. A firefight was going on with someone in the forest, and the robot was looking in the same direction. But it had problems. It managed to fire at Semyon before its fellow exploded. The explosion destroyed everyone in the clearing at that moment, all the equipment and gear. Even the fence was gone. Only 3 ships, and the robot survived. But a fragment of metal protruded from the latter's head, if you can consider the sphere located above a head. It hadn't completely lost all functionality, but it was apparently partially disoriented. Its cannon had already reloaded, and it fired again at the forest from which the shooting had come, and the shot again went skyward. But the arriving soldiers were already dispersing across the clearing, hiding behind the ships, and firing into the forest. Syoma decided to finish off the second robot, while the soldiers were focused elsewhere. Besides, if it exploded like that, they would all die. That would be victory. He reloaded the plasma cannon and took aim, but when he pulled the trigger, there was a soft beep and a red light flashed in front of his nose. He pulled it again, and the same thing happened. He pulled the gun back into his den and saw that the barrel was slightly melted. It was a good thing it had a protection system and didn't just explode in his hands. After a second's thought, he tossed the gun aside, grabbed the laser rifle, and began aiming it. After the first hit, the ball, his head, twitched, something inside him hummed, and he took a step to the side. After the second shot, he walked purposefully toward the forest, toward the sound of gunfire. Syoma thought the shots sounded oddly measured. 3, then 1, then 2, then a pause, and then everything started over again. After Semyon's third hit, the robot's siren blared, but then faded. All its guns dropped, its legs buckled, and it sank to the ground, frozen. At the same time, the gunfire from the forest also ceased. Semyon, who had been engrossed in shooting at the robot, suddenly saw the soldiers running toward him and had already covered half the distance. His position was exposed, and he had almost no time to escape. He crawled backwards, hugging the ground and scraping against the sharp rocks. When a hillock separated him from his pursuers, he jumped up and ran as fast as he could. He needed to reach the dense thicket before the soldiers appeared at the top of the hill. He barely made it. Bullets began to knock down branches and leaves, but their pursuers fired at random, and not a single one hit their target. Chapter 24. When distant explosions were heard, everyone froze, listening. But since nothing else could be heard, they began to exchange questioning glances, afraid to voice what was on their minds. One thing was certain: everyone took the explosions as a good sign. After the explosions, silence reigned once again. Everyone desperately wanted to talk, but everyone remained silent, afraid to blurt out something unnecessary. But the silence was inside. Outside, it was very noisy. Even through the ship's metal hull, screams and the roar of engines could be heard. Liana was the first to break the silence. Looks like they screwed up pretty badly. It's frustrating when you think you've won, only to be suddenly overturned. The initial excitement had died down. Judging by the sounds, the cars had driven away, but the excited shouting continued from time to time. The words were indistinct, but judging by the intonations, something not very good had happened. And then, the crash. So loud that everyone was thrown off the floor and deafened. Someone was shouting, someone was saying something, but it was all happening completely silently. Gradually, as if from far away, sounds began to penetrate the cotton wool. Along with the voices of their comrades, shots began to sound outside. There were many of them. A real gunfight was going on. Then a siren wailed briefly and died away. The shots first became more distant, then died away. Soon, everything was quiet. Liana paced nervously through the empty hold. She was simply bursting with the thought of being unable to help Semyon. And she had no doubt that he was the one who had done all this. And even though they knew nothing about what had happened, it was clear their enemies were in trouble. And now they had a much better chance of rescue, for the simple reason that there were fewer enemies. This was obvious even from the closed hold. But Liana was most worried about whether Semyon was still alive. She hoped he would survive. And she wasn't worried because he couldn't help them in any way if he died. She was worried specifically about him. After standing for a moment by the closed doors of the airlock, she resolutely approached Susie. She had fairly long hair, but she kept it in a bun to keep it out of her way. Now, after what had happened, it was very disheveled and tousled, but who cared now? Liana, without saying a word, reached into her hair and, under her astonished gaze, pulled out a pin. It took about 15 seconds to lock one handcuff. There were 6 of them, which meant 12 hands, which meant 3 minutes. By that time, if they were being watched, they should have reacted. But no one showed up. Perhaps they were more pressing matters. Or maybe there were no cameras. Liana doubted the latter. She took the handcuffs, put the 2 rings together, and held them in her hand, creating a knuckle duster. She demonstrated this to everyone, and they all did the same. A weapon of sorts. And they waited. They waited for about an hour. Finally, there was a noise. The door opened. One of the soldiers entered and was immediately struck in the temple by Liana with a knuckle duster. He collapsed as if mown down. He had no weapon and was alone. "Get out," a voice called from outside. "And try not to pull any tricks, or we'll shoot you without warning." "We're fine here," Liana shouted back. "If you want, come in yourself. Get out, or we'll throw a grenade inside. Try it." The cargo lock had 2 exits. One was for cargo, and it opened directly to the outside. The other was for people, and it led inside the ship. The door opened onto the main corridor, which ran from the entrance through the entire ship. That is, if you looked out from their hold into the corridor, you could see the street at one end. It was pretty hard to imagine throwing a grenade through the corridor into the side door from outside. And yet they tried. They didn't throw it hard, hoping it would stop just outside the doorway and kill or injure someone through it. Her calculations proved correct, and she rolled right up to the door, but Liana grabbed her with lightning speed and threw her out. She barely cleared the ship before she exploded through the air. Cries of pain rang out, and the next second, before anyone could recover, Liana threw herself through the doorway, not out into the street, but inside the ship. Those outside didn't even notice her maneuver. "Brilliant," Sanik said admiringly. She seemed to be actually thinking about the order in which she would kill them, and I thought it was a joke. Getting inside the ship was like hitting the jackpot. Only the cargo hold had been cleared for the prisoners. All the other equipment and weapons, which the ship had carried in abundance, remained in place. And now Liana was there, like a bear in a raspberry field. 2 shots rang out inside the ship. Oh, Vasilisa couldn't help but exclaim. There must have been someone there. Do you think she's okay? Her? I sympathize with those who find themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time, Valera replied. We probably need to do something too, Chris said. The best thing we can do right now is stay prepared. We can't do anything else for now, Sanik replied. But if the situation changes, we'll have to act very decisively. So we wait. Can someone please explain to me what the hell is going on here? A shout came from outside. Judging by the voice, it was the one in command. Sir, it looks like they've taken over the ship. What? You fucking idiots. You know this is the only surviving ship. The others are damaged? You know the comms are down too, and we can't call for help. And you're saying they captured him? With all due respect, sir, you just gave them all the information. What? A shot rang out, and it looked like the smart guy's life was cut short. You too, bring the hostages here. Footsteps were heard retreating. Dad, they don't know them. They don't care about them. Shut up, Brad, or I'll shoot you too. The words clearly had their effect, and there was a pause. Everyone waited. Finally, they brought the ones he'd sent for. You don't know these people, but these 2 are completely innocent, a teenager and a woman. I propose a trade. I'll spare their lives, and you give me the ship, the leader shouted. It looks like a desperate move, said Susie. He probably has no more cards. What if they're fakes, not hostages? Maybe there's no one there at all. Chris agreed. We can't see. But we're definitely not going out, Sanik concluded. At that moment, footsteps were heard in the hallway. Don't shoot. I'm going out to negotiate, Liana shouted. She walked down the hallway and, as she passed the door, threw her bag inside. They rushed over. It turned out to be pistols and grenades. They also noticed that she had stripped to the waist, wearing only a sports bra, and had let her hair down. Does she think they'll stop shooting her if they see how beautiful her breasts are? Vasilisa asked in surprise. Actually, it was a good guess. The sexier a woman looks, the harder it will be for a man to pull the trigger. Instincts, you can't fight them. It doesn't solve anything, of course, but it does increase her chances of survival to a certain extent, Sanik countered. Liana had already gone outside by this time. Damn it, what are we going to do? Just sit here and wait for her to decide everything for us, as always, Chris said. She tucked the pistol into her belt, pocketed a couple of grenades, and followed Liana. Without saying a word, the others followed, not forgetting to grab their weapons but, following her example, hiding them out of sight. They all went outside and formed a wedge behind Liana. Opposite them were 2 men in civilian clothes, a young man with bruises on his face and a woman of about 50, also in poor shape. They truly looked like prisoners, and they'd been mistreated, to boot. Behind them, the lead hunter stood, holding a pistol to the boy's head. His son, his face white and terrified, loomed behind him. To the left were 2 more men in officers' uniforms, one very fat, the other very thin, both of them elderly. Besides them, there were 3 more soldiers, holding those who had emerged from the ship at gunpoint. There aren't many of you left. You probably didn't expect this turn of events, Liana said. She stood calmly, her empty arms hanging loosely at her sides. But from behind, the tips of knife handles were visible protruding from her side pockets. Kill them, the lead hunter shouted to the soldiers. Liana raised her hand sharply. Stop. You don't have to do this, or you'll all die. You're harboring a false sense of superiority right now, which could lead to casualties, she continued, now addressing the main point, because the soldiers actually didn't fire and even lowered their guns slightly. You wanted a deal, we agreed to it, and we'll run away. Why are you listening to her? The fat officer couldn't stand it any longer and moved toward her, pulling his pistol from its holster as he went. Everyone looked at him, so no one saw Liana flick a knife out of her pocket and throw it. The knife sank into her throat up to the hilt, the pistol remained in its holster, and the fat officer fell first to his knees, then to his stomach, and lay still. The tip of the blade protruded from the back of his neck, apparently missing his spine. Stop thinking you're in control, Liana snapped. Who the hell are you? The leader shouted, throwing the guy aside and, pointing his gun at Liana, walking toward her. You're not immortal. Can you catch a bullet with your teeth? He might have pulled the trigger the next second, but the shot rang out, and his hand and pistol simply vanished, and blood began to flow from the stump of his arm. The leader howled, fell to his knees, then fell sideways, and, trying to stop the bleeding and plug the wound with his other hand, began rolling on the ground and screaming through clenched teeth. Chris and Susie were slightly behind their friends, and had been holding their pistols at the ready for a while now, even quietly sharing targets in whispers. When a shot from somewhere tore off the leader's arm, they realized they had to act, and before he could hit the ground, they shot down the remaining 3 soldiers and the skinny officer. All that remained was the screaming leader, rolling on the ground, and his son, who began to back away, his eyes wide, before turning, screaming, and running. Chris took careful aim and shot him in the leg. The bullet hit him in the thigh, and he fell, but continued to crawl without stopping. Then he rose and crawled on all fours. Then he even stood up, limping and clutching his wound, and tried to run again, but fell. After the leader's arm was blown off, Liana looked in the direction from which the shots had come and saw 2 figures rising from the ground in the distance. She took a step toward them, just as the girls opened fire. She took another step, then another, and the bleeding leader appeared at her feet, but she indifferently stepped over him as if he were a log and walked toward the 2 approaching figures, gradually quickening her pace until she finally ran, faster and faster. One of the figures separated and ran toward her. Chapter 25. Syoma had just reached the thicket when the pursuers appeared over the hilltop. Without slowing, he dashed through the forest. He still had a few grenades, a laser rifle, and 2 pistols, but there were quite a few of them pursuing him. Almost everyone who had returned to base was chasing him, as he saw before he broke into a run. He made quite a stir. Even he himself hadn't expected such an effect. True, someone helped him just in time. He wondered who. Syoma couldn't even guess. But to build on his success, he had to survive. And that wasn't easy when you had over a dozen professional soldiers on your tail. He couldn't see or hear his pursuers, but he knew they were behind him. He could just feel it. After the mess he'd caused, they wouldn't let him go so easily. Finally, he began to run out of breath. Liana's magical potions would have come in handy right now, and began looking for a place to ambush him, if the pursuers hadn't lost him. He had no strength left to run any further. Having climbed another rise, he simply collapsed and began setting up a firing point for himself between 2 closely growing trees. Having settled in, he waited. His pursuers were indeed hot on his heels. Less than a minute passed before one of them burst out from behind the trees. Pursuing him, they also picked up speed and lost some caution. Syoma was ready and killed the soldier with a silent shot from his laser rifle. A second soldier appeared behind him. He hadn't seen what had happened and therefore didn't slow down or try to take cover. So Syoma took him out too. Those running behind him apparently saw what was happening and took cover. That was bad. The element of surprise allowed him to kill only 2. The soldiers in the forest began to quietly shout to each other, their voices becoming more and more dispersed, and Syoma realized he was being outflanked. He had to get away. Syoma crawled away from his cover, crouched down, and ran. He'd run about 50 meters when a hole appeared in a tree right in his path, and smoke began to billow from it. That's when he noticed it. It was a laser rifle shot that missed him. Syoma collapsed to the ground and crawled behind the nearest tree. He laid out the grenades in front of him, 1 flashbang and 3 live ones. He placed 1 pistol next to him and left one in the holster. He would have to accept the fight here. The area was open and easily exposed. He had a bad feeling about the outcome of the battle. But what worried him most was that he hadn't been able to help Liana. He had let her down, and she had no one to rely on now. And it seemed the same for everyone else. A scream rang out in the undergrowth. For some reason, their pursuers hadn't shown up. Lying on the ground and peering over a tree trunk, Syoma scanned the sparse forest for a good distance, but no one appeared. Several minutes passed, and still no one was there. Suddenly, a branch snapped somewhere very close, and he looked around and saw a soldier creeping between the trees. He didn't see Syoma yet, although in a few steps he could have stepped on him. He had come from somewhere to the side. Syoma thought that if he moved and tried to turn to shoot, he wouldn't have time. The soldier had his weapon ready and would react immediately. Taking another step, he finally noticed Syoma, and his eyes widened slightly in surprise. Syoma tried to grab the pistol, and the soldier aimed his rifle at him. But at that moment, a rather large boulder whistled right into his temple, and he fell dead. Syoma rolled over onto his back and began swinging the barrel of the pistol from side to side, but no one was visible. "Don't shoot. I'm Liana's friend. I killed your pursuers, I hope all of them. I was the one who started the shootout at the base and drew them away. We need to talk." Everything seemed to be clicking, but the uneasy feeling persisted. "Come out so I can see your hands." "Okay." A man Semyon didn't recognize appeared from the bushes. He wasn't dressed like the soldiers, but his very presence here, at such an opportune moment, was suspiciously opportune. "Thank you, of course, but where did you come from?" "I'll tell you everything. It's no secret, but we need to hurry now. Who knows how things are going? I wouldn't want to be late." "Okay." Syoma stood up, wanting to pick up the remaining weapon from the ground, but the stranger was already very close. He stepped towards Semyon, gently nudged him with one hand, and with the other, made a subtle movement, and Semyon's pistol appeared in his hands, and he immediately pointed it at his chest. "Don't move. I'll give you the weapon, but first you have to listen to me without being able to shoot." Syoma nodded, realizing he had no choice. "I lied about being Liana's friend, more like an enemy, and more like I was. A few days ago, we desperately tried to kill each other. I lost, and she locked me in a cage. I understand you were very busy, but if I hadn't managed to get out of there, I would have already died. I was wrong, to put it mildly. I need to talk to her and come to a peaceful agreement. I'll help you get them out, and you promise to ask her to listen to me and not kill me right away. Rest assured, she's in no danger. I don't want revenge. If I did, I've had the chance many times before." "Were you in the ruins?" "Yes, I was following you, providing some cover. But I had to keep a good distance, otherwise Liana would have spotted me right away." "That's true, but I have my doubts about whether I can trust you." The stranger removed the pistol from his chest and held it out. "But first, if I wanted to harm you, it would be too complicated a plan. I could have simply done nothing, and everything would have ended badly." "Okay, you said we needed to hurry." "Yes, it's just that this conversation was necessary. Everything would have come out if we met, and I could have found myself in an awkward situation. My name is Igor, by the way." He extended his hand, and Semyon shook it. Grabbing their weapons, they ran toward the base. When they reached the position from which Semyon had fired the plasma cannon, they saw a strange sight. All of Semyon's friends were standing in front of the surviving hunters and some other people who were apparently also prisoners. "It's a long way to go. Let's back them up from here," Igor said, throwing down his rifle and lying down on the ground. His rifle was unusual, very large, high caliber, and long. Semyon followed his example and also began to look through the sights of his laser rifle. "You have a cool gun," he said. "Yes, it's a sniper's gun. It can cover several kilometers. But it's not really mine, more yours. Your trophy. I took it from the all-terrain vehicle you captured. I looked in after you left. So, I can give it to you later. But for now, it's better if I shoot it. I have experience." "No problem," Semyon replied, looking through the scope again. At that moment, Liana raised her hand and started to say something. The fat officer couldn't resist and moved toward her, trying to pull his pistol from its holster. Semyon aimed it at the gun and was about to pull the trigger when a knife appeared in the man's throat, eliminating the need to shoot. Then the one hiding behind the two hostages pushed one aside and stepped toward Liana, pointing the gun at her. "Don't shoot. I'll do it myself," Igor whispered. The next second, he pulled the trigger. The rifle roared so loudly it made his ears pop. The attacker's pistol vanished, along with his hand. Syoma jumped up, and Igor followed suit. It was a bit premature, but they gave in to the impulse. Meanwhile, the girls had shot everyone else. Syoma saw Liana coming toward him. He also walked toward her. She ran, and he ran too. They met halfway. Liana leaped at him, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. She pressed her cheek to his and whispered passionately in his ear, "You survived." Then she pulled back, looked him in the eye, and said very seriously, "Thank you." Then she looked past him to Igor, who was following him. "What? You finally got out. I promised you wouldn't shoot him until you heard me out, Syoma hastened to interject. Liana jumped off him. While she was hugging him, he wanted to tell her something very important. Perhaps the very word that's the hardest to say. But the moment had already passed. He added the word yet. I simply asked you to listen, not shoot. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Do you think I didn't know you were spying on us? And didn't do anything? Igor was surprised. I was tempted, but I realized you weren't planning on harming us. Perhaps our interests coincided. Perhaps you decided it was more advantageous for us to be allies now. Almost right on target. But I think that's not all, and we need a more thorough conversation. You've hit the nail on the head again. Okay, but let's not do it now. We need to get out of here. Join us. You've helped us, and you'll get your share. But I'll decide what it is. Don't worry about that. But how do you know I helped you? You came with Semyon. The conclusion is obvious. Actually, your boyfriend did everything himself. I just had to make the final shot. My boyfriend. Liana looked slyly at Semyon and wrapped her arm around his neck. Well, yeah, that's what he's like. Completely involuntarily, Semyon's shoulders drew back, his chest puffed out, and his lips spread into a smile. He tried to restrain himself and act more rationally, but it didn't work. Let's go to the ship. We have a lot of work to do, Liana said, and they walked down together. When they reached the others, they were sitting on the ground, squinting in the sun and apparently enjoying the peace. The danger had passed. Someone had apparently shot the leader, too, to stop him from screaming, so silence hung over the clearing. My friends, Liana began, clapping her hands, attracting everyone's attention. They could descend upon us from above at any moment, so we are in great haste. Here's the plan. This ship, she gestured toward the one in which they were being held captive, is the only one still running. We're taking it. We need to recover everything valuable from the other ships as quickly as possible. This includes weapons and equipment, personal belongings, clothing, and any electronics that can be removed or salvaged, except for the beacons. Most importantly, we need to retrieve the fuel cells from the other ships. Does anyone understand this? Know how to do it? I know, Igor raised his hand. I need a couple of people to help, and everything of interest that can be salvaged from the ships will be salvaged. 1 ship, 1 hour. I think we'll make it. Sinsanik, Valera, can you help? Naturally, Sinsanik replied, and Valera nodded. The rest of you carry everything indiscriminately. Start with the weapons lying around in the clearing. Let's go. Everyone practically ran to obey, and Liana turned to the 2 captured hunters. I think you have no choice but to join us, at least for now. So, help the others, and then, when we're safe, we'll decide how to help you. Okay. Syoma looked at the 2 of them and was stunned. Seryoga, is that you? The boy nodded and said, Can I borrow your gun for a minute? He glanced in the direction the lead hunter's son had run. He had crawled to a tree and was leaning against it, staring at the scene in shock. Why? You're too young to take on such a thing. Syoma began, but Liana put her hand on his chest, and he fell silent. You think he's not worthy of life? If he survives, will it haunt you forever? He's a psychopath and a sadist. He's done a lot. He's killed a lot of people. But that's not even the point. Not the past, but the future. If he survives, a lot of people will suffer later. And after everything that's happened, he'll be even worse. People like him shouldn't live. The world will be a cleaner place without him. Well, if that's the case, then let me. Semyon began, but Liana now grabbed his shoulders and squeezed tightly. No need, it's his business. The boy's grown up now, and there's no need to patronize him. This isn't an impulse, it's his decision. She pulled the pistol from Semyon's holster and handed it to Sergei. Do you know how to use it? A little. I think I can figure it out. Seryoza, no need, said the woman who was with him. Her cheeks were wet with tears. He shook his head, took the pistol, and walked toward his enemy. Semyon looked at the woman. Do I know you too? I think we've met. Yes, she watched Sergei go. I was investigating your fight on the ship when you were flying here. Exactly. Ludmila, if I'm not mistaken. How did you end up here? I tried to stand up for him. Not for you. You're a grown man. But for him. She nodded toward Sergei, who had already reached the spot and was now standing over the last hunter, saying something to him. I felt sorry for the kid. I couldn't help it. I knew I was risking my career, that he had a very influential father. By the way, There he is, lying there. Semyon nodded toward the lead hunter's corpse. But his influence is worthless here. There are other authorities, he said, glancing at Liana. Yeah, I thought we were done for. We wouldn't have gotten out alive. Those maniacs weren't going to let us go. I didn't expect anyone to be able to fight them off. And you tore them apart like children. They tried to put a good face on things until the very end, but I could see they were confused, bordering on panic. And who is he anyway? Asked Semyon, nodding again at the leader. A high-ranking officer in the army, but not a public one. All sorts of secret special operations. That was his specialty, was. You see the kind of people who run the army. It's scary. They probably vary. If everyone were like that, the world wouldn't last long, Liana said unexpectedly. It's strange to hear you say that. Semyon was surprised. At that moment, Sergei finished speaking, raised his hand holding the pistol, and shot the man in the seated position in the head. He jerked, his head snapped back, and his body fell to the side. Sergei turned abruptly and walked back. They stood and waited silently for his return. He approached and handed Liana the pistol, holding it by the barrel. She took it and slid it into Semyon's holster, from where she had taken it earlier. What should we do? I take it we have a lot of work. Sergei asked, trying to sound casual. But it didn't quite work. There was a distinct tremor in his voice. Yes, let's go. Everyone's working hard, and we're slacking off. That's not right. And while you're at it, tell me what happened to you. Syoma put an arm around his shoulders, and they walked toward one of the ships, where a pile of things their comrades were hauling out was slowly growing. So, a noble deed turned out like this. Liana said thoughtfully, well, I knew I could lose my job, but to do it like this, they just brought us to the planet like slaves, like game for the hunt. If it weren't for you, they would have sent us into the forest too and hunted us like animals. She found it increasingly difficult to speak. Tears had been streaming down her cheeks for a while now, and now she was on the verge of bursting into tears. Come on, I'll show you to the cabin. Lie down, rest, and you'll come to your senses a bit. No, I'd rather work. It'll distract me quicker, Ludmila replied, following the boys, sobbing nervously. As much as they wanted to finish quickly, they spent over 4 hours. On the one hand, this was a good thing. The loot was plentiful, and there were more and more mouths to feed. But every extra minute increased the risk of a surprise attack from above. They didn't know what their security protocols were, or when help would arrive. But no one arrived, and greed didn't ruin them. Having finished loading, they all gathered around the ship they were planning to fly on. What should we do with these? Maybe set them on fire? Igor asked, pointing to the 2 remaining, ruined and broken ships. No need, Liana replied. They won't get poorer from this. It's nothing to them. There's a chance they won't restore them. It's too difficult, and they'll just abandon them. Then our miners will be able to make some more money here. We've taken the valuable modules, but there's still a ton of stuff left. It's all very valuable here. Or they'll destroy them themselves, Igor shrugged. Or this, Liana nodded. There's no point in messing around. Take the beacon and let's fly away. Load up. Igor was the first to head for the ship, followed by the others, but he soon returned, carrying the beacon Semyon had already recognized. He threw it to the ground. Only Liana, Syoma, and he remained in the clearing. Liana, thank you for believing me. I really can be very useful. We'll see. You're still on probation. Let's get going. And they all walked toward the ship. We'll fly together. I'll see what kind of pilot you are, she said, giving Igor a strong nudge on the shoulder, almost tripping him. Ready for any test. He smiled and saluted in a military fashion. Chapter 26. They drove the ship to another cave, no worse than the first. Syoma thought there could be many more potential hiding places for ships here, but he didn't ask Liana about anything. He kept quiet about the first ship, too. He didn't know everyone already knew. They took the available transport, all walkers, a couple of all-terrain vehicles, well armed, but not excessively so, and set off in a caravan to another location. A day later, they set up camp and, having formulated a plan, split into groups, after which they spent 2 weeks combing the hunting grounds. They needed to collect hidden and abandoned weapons and supplies. While they were doing this, they found 11 more survivalists. They were also brought to the camp and would later be taken to the local community. Those who had joined Liana up to this point, including Sergei and Ludmila, decided to stay together and follow their leader. Liana weighed the pros and cons for a long time, struggling with herself, but finally decided that everything in this life changes sooner or later and led her squad to the main base. Not to a secret place, of course, but to the main work base, where it all began. For the first time, strangers were there, and in such numbers. But if they were going to continue working together, mutual trust was required. People trusted her, and she needed to reciprocate. And declassifying the base was the sacrifice she was willing to make. Igor was the one she had the most doubts about. She still didn't fully trust him. It wouldn't be easy to forget what had happened. Although he had proven himself quite well recently, he would have been undoubtedly one of the most useful members of the team, if not for the trust issue. Liana decided to have another long talk with him before the expedition. She wasn't particularly keen on taking someone so dubious. Although, emotionally, she didn't dislike him. She'd even gotten used to him a little. But you can't erase memories. No one had flown in from above either. It was as if the hunters had been forgotten. There were no cleanup teams, no bombing raids, no reaction at all. Either the rules were such that if you don't return, it's your problem, or they were confused and didn't know what to do. Perhaps they were preparing a major operation. The uncertainty kept her on edge, but time passed, and nothing happened. Nevertheless, Liana believed she needed to get away from this training ground as quickly as possible and lay low. There was no point in provoking a mad dog, and she needed to warn all the other scavengers that they shouldn't venture here for now. Anyway, Liana left the survivors gathered from the forests at a forest camp about an hour's journey from the base, bringing the rest home and placing them in storage compartments. They also brought the loot they'd collected there. The base was located in a cave, and many of the grottos and galleries were empty, in reserve, so to speak, and now they were needed. There was a lot of stuff and a lot of people. It had never been so crowded and bustling here. They decided to rest for a couple of days. After everything they'd been through, it wouldn't hurt to recuperate. Stacking boxes in one of the largest rooms, they built a semblance of a large table. This became the dining room. And after everyone had dined on the first day, Liana grabbed a mug of tea and beckoned Igor to follow her. He, also holding a mug, followed her, and the two of them walked out onto the ledge where she so loved to sit with a hot drink and watch the sunset. "I was waiting for you to interrogate me," Igor began. "This isn't an interrogation. I just need to get to know you better and understand you. We'll try to bridge the trust gap. Okay, let me start. And then, if anything's unclear, you can clarify." "Okay." Liana sat down on her favorite rock and prepared to listen. "I'll try to be brief, without unnecessary details, but to get the picture," he paused for a moment. "I'm a military man, an officer. The highest rank I held was captain. It wasn't for long, though. After the failure of one obviously unsuccessful operation, I was made the scapegoat. A general can't say he dreamed up nonsense. It's easier to blame the perpetrators, and I was the one in command on the ground. My attempts to explain the failure of the planned operation almost led to a court-martial. In the end, I still led that raid, but it ended in complete failure. I lost almost all my men, and yet I still ended up on trial. They couldn't sentence me to death. It wasn't the right article. I wasn't a traitor. But since they wanted to get rid of me forever, as a witness, they exiled me to a place from which no one returns. To a prison island, to a planet of survivalists. It's a one-way ticket. There are no terms, appeals, or early releases. They just throw people in there and cross them off the list of the living. So what's it like on the island? Not like you all imagine. Basically, it's fine. I'll tell you sometime, if anyone's interested. But as a former officer, unjustly convicted, it was impossible for me to try to settle in a new place. I was simply torn apart by the injustice done to me. I had only one thought: to get out of there. Getting off the island isn't really a problem. It's an established business. You could buy a ticket on a boat, and they'd take you there. But it was very expensive. And as a newcomer, I had no money. And then I probably made the biggest mistake of my life. Steal? Exactly. You've got the point. I robbed respectable people on the island, and, before they realized what had happened, I set sail. That's what broke me. I went downhill. Yes. Once on the mainland, I realized they might hunt me down. The people I'd screwed were respected people. I needed to get away, preferably unnoticed. So I couldn't legitimize myself in the nearby communities. They would have found me quickly. But hunger, plus the need to hide, drew to me like a magnet all sorts of scum who live in the same way. It's a different world. There are different concepts of good and bad there. Thieves, bandits, drug addicts, rapists. There are far more of them than ordinary people realize. Once you're caught in this environment, you start to degenerate and play by those same rules. Gradually, I got into it, and even formed my own gang. When we caught you, I, as always, knew we were doing wrong. But I'd long since gotten used to ignoring the voice of my conscience. It was very quiet inside me. But after what you did to us and locked me in that cage, it was as if I woke up. The defeat I suffered at your hands was the best thing that ever happened to me. Just like my first theft was the worst. You say amazing things. Believe it or not, that's your right. I'm a soldier. For me, honor, conscience, and dignity aren't just empty words. I forgot them for a while. But now the darkness has lifted. When I got out of the cage, I went looking for you. Not to take revenge, but to ask for forgiveness and ask for service. I need it. It's a kind of atonement. It won't undo or change what I've done. But seeing from the outside what you do, how you gather people around you, I felt like a boy who looks with envy at a cool crowd and, more than anything, wants to join them. And I'm that boy who could be very useful. Of course, you can doubt me. If I've crossed the line once, where's the guarantee that if temptation arises, I won't switch sides again? Honestly, I live by robbery too. But the main thing here is not to cross the line. And who am I to judge? The main thing here is that I can trust you. And trust doesn't come automatically. It has to be earned. Well, let's give it a try. But keep in mind, I'll be keeping an eye on you and demanding more than from everyone else. So don't hold it against me. That's a large advance, one I never even hoped for. If I were you, I'd play it safe and not get involved with me, just in case. Perhaps we could use a reinsurer like that, Liana smiled. And now I want to ask you something. You didn't stumble across me by accident. Did someone tip you off? I need to know who. You'll be very surprised. Chapter 27. The balance sheet settled perfectly. The foreman slammed the thick ledger closed and leaned back in his chair. The arrival of the hunters had made the last month a lean one. No one really knew what had happened at the training ground. After the alarm, everyone had stayed away. But the survivalists hadn't been brought in anyway, so the foragers were out of work anyway. Such disruptions in the established rhythm happened from time to time, and there was nothing to worry about. Everything would settle down with time. And even if not, he had already saved enough to live comfortably for hundreds of years. But it wasn't just the money that mattered. The process itself was important. The thrill of gain. It was a sport of sorts. He stretched, took a few nuts from a small bowl, popped them into his mouth, and began chewing thoughtfully. At that moment, the door swung open without a knock. Well, maybe this month wasn't so bad. Perhaps he could still recoup his losses. He didn't know this man's name. There was no need to get acquainted. When you're making dubious deals, it's better to know as little as possible, so you don't have to eliminate a witness later. The main thing is that the person has a recommendation. And this one had been recommended to him as reliable. A friend of his from a distant community vouched for him. He said he always brings in a share, that he cares about his reputation. That's very reasonable. That's the only way to get good orders and leads. Otherwise, screw over a tipper once, and no one will do business with you again. Rumors spread pretty quickly in their circles. He felt sorry for the girl, of course, but she was a very rich man. She saved and saved. He, of all people, knew how much she had. Of course, she wasn't richer than him, but she was definitely second in their community. And when this traveling performer showed up, he had almost no doubt who he should set him on. I thought you were dead in the water, the master grinned. But one girl couldn't have pulled off you and your friends. Actually, she could have. Igor grinned back. Of course she could. What do you mean? The master frowned. Quite literally, Liana said, walking through the door. The master choked. It suddenly felt like crumbs of chewed nuts were clinging to his throat. The fact that they had come together didn't bode well. Now I work for her, by right of the strongest. Liana, you don't understand. Shut up. There will be no discussion. You can only save your life under one condition. Or rather, two. Conversation in that tone is unacceptable. First, you give us everything you have. Absolutely everything. You can only keep what you're wearing now, and second, everyone will know what you did, most likely not for the first time. Rest assured, not for the first time, Igor interjected. He already has a reputation as a reliable informant. I think most of the missing miners are on his conscience, not because they died on the job. He's lying, the master shouted, suddenly breaking into a falsetto. Liana drew her saber. If you don't accept the terms, I'll chop off your head. I brought this specifically. She raised the blade and let the light play on its surface, in the hope that you'll refuse. You can't. I saw you when you were still a child. She can, Igor interrupted. Of course she can. You've known her for a long time, but you can't see her very clearly. There's no point in becoming her enemy. I miraculously survived, and now I'll never make the mistake of going against her again. The master gritted his teeth, looking from Liana to Igor. Well, why are you frozen? She broke the silence. Write the deed of gift. And don't try to be cunning. I know about all your hiding places and secret warehouses, she said, turning toward the entrance. Guys, people, men and women, began to enter the room. The rather small space suddenly felt very crowded. Who's this? The master asked wearily, realizing that he was no longer in control and that he couldn't justify himself. This? Liana glanced around at the newcomers, searching for the right word. This is my clan, my squad, then smiled. My gang, and turned to them. There's a storage room behind that door. Take everything out and load it into the all-terrain vehicle. The crowd, streaming around the master's desk, reached for the back door. He sighed, pulled out a blank sheet of paper, and began writing. When you can't handle a situation, the main thing is to save your life. And then we'll see. Having finished, he sadly watched as they carried away the boxes containing his belongings. Well, why are you sitting there? Liana said. Let's go get the best of it. Where's your gold stashed? The master cursed, stood up, walked to the window, and lifted the rug lying next to him. Beneath it was a hatch cover. He unfastened the clamp, pulled it, and opened the hatch to the basement. Chapter 28. Syoma and Liana stood on the edge of a small mountain plateau, overlooking vast expanses of forest, and, somewhere on the horizon, a thin strip of ocean either shimmered or seemed to glimmer. So what now? Asked Syoma. Now? Now we need to buy a submarine. Something big enough for the whole group of us to survive the long voyage. Is there enough money? Oh, yes. Now there's enough for a whole fleet. She turned and looked at the temporary camp set up on the edge of the forest. Even though we have plenty of mouths to feed. But I don't think we're in any danger of starvation yet, she smiled slightly. Igor was walking quickly toward them from the camp. Where did you disappear to? Liana asked with a slightly feigned sternness, playing it safe. What do you mean? Literally. Master? You paid the bills. You did, but I didn't. He sent me to my death, sending me to you. He glanced slyly at Liana. But now everything is settled. You can't leave enemies behind you. I don't like this. You should have consulted, so that the decision and the responsibility for it rest on you again. Learn to share. Let people take the initiative sometimes and do the dirty work. Trust us. Of course, we can make mistakes. But carrying everything yourself is also not an option. You're just not used to commanding yet. That's for sure. I've been alone for a long time. You can tell everyone that we're leaving in 2 days. The journey along the coast will take about a month. We'll travel in 2 all-terrain vehicles. We'll only take weapons, equipment for ourselves, and gold. Perhaps a few devices for exchange will be useful. I'll think about it. So we won't have to sell the ship? Igor was surprised. No, Master, you could say, paid for us with the submarine. That Kalak had a lot of gold. So, we'll leave the ship for now. It's a valuable resource. And it's better if no one knows about it. Go ahead, we'll stay here a bit longer. Igor turned and headed toward the camp. What, Siam? I'm tempted to tell you we have 2 ships, not 1. That's true, but don't worry, I can control myself. I'm not worried, especially since everyone already knows. Siam looked at her in surprise, but then he decided he didn't want to talk about it now. They stood there for a long time, silently gazing into the distance, the wind rustling their hair. The end of the audiobook. You can find the next audiobook in the playlist on the Audiobooks and Stories channel. If you like the audiobook, subscribe to the channel, like it, and leave a comment. These simple steps will help promote the channel and speed up the release of other interesting audiobooks.